Chapter 326, Observations. Sunan recalled his second vision in the illusion realm. At that point in his vision, he had wanted to find some saint-level experts for help. However, just as he had entered the palace, he was spotted by Murongchi. According to Lord Divine Venerable, anything related to a saint-level expert's past or future cannot be predicted. That meant that the saint-level experts should not have appeared in his vision. Is my foresight different from ordinary prediction? Can I see anything in my visions, or is it because this is the illusion realm and these people are not truly saint-level and god-level experts, and so I can predict them? Sunan's mind spun quickly, leaning more towards the latter possibility. Regardless of which, what he could now confirm was that he can foresee things relating to these saint-level and god-level experts before him. Thinking this, he immediately said, Lord Divine Venerable, my ability to foresee encompasses both saints and god levels. Upon hearing this, the Divine Venerable stood up. Are you telling the truth? Your power can truly foresee both saint level and god level. Sunan responded, I dare not lie to you, Lord. If Lord Divine Venerable does not believe me, you can check for yourself. Without saying another word, Lord Divine Venerable held a die in his hand. The die was of a bronze color, rustic with spots of patina. Just like any ordinary die, there were 6 faces, each with a different digit carved into it. Lord Divine Venerable said, this item, which I obtained in my youth, will increase my good luck by the digits it lands on in the following 2 hours. I will throw this item next, and you can predict how many points it lands on. A random increase in one's chi luck? What a good item! Sunan looked at the bronze die, his eyes showing a hint of desire. After observing his foresight, he quickly responded, it's 3. Lord Divine Venerable will roll a 3. The Divine Venerable stared deeply at Sunan, you're certain? I am certain. Without wasting any more words, Lord Divine Venerable threw out the item. As expected, it landed on 3 points. You really did guess it right. Seeing this, the 3 saint-level elders and the Divine Venerable could not sit still, their eyes reflecting disbelief. Predicting the points on a die is an insignificant trick. Adept practitioners can easily foresee this if they have learned some divination techniques. But the item being thrown by the Divine Venerable made the situation different. Anything related to a god-level powerhouse's past or future cannot be predicted, not even a leaf fallen from their grasp. Moreover, it's not just any item that the Divine Venerable threw but a luck-increasing item. Once thrown, it bears a profound connection with the Divine Venerable. One correct guess doesn't prove anything, try again. The Divine Venerable grabbed the bronze die from afar, bringing it back into his hand. Sunan looked to his foresight again and said, 1 point. Lord Divine Venerable will roll a 1. Without any unnecessary words, the Divine Venerable threw the die again. This time, the die spun quickly in the air for a couple of breaths before landing on the ground, bouncing a few times before stopping. As expected, it landed on 1 point this time. The 3 saint-level elders exchanged a glance and looked back at Sunan, all short of breath. The Divine Venerable laughed loudly, ha ha ha. Young friend. As expected of the foremost among the outsiders of the future, possessing such an amazing ability. The Divine Venerable was ecstatic, even his form of address for Sunan had changed. They didn't try again as this proved everything. Sunan said, Lord Divine Venerable, my ability can't foresee very far into the future. At the shortest, I can predict 3 minutes into the future and at the longest, 1 to 2 days. 3 minutes? That's enough. The process of merging with the Great Dao doesn't require much time. The line between success and failure lies in a singular moment. Lord Divine Venerable explained. That's good. Sunan heaved a sigh of relief. If the breakthrough took too long, he would not be able to predict it many times. Young friend, you can rest first. I still need to prepare. We will begin at midnight tonight. Lord Divine Venerable told him. Sunan nodded, took his leave and turned away. Time passed. Night fell and in the blink of an eye, midnight arrived. The sky-watching platform, the highest building in the ancient city, served as the perfect vantage point to overlook the entire city. The sprawling ancient city was brightly lit, with the large army of tens of thousands of martial artists patrolling back and forth within the city. King-level powerhouses and emperor-level powerhouses stood in the void, constantly sweeping their gaze across the city, creating an atmosphere of tension, as if a great enemy was on the doorstep. At the top of the sky-watching platform, Lord Divine Venerable sat cross-legged with the power of heaven and earth swirling around him. Mirongchi and the other two saint-level elders stood not far away, nervous and prepared to lend their aid at any time. The Divine Venerable's breakthrough could be regarded as the single most important thing for the human race in 1,000 years, warranting utmost seriousness. Sunan was also fully alert. This was not only about whether he could leave this place, but it was also an excellent opportunity to witness the birth of an existence above the God level. The power of heaven and earth swirled around, centering around Lord Divine Venerable. The breakthrough had already begun, but it was still a long way from the crucial step of merging with the Great Dao. As long as the Great Dao hadn't been merged, the breakthrough process could be halted at any time. Sunan's task was to use his foresight the moment Lord Divine Venerable was about to merge with the powers of heaven and earth. The moonlight fell, illuminating the earth and making the stars in the sky shine brightly. The power of heaven and earth surged like a turbulent tide. Finally, the Divine Venerable One suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Sunan. "Young friend, you can foresee the future now." Sunan reacted quickly and immediately looked at the panel. "In your opinion, only if the Divine Venerable One breaks through to a higher realm can you possibly leave this illusion." As the Divine Venerable One's breakthrough began, the power of heaven and earth within 100 miles converged along with the heavenly and earthly vitality, and at the same time, powerful demons were alerted, and several demon saints arrived first. 1 minute later, a total of 5 demon saints arrived, and upon discovering that the Divine Venerable One was attempting to break through to the level beyond God, they decisively tried to stop him at all costs. Facing the attack of the 5 demon saints, human warriors resisted with all their might, but they were outnumbered. One of the demon saints broke through the defense line of human warriors, but fortunately, the Divine Venerable One was prepared, and as the demon saint approached, a formation was activated to block him. 2 minutes later, the breakthrough of Divine Venerable One reached a critical moment, accompanied by the merging with the Great Dao. There were celestial phenomena, and the sun and moon shone together. You saw that under the illumination of the celestial phenomena, the body of the Divine Venerable One was becoming more and more illusory, but just then, a thunderbolt suddenly sounded, and the figure of the Divine Venerable One swayed. 3 minutes later, the power of heaven and earth suddenly dissipated, and the body of the Divine Venerable One turned into ashes in your eyes. The Divine Venerable One's breakthrough failed. He failed. Lord Divine Venerable, you failed this time. Having finished reading the foreknowledge, Sunan shouted immediately. Did I really fail? Hearing this, the Divine Venerable One was somewhat disappointed but not surprised. If breaking through the level above the divine were so easy, there wouldn't be so many people in the past and present failing at this step. There was no time to think, the Divine Venerable One resolutely stopped the breakthrough process. As the breakthrough process stopped, the gathered power of heaven and earth was rapidly dissipating. Did it fail? Seeing this, the 3 saint-level powerhouses sighed. Lord Divine Venerable, my foresight can continue. Do you want to wait a while and try again? Sunan asked. He naturally hoped that the Divine Venerable One could break through as soon as possible. The longer he stayed in the illusion, the less likely he could leave it. However, the Divine Venerable One shook his head and said, No, although stopping the breakthrough process doesn't have a big impact on me, I need to readjust my state if I want to try again. I can only wait until tomorrow at this time to continue. It takes a full day to readjust each time? Sunan's heart sank. From the current situation, it's absolutely impossible for the Divine Venerable One to merge with the Heavenly Dao in just 1 or 2 attempts. If he could try continuously, with his current ability to foresee the future more than 80 times a day, it would be entirely possible for the Divine Venerable One to break through. Now that the Divine Venerable One can only try once a day, the result would be completely different. He couldn't wait any longer. Calculating the time, there were only 10 hours left until the start of his 5th blood sacrifice ritual, which was 5 days in the illusion. If he couldn't leave before the blood sacrifice ritual began, it was certain that the path of the National Master task would inevitably fail. But according to the current situation, 5 days was not enough. I can only take it 1 step at a time. Sunan sighed inwardly, but there was nothing he could do. He could only hope for a miracle to happen. Time flew by. Before he knew it, it was the 4th day at midnight, and the Divine Venerable One tried to break through for the 2nd time. Unfortunately, it still wasn't successful this time. On the 5th day, he failed again. On the 6th day, he still didn't succeed. After 4 failures in a row, Sunan couldn't sit still anymore. In a library, putting down an ancient book and looking at the time on the panel, Sunan became anxious. In reality, it was now 8 o'clock, and although several days had passed in the illusion, Only 8 hours had passed since the task refresh in reality. Only 2 days left. Just 2 days left. The mission of the Path of the National Master was of great importance to him. Once completed, he would not only get a large number of rewards but would also have the opportunity to gain control of several offering god demons. Those were 3 powerful beings at the peak king level. Once gained, when he left the land of the lost, with the help of the 3 offering god demons, he could walk nearly unimpeded, and even if he met an emperor-level existence, he would dare to fight it. By then, the speed at which he obtained demonic power would definitely skyrocket. It can be said that this mission was crucial to the speed at which he would gain demonic power in the future, so it was essential to him, and he didn't want to give up. Depending on the next 2 days, it may be difficult for the Divine Venerable One to succeed in merging, so it seems that I should prepare to forcibly leave the illusion. As of now, there was only one way to forcibly exit, and that was suicide. However, doing so also made Sunan apprehensive in his heart. Right now, this illusion realm was too strange, and he couldn't guarantee what consequences committing suicide here would have. Fortunately, he had another form of protection. With a flip of his hand, a purple card appeared in his grasp. Perfect Death Resurrection card. I wonder, if I were to commit suicide and then use the Perfect Death Resurrection card to revive in situ, would I reappear in the illusion, or would I reappear in the ancient god tomb? An idea emerged in Sunan's mind. Of course, it was just an idea, and he didn't plan to try it. He glanced at the card and put it away. He didn't intend to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. A few days passed, and since the last attack on the ancient city by the demon clan, they hadn't come again, which left him no opportunity to complete the task. Fortunately, he had not been without gains during these days. Firstly, it was the improvement of the Great Sun Golden Body Scripture. On the 4th day, he had raised the progress of the Great Sun Golden Body Scripture to 100%. Unfortunately, there was no golden leaf spirit ginseng in the city, otherwise, he would have liked to try what would happen if he tried to break through in the illusion realm. Apart from that, his biggest harvest these days was the information. The objects in this illusion might be illusory, but the information should be fine, as this was verified before. Since I came all this way, I can't leave empty-handed. Even if I can't bring out the secret ancient scripture, I should be able to bring out some secret information. If one wanted to obtain secret information, the best place was naturally a library or similar. Because of his foreknowledge, he received the attention of the Divine Venerable One. When he mentioned wanting to visit the library, the Divine Venerable One naturally agreed immediately, and he then came to the library where he was now. This library wasn't large, but any book casually taken from it would be a precious ancient scripture in the future worlds. He spent most of his time in the library these past few days. Now, he not only knew which of the 100 clans were in the ancient demon race, but he also knew the racial talents of each race. This was very important to him. Last time when he exchanged ancient demon essence blood from them all, he didn't know which powerful demon races there were in ancient times, so he could only exchange randomly. Now it was different. With a clear understanding of the strength of the ancient demon race, he knew exactly which kind of demon beast's essence and blood would be suitable for him. Not only that, but he also found some secret information that was even unknown in ancient times, including information about the fragrant fire spiritual path, the heavenly race, and demon beasts. Although he had the ability to foresee the future and could obtain information from the Tiangong Pavilion, many things were lost after the ancient times, and the pavilion might not have this secret information. Apart from that, he also acquired a lot of introductions to the various major forces, secret techniques, and divine abilities of the ancient human race. If someone were to ask which player knew the most about the situation in ancient times, he would say he was second, and absolutely no one would dare to say they were first. It's awful. The demon clan is attacking again. He picked up an ancient book to continue reading, but all of a sudden, there was a cry of alarm from outside. The demon clan is here. Instead of being frightened, Sunan was glad that he finally had an opportunity to complete the task of hunting down a demon king. Outside the ancient city, on the battlefield, human warriors and the demon clan began fighting once more. Compared to the previous time, the scale of this battle was much smaller. Although both sides had saint-level experts appearing, none of them joined the fight. After checking his foreknowledge and confirming that there were no issues, Sunan joined the battle as well. Just a moment later, a demon king was killed by him. Congratulations, daily task, Hunt 1 King level demonic beast in illusion realm completed. 45 demon power points have been issued. Current available demonic power, 210 points. With the task completed, Sunan didn't hesitate to withdraw from the battlefield. Young friend, you truly deserve to be the number one person among the future outsiders. To think you could easily kill a king level demon with just the late Xian stage strength. I am hopeful for the future of our human race. Seeing Sunan casually kill a king level great demon, all three saint level experts praised him. Sunan smiled and didn't reply. In the blink of an eye, the time reached midnight again. Like the previous times, the Divine Venerable One prepared for a breakthrough again. To Sunan's delight, this time, it seemed as if his fortune was favoring him, and the Divine Venerable One actually succeeded in his breakthrough in his foreknowledge. Chapter 327, Stone Coffin and Stone Door. Success. Lord Divine Venerable, you've successfully broken through this time. Looking at the information on foreknowledge, Sunan was overjoyed. Originally, he had almost given up hope for the Divine Venerable's breakthrough, but he didn't expect that the Divine Venerable would actually succeed in the last 2 days. Did I succeed this time? Hearing this, even the Divine Venerable, who had experienced great storms, was excited in his heart. Without any doubt about Sunan's foreknowledge, he took a deep breath and began his breakthrough. As the breakthrough proceeded, the speed of heaven and earth's power rushing in suddenly increased and turned into a raging wind. Hey! The power of heaven and earth! Could it be that Lord Divine Venerable is going to succeed in breaking through this time? Feeling the change in the power of heaven and earth, the martial artists guarding below were overjoyed. They instantly became more alert, their faces full of anticipation as they looked in the direction of the sky-watching platform. The movement of heaven and earth's power was too great, and the heavenly and earthly vitality was also stirred, converging continuously, making the power of heaven and earth and heavenly and earthly vitality exceptionally dense around the sky-watching platform. At this moment, Sunan finally felt the heavenly and earthly vitality that only king-level powerhouses could sense. It was a power he had never felt before, mysterious and profound. At the same time, the great sun golden body scripture in his body was operating extremely quickly. 1 minute later, 5 saint-ranked demons appeared. These were 5 gigantic demons, each with a terrifying shape and overwhelming aura. Sunan took a glance and didn't pay attention anymore. Such a situation would occur every time in his foreknowledge. After the first failed attempt of the Divine Venerable's breakthrough, he had told them about the 5 saint-ranked demons attacking during the breakthrough. To deal with the 5 demon saints, the Divine Venerable had also prepared some other backups. It could be said that even if 2 more demon saints arrived now, they would not affect his breakthrough. 2 minutes later, the Divine Venerable's breakthrough reached a critical moment. Strange phenomena appeared, such as the arrogant sun rising from the east and the stars disappearing, leaving only the bright moon. The scene displayed both the sun and the moon shining together. Under the illumination of the strange phenomena, the Divine Venerable's body was disappearing. Sunan understood that the Divine Venerable was merging with the heavenly Dao. Seeing this scene, the 5 saint-ranked demons were even more desperate to stop it. Unfortunately, they couldn't break through the line of defense set up by the Divine Venerable in a short time. 3 minutes later, the figure of the Divine Venerable completely disappeared from his sight. It's going to succeed. Sunan's eyes revealed anticipation. The next moment, the Divine Venerable's body reappeared. As the Divine Venerable reappeared, even more astonishing phenomena occurred. Flowers fell from the sky and golden lotus sprouted on the ground. Facing the Divine Venerable again, Sunan felt a reverence as if he were facing a divine spirit. No. He has broken through. Run! Run quickly! The 5 saint-ranked demons were horrified, and already understood what had happened. They panicked one by one, turned around and ran. However, how could the Divine Venerable let them escape? With a single grab in the void, a giant hand that overshadowed the sky and sun suddenly appeared. Under that giant hand, the heaven and earth seemed to be imprisoned. The 5 terrifying saint-ranked demons were like children and were all captured by the great hand. This sudden scene left everyone dumbfounded, but when they came to their senses, they rejoiced. Congratulations, Lord Divine Venerable! 3 saint-level powerhouses congratulated, their expressions excited. Divine Venerable smiled and looked at Sunan, saying, "Young friend, your contribution in my breakthrough this time is indispensable. When I merged with the heavenly Dao just now, I accidentally condensed a fortune seed. I'm giving it to you now." With that, a white seed appeared in the Divine Venerable's hand. A luck seed? Sunan's heart stirred. There's a seed for luck? This was the first time he had heard of it. After expressing his gratitude, he accepted the so-called luck seed. Luck seed, an ancient powerhouse divine venerable fused with the heavenly Deo while receiving support from the human clan's luck, accidentally condensing a seed. After use, it will increase your human clan's luck by 1000 points. Do you want to use it immediately? Increase my human clan's luck by 1000 points. Sunan's eyes lit up. It's good to increase luck. With the increase in luck, not only can he obtain good fortune, but he can also use the art of fate. However, he did not use it immediately. Although this luck seed was given to him by the Divine Venerable, in his opinion, it was still something from the illusion realm and was illusory. If he used it now, and there were unknown consequences once he left the illusion realm, it would be troublesome. He wanted to make some preparations and wait for the Divine Venerable to erase his connection with this world before using it. Half a day later, in the small courtyard, 3 items appeared in Sunan's hand. The first was the essence and blood in a jade bottle, the second was the luck seed, and the third was also a seed, a divine ability seed, also gifted to him by the Divine Venerable. The essence and blood were naturally that of the devouring god demon, and the divine ability seed was a type of ability called trace back to the origin. This was a strange ability that allowed one to trace back through history and see the formation process of things. However, according to the Divine Venerable, this ability had great limitations and was not useful for everything. If I can take all 3 things out, then I've made a big profit this time. His gaze fell on the personal information panel's foreknowledge, and he used Death's foresight. This time, 3 foreseeing opportunities were consumed. 3. I've successfully left the illusion realm. Sunan was not shocked but delighted. 3 foreseeing opportunities could predict up to 2 to 3 hours worth of events. If he were in the illusion realm, based on the current situation, he would definitely not die within 2 to 3 hours, so the cause of his death would most likely not be in the illusion realm. You have obtained a drop of ancient demon essence blood, a divine ability seed, and a luck seed. You plan to use them all. An hour later, you successfully merge with the ancient demon essence blood, greatly increasing your strength and obtaining a new racial talent. At the same time, the divine ability seed and chi luck seed are used, granting you a new divine ability and greatly increasing your human clan's luck. After using the 3 items, you find the Divine Venerable One, who helps you erase your connection with heaven and earth in the illusion realm. Congratulations, you have successfully escaped the illusion realm and reappeared in the ancient god tomb. I succeeded. Seeing this, Sunan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although helping the Divine Venerable One breakthrough gave him a chance to escape the illusion realm, that was just a chance. After all, leaving the illusion realm using its power seemed unreliable. Now, with the foreknowledge as insurance, he finally resolved an urgent problem. Continuing to read, the next content made him feel strange. You inspect your body for the first time, only to find that the bloodline, and the divine ability seed fused within have disappeared completely. Fortunately, your great sun golden body scripture was not affected. At the same time, you discover that your human clan's luck is still greatly increased, and the effect of using the chi luck seed has not disappeared upon leaving the illusion realm. Why has the bloodline and divine ability disappeared, but the luck has not decreased? Sunan felt strange. Regarding the disappearance of the fused bloodline and divine ability seed, he was only slightly disappointed, not surprised, and even found it normal. If things could really be taken out, he would have to doubt the illusion realm's authenticity. But if the place is just an illusion, then what's the story with the increased luck? Is it because the chi luck seed was condensed by the Divine Venerable One? He couldn't understand it. No matter what's going on, I can be sure of one thing: the chi luck seed is useful to me. With this in mind, can I consider this place a location for farming chi luck seeds? Sunan had a bold idea. If he could return to this ancient city the next time he enters the ancient god tomb, he could help the Divine Venerable One break through by following this method. This way, wouldn't he have a steady supply of chi luck seeds? Thinking of this, his breathing became somewhat rapid. If he had a steady supply of luck, wouldn't he become invincible? Using the art of fate at anyone he dislikes. You follow the stone steps downward, continuing to explore deeper into the ancient god tomb, trying to figure out what lies within. 2 hours later, you arrive at the end of the stone steps. During this time, you haven't been affected by the power of the ancient god tomb. You reach the deepest part of the ancient god tomb, a massive stone room, and see a stone coffin placed in the center of the room. In front of the stone coffin, there's a huge stone door, carved with bizarre engravings that you can't understand. A stone coffin? A stone door? What kind of existence would build such a strange tomb? Sunan was curious. When he first heard of the ancient god tomb, he subconsciously thought it was a tomb of an ancient powerhouse. However, after experiencing the strange nature of the ancient god tomb, he changed his mind. Now, he's told that this is indeed a tomb, and he's curious about the existence lying within the stone coffin. You approach the stone coffin to inspect it, but find nothing special about it. After a moment of hesitation, you attempt to open the coffin. You easily open the stone coffin, and to your surprise, it contains a person, an odd, crystal-like figure. What astonishes you even more is the familiar look on the person's face. Upon careful observation, you find that the figure closely resembles Du Qiwan, whom you saw in the illusion realm. Growing more curious, you continue examining the coffin, only to find cracks suddenly appearing on the crystal person's body. The cracks rapidly spread, and before you can react, the crystal person shatters into countless pieces, which disappear quickly. You don't understand why this happened, but you have a feeling that opening the coffin may have disrupted Du Qiwan's plans. Unbeknownst to you, just as you suspected, at the moment the crystal person shattered, Du Qiwan was abruptly awakened in a forbidden life zone somewhere in Dongchen State. Du Qiwan is not dead yet. Seeing this, Sunan was shocked, but then realized Du Qiwan's identity and felt relief. Du Qiwan had become a demon, and demons were immortal. Only 100 years had passed, and it wasn't that easy for him to die. However, what was the purpose of the crystal person in the stone coffin for Du Qiwan? Could this be Du Qiwan's secret? Sunan looked at the task, explore Du Qiwan's secret, which appeared on the second day he entered the land of the lost, and it seemed that he finally saw hope for its completion. You don't know what effect the breaking of the crystal person will have on Du Qiwan. Cover the stone coffin and continue exploring. A minute later, you arrive at the huge stone door and try to decipher the carvings on it. 2 minutes later, disappointed, the carvings on the stone door are too abstract for you to understand the information. 3 minutes later, you attempt to push open the stone door. With your push, the stone door is easily opened, and at the moment you open the stone door, you die. Opening the stone door leads to death? How can this be? What is behind that stone door, after all? Sunan was puzzled. His previous information said that there was an exit in the ancient god tomb, and he just thought that the exit was behind the stone door. Now it seems that it is not an exit at all, it is an entry to death. No matter what is behind the door, let's get out of here first. Looking at the 3 items in his hands, since the fusion of essence and blood, and the divine ability seed is useless, there is no need to fuse them. Taking the Chi Luck seed, he chose to use it. Instantly, the Chi Luck seed in his hand melted rapidly and entered his body. Congratulations, you have used the Chi Luck seed, and your human race's luck increased by 1000 points. The prompt flashed by, and Sunan immediately looked at the Chi Luck. His human race's total luck had reached more than 2000 points, and the originally depleted usable luck was once again 1000 points. Not bad, with so much luck, if used on that demon, how much can the divine soul seed grow? Sunan thought of the demon beast with anticipation in his heart. It was a peak king level demon beast. If he could control it completely, it would be a great boost. Most importantly, he wanted the memories in the demon's divine soul. Divine Venerable One, I am ready. Sunan found the Divine Venerable One and prepared to leave. Are you really not planning to stay? With your abilities, there might be a possibility of breaking through to a level above God level in the future. The Divine Venerable One wanted to retain Sunan. After witnessing Sunan's abilities, he was even more reluctant to let him go. Sunan said, Divine Venerable One, my world is facing a threat from demons as well. If I can't go back, it won't be long before it's completely controlled by demons. The Divine Venerable One sighed, not retaining Sunan any longer, and said, Fine, since you insist on leaving, I can only send you on your way. As he spoke, the Divine Venerable One's figure slowly disappeared, merging with the heavenly Dao as before. With the disappearance of the Divine Venerable One, Sunan suddenly felt everything in front of him blurring rapidly. The next moment, he suddenly appeared in the ancient god tomb. Finally, I'm out. Looking at the stone steps stretching downward step by step, Sunan showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Though only half a day had passed since he entered the illusion realm, it gave him a feeling of timelessness. Checking the time, it was now 11:30 am in reality, and the game was the exact opposite, with half an hour left before the start of the 5th blood sacrifice ritual at midnight. Good, there's still time. Several minutes later. Following the ladder, Sunan arrived at the stone room at the end of the ladder in his foreknowledge. Sure enough, there was only one stone coffin in the dark stone room, and the only thing left was the stone door opposite the stone coffin. As he entered the stone room, the game's prompt popped up. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Explore the Ancient God Tomb, 60 points of demon power have been issued. Current available demonic power, 270 points. Just like that, it's completed. It seems that behind that stone door, it is no longer part of the Ancient God Tomb. Could it be that there is another space behind the stone door? Chapter 328, The World That Does Not Belong to the Human Race. The completion of the task of exploring the Ancient God Tomb was somewhat unexpected for Sunan. He originally thought that there was still a mysterious region to explore behind the stone door. But now, it is evident that the area behind the stone door no longer belonged to the Ancient God Tomb. This also meant that the stone door was probably an exit, just unknown if it could leave the land of the lost. Approaching the stone coffin, Sunan carefully examined it. From the outside, the stone coffin looked ordinary, without any peculiar features. In the last foreknowledge, I received a clue about the crystal person. Maybe I can try to foresee several times, and if I can trigger the clue, I might be able to figure out what it is. His gaze turned to the foreknowledge, and Death's foresight began again. Foreseeing consumed. In the foreknowledge, he once again opened the stone coffin, followed by the stone door. Unfortunately, to his disappointment, neither the crystal person inside the stone coffin nor the existence behind the stone door received any clues from the foreknowledge. Sunan didn't give up. After all, foreseeing an opportunity only consumed once, which he could afford to do so. In a blink of an eye, more than 10 foreknowledge attempts had the same result, he would inexplicably die the moment the stone door was opened. In this process, he didn't obtain any information clue about the crystal person in the stone coffin. On the other hand, for the existence behind the stone door, there was a clue from the foreseeing. Your power is too weak. When the stone door opens, there will be a surge of space power that you cannot withstand, and you will be killed instantly. In your view, the area behind the stone door may be the exit from the land of the lost. Your guess is correct, but the exit does not connect to Dongchen State but to a world that does not belong to humans. Another world not belonging to the human race. Astonished, Sunan contemplated various possibilities. So far, he knew only 2 worlds besides the real world and the demon world. One was the world occupied by the divine race and heavenly race, and the other was the world inhabited by the Destiny Society and Night Patrol, which was situated between the demon world and the real world. The Destiny Society and Night Patrol appeared similar to humans, but in essence, they were descendants of the divine and heavenly race and not part of the human race. Hence, it wasn't implausible that the area behind the stone door could lead to the world where they resided. If it's indeed the world of the heavenly race or Destiny Society, I might be able to go there after obtaining the essence and blood of the heavenly race. 1. With a flicker in his eyes, Sunan suddenly had a daring thought. Unfortunately, opening the stone door would cause a surge of space power, which he couldn't withstand, or else he would really want to go there and see for himself. He looked at the stone coffin again and hesitated whether or not to continue his foreknowledge or open it. From the current information, the existence in the stone coffin might be related to the task of exploring Du Qiwan's secrets. If he didn't open the stone coffin, he would likely be unable to complete the task. However, once he opened the stone coffin, it would lead to the collapse of the crystal person inside it, undoubtedly ruining Du Qiwan's plan. As for the consequences, it's uncertain. There might even be the possibility of being hunted down by Du Qiwan. However, as their eyes met, moments of hesitation passed, and Sunan directly opened the stone coffin. Whatever Du Qiwan's plan is, I will complete my task first. As the stone coffin opened, a crystal-like human figure appeared before him. At the same time, a prompt for completed tasks popped up. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Exploring Du Qiwan's secrets, and 60 points of demon power have been granted. Current available demonic power, 330 points. With another 60 points of demon power in his account, he now had enough power to elevate 2 bloodlines to great perfection. Sunan's lips curled in satisfaction, feeling that it was worth it even if he was hunted down by Du Qiwan. 3. Looking at the stone coffin again, the crystal person shattered just as it did in the foreknowledge, only breathing for an instant before cracks appeared and it exploded. No other abnormalities occurred. After checking the stone coffin thoroughly once again and making sure there was nothing else inside, he finally closed it. Besides the world behind the stone door, I have now fully explored the ancient god tomb and reaped 1,000 points of human clan's luck, which is pretty good. Time to leave. Checking the time, Sunan began ascending the ladder. Just like when he first entered the ancient god tomb in his foreknowledge, he didn't experience any impact from the tomb's power during his return. 1. Over 10 minutes later, he successfully arrived at the entrance of the ancient god tomb. Finally, I'm out. Under the starlight, with just over 10 minutes left until midnight, Sunan's spirit descended into his avatar as he controlled it to go to the great temple in the Dakshuan royal palace, preparing for the blood sacrifice ritual. At the same time, a deep voice slowly resounded. "Kid, you finally decided to come out." In the darkness, a figure of a young man named Luo Yu appeared, a demon beast. The demon beast stared at Sunan intently, his gaze cold and devoid of any emotion. Before Sunan could react, the demon beast suddenly appeared behind him, effectively blocking his return to the ancient god tomb. How could I have forgotten about this guy? Sunan's heart sank, but he did not panic. Although he wasn't a match for the demon beast now, he still had chi luck. Well, it's good to control this guy sooner, so I can resolve the problem of demonic chi erosion earlier. 1,000 points of chi luck should be enough. He did not hesitate to invest all 1,000 points of chi luck into the demon beast, intending to control it completely. After all, he had already invested more than 600 units of chi luck on the demon beast, so he naturally wouldn't care about these chi luck now. There was no time to think too much, he immediately looked at the foreknowledge. Death's foresight begins. On the panel, the foreknowledge times instantly only remain once. This, Sunan was shocked in his heart. Although he had been in the illusion realm for several days and had foreseen many times, each time he consumed only a few chances, even less than the number of times he had just foreseen in the ancient god tomb. Originally, he had 62 chances out of 10, and now there is only one chance left. This foresight consumed 61 chances. Now it's not in the illusion realm. What does 61 chances mean? It means that he will die in 3 days. It means that the demon beast will most likely be successfully controlled by him. Being stared at again by the demon beast that escaped from Black Demon Lake, you plan to consume human clan's luck to display the art of fate tribulation, in order to nurture the god soul seed planted in the demon divine soul. As the art of fate was displayed, you consumed 600 points of human clan's luck, successfully making the god soul seed planted in the demon divine soul grow completely. Through the god soul seed, you alter the demon beast's memory and cognition, making the demon beast obey your command, and then you order the demon beast to tell you the method of modifying the avatar. An hour later, your avatar completes the 5th blood sacrifice ritual, and you find that after 5 consecutive blood sacrifices, you and several paper puppet demons gradually establish a connection. 2 hours later, you finally get the method to change the avatar so that the avatar can cultivate, and it is only then that you learn that after changing the avatar, it can only cultivate the demon scripture. 8 hours later, you control the avatar to come to Death Desert, find the 3 array nodes in the memory, but unfortunately, the 3 array nodes are destroyed, and it did not cause much impact on the formation. Fortunately, with the help of the demon beast, you successfully find several other array nodes, successfully completely destroy the formation, and once again open the way to the land of the lost. 1 day later, you control the avatar to perform the 6th blood sacrifice ritual, this time still successfully completed without any accidents. 1.5 days later, you return to the ancient god tomb, trying to see if you can obtain human clan's luck again, but unfortunately, you are disappointed, because you have passed the test of the ancient god tomb, and when you enter the ancient god tomb again, you are not affected by the power of the ancient god tomb. 2 days later, you control the avatar to perform the 7th blood sacrifice ritual, and this time an accident occurs. At the last moment of the blood sacrifice ritual, the consciousness of the offering god demon in the great temple is awakened, and after sensing the disappearance of the god soul seed in your body, the offering god demon is furious, and your avatar is killed. 2.5 days later, the divine aperture stone in your divine soul is finally nurtured, and your second divine soul is born. 3 days later, a middle-aged man suddenly finds you, and you are shocked to find that person is Du Qiwan, who you have seen in the ancient god tomb illusion. Du Qiwan is very angry about your destruction of his plan and wants to kill you. Only then do you discover that Du Qiwan's strength has reached emperor level. A minute later, you barely manage to resist Du Qiwan with the help of the great princess and the demon beast. 2 minutes later, you are seriously injured, and you know that you are not Du Qiwan's opponent, so you have to use the across the heavens shift to escape. 3 minutes later, you fail to escape from Du Qiwan's hands, and you die. Is it useless to enter the ancient god tomb again? The consciousness of the offering god demon is awakened. Du Qiwan actually pursued. Foresight ends. Although this foresight lasts for 3 days, there is not much content, but fortunately, there are quite a few useful pieces of information. It is within his expectation to successfully control the demon beast Luo Yu, as 1000 units of chi luck is not a joke. It is also expected that the avatar will be killed by the offering god demon. After all, this is a 4-star task, and it is not easy to complete. On the contrary, he was quite surprised that he could not enter the ancient god tomb again. Du Qiwan has actually entered the emperor level. This is trouble. At present, he is being targeted by a king-class demonic beast, and it took him a lot of effort to solve it. Now there is an emperor-level demonic beast coming, and he is really highly regarded. Obviously, the reason why Du Qiwan came here is still because of the destruction of the crystal man in the ancient god tomb. If he had known earlier that Du Qiwan had already entered the emperor level, Sunan would rather not have had the 60 points of demon power and not opened the stone coffin. However, now that the matter has been done, it is too late for him to regret it. 3 days, it should be enough. After 2 days, the blood sacrifice ritual should end, and after completely controlling the demon beast, I can also try my idea about modifying the avatar. As long as the problem of demonic chi contamination is resolved, this journey's purpose will be achieved. When the time comes, I'll use the perfect death resurrection card to leave, and I don't believe that Du Qiwan can find me. Various thoughts flashed through his mind quickly, and with a plan in mind, Sunan wasn't too worried. At this time, the demon beast had already made a move against him. Kid, you dare to be distracted in front of me when death is right in front of you. Realizing that Sunan was thinking about other things, Luo Yu felt as if he was being looked down upon and became even angrier. Sunan reacted swiftly, avoiding the beast's attack and immediately cast the Art of Fate. You consume 10 points of human luck to cast the Art of Fate on Luo Yu. You consume 10 points of human luck to cast the Art of Fate on Luo Yu. Notifications on the panel flashed quickly and his human luck quickly decreased. With the casting of the Art of Fate, Luo Yu's face changed instantly, and he had a feeling of an impending crisis. Damn it! It's this move again. Luo Yu's eyes were full of murderous intent, and he had the feeling that if he continued to let Sunan cast the Fate Tribulation technique, his fate would absolutely not be good. Die! I want you to die! Luo Yu roared angrily. This time he did not stop to fend off the imminent crisis like the previous 2 times, but instead went all out against Sunan, trying to kill him in a short time. He knew that only by killing Sunan could the problem be solved. Sunan naturally wouldn't confront him directly right now. Across the heavens shift was cast, as he fled while quickly casting the Art of Fate. One pursued and the other fled, but this situation didn't last for long. The casting of the Art of Fate took place in a single breath, and with the consumption of 600 points of human luck, Sunan could feel the God Soul seed within Luo Yu's divine soul growing rapidly. Countless tendrils rooted deep into Luo Yu's divine soul, and leaf after leaf grew out as if time was accelerating. In just a moment, the God Soul seed had grown from a sapling into a small tree as tall as a person. Success, now is the time. A smile appeared at the corner of Sunan's mouth, and at this moment he could clearly feel that even Luo Yu's original unalterable memories could now be altered. Without time to think, he immediately began changing Luo Yu's memories. Compared to looking at memories, changing them was much simpler. With just a thought, memories related to him in Luo Yu's mind quickly began to change. What's going on? Realizing that there was something wrong with his memory, Luo Yu couldn't help but be stunned. He found that his current perception about Sunan had a huge deviation from his previous perception, and this situation was getting worse and worse with his previous memories changing rapidly. What the hell did you do to me, you insignificant ant? Luo Yu reacted quickly and realized that something was wrong, becoming both shocked and angry. Anyone whose memory is inexplicably changed would not be able to keep calm. For the first time, Luo Yu's eyes were filled with unprecedented fear, and at this moment, he was prepared to kill Sunan at all costs. However, before he could act, all his memories related to Sunan had already been completely altered. It's too late for him to take action at all costs. A few minutes later, in an uninhabited area outside the land of the lost, Luo Yu stood respectfully in front of Sunan. Now, he had already been completely controlled. A satisfied look appeared in Sunan's eyes. More than 1,000 points of luck had been consumed, and it was finally time to reap the rewards. To have complete control over the demonic beast, he didn't bother to look through the memories bit by bit anymore. Instead, he directly asked, "Do you know how to transform an avatar that cannot cultivate into a body that can cultivate?" Luo Yu pondered for a moment and said, "Master, as far as I know." Following that, just like he had foreseen, Luo Yu shared all the information he knew. An hour later, Sunan finally understood how Luo Yu had transformed his body in the previous foresight. Chapter 329, Consecutive Loss of Control. According to Luo Yu's description, he possessed a divine ability known as Divine Demon Life Gifting, created by a powerful demon in ancient times, tailor-made for demons to possess others. After a demon possesses another's body, it cannot fully exert its strength, and if unlucky, it might not even be able to exert half of its power. The primary reason is that the new body cannot cultivate the demon scripture, thus unable to resist the invasion of demonic qi. This divine ability, Divine Demon Life Gifting, on the other hand, transforms the possessed body through demonic qi, adapting it to oneself to achieve the goal of fully utilizing one's strength. Adapting the possessed body to oneself, it's indeed fitting for a demon that a divine ability like this can be created. Sunan was astonished. This ability was indeed tailor-made for demons. Getting its assistance was mandatory for the utilization. Thankfully, Luo Yu was entirely under his control at this moment, and asking for his help seemed straightforward. "Unfortunately, my second divine soul hasn't manifested yet, otherwise, I would have liked to try it out right now." His avatar still needed the blood sacrifice ritual. The timing was not right for transformation, but it didn't prevent him from trying during his foreknowledge, even though he couldn't try to cultivate in his avatar without the second divine soul. In his plan, the transformed avatar could only be controlled by the second divine soul, otherwise, there was a high risk that it would corrode his own divine soul. Looking at the task again, Sunan sighed in relief. Among his tasks, he had to kill a demon, but now he couldn't complete this task. However, compared to tens of points of demon power, a living Peak King level demon held a greater value for him. At this moment, Sunan thought of something, turned his hand, and a storage ring appeared in his hand. This was the storage ring that originally sealed the curse of demonic thought. Mainline task, the curse of demonic thought. Task's third ring, completely annihilate the demonic thought. Task difficulty, 5-star. Task rewards, Spirit Grade Demon Sutra, Spirit Grade Bloodline, 45 Demon Power Points, Technique Seeds, 1 Ancient Treasure. Task countdown, 4 days. As the mission appeared before his eyes, Sunan was attracted by the rewards. Whether it was his strength or the strange demonic qi, he couldn't complete this task before. But now, controlling a Peak King level demon, things could be different. This mission was something he got when he reached the spirit level. Due to its involvement with demons, the mission's level was exceedingly high, reaching a rare 5-star. However, because he obtained it at the spirit level, most of the rewards were of spirit level, but the technique seeds and ancient treasure were indeed valuable. If he could complete this task, the rewards would be immense. There are 4 days left in the countdown, it seems it's not impossible to complete. Looking at Luo Yu, Sunan's thoughts raced. It was a pity that he only had 1 turn of foreknowledge left for today. Otherwise, he would have liked to use foreknowledge. Putting away the storage ring, Sunan flipped his hand and took out the cosmic ring. "From now on, you stay here. You are not allowed to come out without my command." Although Luo Yu was completely under his control, he didn't yet qualify to enter the mountain and water gourd. If the demonic qi contaminated the mountain and water gourd, the loss would be significant. After imprisoning Luo Yu in the cosmic ring, Sunan checked the time and logged out of the game. Having spent 7 to 8 days in the illusion realm, returning to reality, looking at the familiar surroundings of the room, he felt as if everything was a world away. He laid on the bed, enjoyed a good sleep. When he woke up again, it was evening, time was around 7 o'clock. After enjoying his meal, Sunan picked up his phone to log into the forum, ready to see if any particular events had happened in the past 2 days. As soon as he entered the forum, he spotted an unread message. The only person who could send him a message on the forum was Li Hao. Big brother, help me out. I am stuck in a relic and can't get out. Stuck. Sunan was puzzled, but after a brief thought, he understood what had happened. Li Hao had gotten a mainline task that started with 3 stars. According to his experience, the final task was probably a 4-star task. Li Hao being stuck was evidently due to that task. He had thought of helping Li Hao when he left the Land of the Lost. To his surprise, before he could leave the Land of the Lost, Li Hao had already sought him out. What exactly happened? Sunan replied. Li Hao didn't seem to be online and didn't reply to him immediately. He did not wait and continued scanning the forum. Important notice: all players please note, do not attempt to break through to the Xian level without absolute confidence. A pinned post drew Sunan's attention. Surprisingly, the post was created by an official. Seeing this post, Sunan instantly understood what was happening. Out of control, someone tried to break through to the Xian level but lost control. Entering the post, it was exactly as he had thought, and it wasn't just one person. Yesterday at midnight, South Korea's 5th-ranked player, ranked 109 on the points ranking list, Zheng Zhe tried to break through to Xian level, failed, bloodline uncontrolled. This morning at 7 o'clock, Japan's 3rd-ranked player, ranked 45 on the points ranking list, Kawashima Itsuro tried the same but failed, bloodline uncontrolled. Today at 11 am, Russia's 10th-ranked player, ranked 210 on the points ranking list, Naralaya attempted the same and yet again failed, bloodline uncontrolled. 3 players lost control of their bloodline, and all of them were top-level players. Sunan understood that at this point, the only ones who could meet the requirements for a breakthrough to the Xian level were these top-level players. However, this result left all the players worldwide feeling disheartened. Unbelievable. If these top players can lose control when breaking through, doesn't that mean we ordinary players have even less hope? I know what's going on, it's the ancient demon bloodline. When advancing from spirit level to Xian level, there's a high chance of losing control without the ancient demon essence blood. Not only that, I heard that because we players fused with bloodlines too quickly, even if we managed to enter the Xian level by chance, we can no longer continue fusing bloodlines, or we'll have a high probability of losing control. How can this be? Does that mean we players can only stop at the Xian level? If we don't have ancient demon essence blood, will we be forever stuck at the spirit level peak unable to break through? The Wang family has many members, and some of them know the hidden secrets. When the news went public, many people felt desperate, especially players from countries other than Hua country. They originally thought they would wait until their strength reached the king level and then try to reclaim their countries in reality, but now this blow shattered their illusions. Ancient demon bloodline, how easy is it to obtain? As for this situation, Sunan was not surprised and even expected it. He took a casual look and didn't care. His method was not replicable, nor was there any need to tell others. He continued to scroll down. There were many posts on the forum, with hundreds of thousands of new posts posted every day, but not many of them were truly meaningful. After browsing for more than 10 minutes, Sunan didn't see any valuable posts and was about to leave. At that moment, a post with a large number of views caught his attention. It was a post recruiting players for a guild. However, the name of the guild and the recruitment method made him frown. The Destiny Society is recruiting a large number of people. We have ancient demon bloodlines, ancient scriptures, technique seeds, and divine abilities. As long as you join us, you'll have a chance to get them all. Just by joining us, you can get a free ancient scripture. Destiny Society. It turned out that the people from the Destiny Society were recruiting players. Ancient scripture. The Destiny Society is so generous, actually giving away ancient scriptures. Great! I've also received an ancient scripture. With this scripture, I also have a chance of becoming a great god. I got one too. As long as you sign a contract with the Destiny Society agreeing never to leave, you can get a free ancient scripture. Beneath the post, many players were showing off the ancient scriptures they had received. This made many players who were still watching feel uneasy and started howling, wanting to join the Destiny Society. Even some top players from the top guilds were eager to quit their guilds and join the Destiny Society, causing headaches for the other major guilds. Seeing the ancient scriptures shown off by the players, Sunan's eyes revealed a strange color. Actually giving away ancient scriptures, what exactly does the Destiny Society want to do? He had a feeling that the Destiny Society's actions were definitely not simple. Is there a problem with that ancient scripture? He thought of one possibility and looked at the name of the scripture, his eyebrows furrowing deeper. Call heaven scripture. The name of the ancient scripture was very domineering, but when it fell into Su Nan's eyes, it made him think of the heavenly race. Since it's called Call Heaven Scripture, could it be that it can summon the heavenly race? He suddenly had an absurd guess in his heart. Too bad, I'm still in the land of the lost. Even if the Destiny Society has some kind of conspiracy, I can't interfere. When the soldiers come, block them, and when the waters come, cover them. With the power I now control, I am confident that I can deal with any conspiracy of the Destiny Society. Thinking of his current strength, Su Nan's eyes showed confidence. With a Peak King level demon beast and a great princess at the Peak King level, he could easily kill anyone below the Emperor level. Exiting the forum, he logged back into the game. It was already past 7:40, with only more than 10 minutes left before the 12 Zodiac Palace opened. I wonder which battlefield I'll be assigned to today. Su Nan looked at the white sheep war armor on his body and the Pisces bracelet on his hand, his eyes showing some anticipation. Yesterday in the 12-star palace, he killed 2-star palace masters, and under the 90% extra integral points bonus, both Zhang Yang and Wang Nan received a total of over 46,000 points. At this point, Zhang Yang's points had reached a staggering 270,000. He wasn't far from the 300,000 points needed to exchange for the God Soldier Golden Mountain Seal. Although the Golden Mountain Seal was not his goal, he was already close to exchanging for the other God Soldiers. Wang Nan's points also broke through 100,000 again, reaching 120,000. Only because Lang 13's role was not used yesterday, Lang 13's points still remain at just over 20,000 points. Wang Nan has 120,000 points, enough to exchange for a drop of ancient demon essence blood. Should I exchange it for a drop now? With more than 300 points of demon power, it was more than enough to immediately merge and achieve great perfection once a bloodline was exchanged. Now, Zhang Yang has already merged 2 bloodlines in his 3 roles. As long as he merges one more, he will complete the 4 bloodlines. Lang 13 has merged one kind, and only Wang Nan, due to the unresolved issue of demonic qi, has been unable to continue merging. Sooner or later, I will have to exchange essence and blood. If I do it one day earlier, my strength can be enhanced one day earlier. The contribution mall appeared before his eyes, and Su Nan decided to exchange it now. Do you want to use 120,000 essence and blood points to exchange for a drop of ancient demon essence blood? Yes. Please enter the name of the ancient demon essence blood you wish to exchange. An input box appeared on the panel, and Su Nan pondered over which bloodline system to exchange this time. There was no need to exchange for the physique bloodline, as he already had a pending physique bloodline that hadn't been fused. Secret power bloodline was a good choice, as the increased exposure to the secret power bloodline would have an effect on all 3 roles and was the most cost-effective. However, he immediately thought of another issue and gave up choosing to exchange for the secret power bloodline. Each role can merge 4 bloodlines, and the last one must surpass the previous 3, even to the point of crushing them completely. It's probably impossible to obtain such a bloodline from any other source. For Lang 13's 3rd bloodline, the requirement isn't that high, it just has to be stronger than the 2nd bloodline. It's still likely to find this kind of bloodline through other means. In this case, exchanging for the 4th bloodline needed by Zhang Yang would be more cost-effective than exchanging for the 3rd bloodline needed by Lang 13. With a series of thoughts flashing through his mind, Su Nan made a decision. Fire Phoenix Demon. He entered a name on the panel. This was the 2nd-ranked demon clan in the ancient 100 clans, ranking only after the 1st-ranked Golden Dragon Demon. It was a powerful demon clan that controlled the power of fire, even rumored to have the bloodline of the auspicious beast Heavenly Phoenix and possessing the powerful talent of rebirth in flames. Merging such a bloodline would not only easily crush other bloodlines, but also greatly enhance his strength. If possible, I'd love to exchange directly for the essence blood of the auspicious beast, but it's a pity that the Demon Sutra is hard to deal with while essence blood is easy to exchange. I've tried it before. Demon Sutra can be exchanged at will in the points store, but there's no cultivation method for the auspicious beast, which directly cuts off my chance to merge its essence blood. A total of 120,000 points were consumed, and Wang Nan's points instantly returned to a few thousand. In the personal space, a drop of red blood that looked like a flame appeared. Fire Phoenix Demon, I hope you won't disappoint me. Su Nan's eyes showed anticipation. Just having the essence and blood was not enough, there also needed to be a corresponding Demon Sutra. Fortunately, the Demon Sutra was not expensive, and it only cost a few thousand points to exchange, leaving Wang Nan's points completely depleted. With only one foreknowledge opportunity left, it seems I can only choose to commit suicide. Without any hesitation, he directly began to use foreknowledge. As expected, the fusion was smooth in the foreknowledge and as fast as merging mortal level bloodline. It was completed in just a few minutes. Since there was no problem, Su Nan didn't waste time and began merging directly. By enhancing his strength now, he would be more at ease when encountering Star Palace Masters in the 12-Star Palace later. Chapter 330, Fire's Destiny Circle. As the essence and blood entered his body, it was the same as when he had merged with other essence and bloods before. The other three types of essence and blood belonging to Zhang Yang in his body immediately collaborated to counter the Fire Phoenix bloodline. However, it seemed like they had hit a snag this time. A powerful aura erupted from the Fire Phoenix fairy blood, the red electric demon and the flame-controlling bee bloodline retreated as if they were mice meeting a cat. Truly worthy of being ranked second amongst the powerful races of the ancient 100 clans, this is absolute domination. A smile tugged at Su Nan's lips. The stronger the Fire Phoenix demon bloodline, the easier it was to break through to the king rank. Very quickly, the fusion of the Fire Phoenix demon bloodline was completed, and Zhang Yang's racial talent was refreshed once more. Lord of Flames, a new talent formed by the fusion of the Fire Phoenix demon race's racial talent. Effect 1, in a circular area of 3,000 kilometers, the power of heaven and earth. Effect 2, the power of your fire power increased by 60%. Effect 3, your resistance against lightning power increased by 30%. The name of the racial talent had changed once again. Su Nan looked it over carefully, his eyes filled with delight. Of the original three effects, the increase in the range of control over the power of heaven and earth was the most significant, extending directly from 2,000 kilometers to 3,000 kilometers. An increase of 1,000 kilometers. This was comparable to the range in which a mid-stage king level or late-stage king rank powerful person could control the power of heaven and earth. The power of fire power also increased, expanding from the original 50% to 60%. Although not much, it was better than nothing. However, the resistance to lightning power that he gained from merging with the red electric demon did not increase. What delighted him most was the newly added fourth effect. Effect 4, you possess an unprecedented comprehension of flames, capable of consuming fire power to condense a fire's destiny circle. When you are severely injured and on the verge of death, you can activate the fire's destiny circle to instantly recover all injuries and restore 80% of your mana. Fire's Destiny Circle, isn't this the ability of rebirth in flames from the Fire Phoenix clan? I actually gained this incredible talent. A smile emerged from the corners of Su Nan's mouth. Even if an ordinary person successfully fused with the Fire Phoenix clan, they would only gain rather ordinary talents. Clearly, this was due to his chi luck. The method to condense the Fire's Destiny Circle appeared in his mind, and he immediately attempted to condense it. This degree of life-saving tool was naturally better the earlier it was condensed. However, after a moment, he stopped. This Fire's Destiny Circle is not as simple as just condensing, it requires a lot of mana and time. The higher the realm, the greater the power needed to condense the life wheel. With my current realm, to successfully condense, I will need at least 3 days worth of mana. 3 days worth of mana was not impossible for him to condense now. It would be sufficient with Lang 13's racial talent, converting all essence power and power of primordial chi into mana. However, with the upcoming opening of the 12 Zodiac Star Palace, he needed to save some strength to enter it. He had no choice but to wait until after the Star Palace to condense. Looking at the demon power on his panel, a thought sprang up in his mind. With the consumption of 160 points of demon power, the Fire Phoenix bloodline was instantly upgraded to great perfection. The number of foreknowledge times increased yet again, reaching 85 times. All 4 of Zhang Yang's bloodlines have finally reached perfection. Unfortunately, there are still many restrictions to breaking through to the king rank. His gaze fell on Zhang Yang's realm on the panel, and a prompt popped out. Would you like to consume 320 points of demon power to promote your character Zhang Yang to king rank? Tips: your life wheel scripture is at the 3rd level. To promote from Xian level to king rank, you need 3 characters with 4 bloodlines fulfilled. Your character Lang 13 lacks 2 bloodlines, and your character Wang Nan lacks 3 bloodlines. You do not currently meet the requirements for promotion. As expected, the demon power needed for a Xian level to break through to king rank has doubled. At the same time, due to life wheel scripture still being at the 3rd level, he could not directly break through. He needed 3 characters with 4 kinds of blood veins fulfilled. If I can solve the issue with Wang Nan's bloodline, it wouldn't be hard to have 3 characters 4 kinds of blood veins fulfilled. If that's not possible, then I can only accumulate demon power and try to upgrade the rank of the life wheel scripture. Su Nan sighed. The level of his life wheel scripture was limiting his breakthrough. This was the only problem that the life wheel scripture brought him. If he could upgrade the life wheel scripture to the corresponding king level 4th layer, naturally there would be no such restrictions, and he could break through at will. However, upgrading the life wheel scripture from the 3rd level to the 4th level required 1,500 points of demon power. Furthermore, there was also a problem with the power of heaven and earth in breaking through from Xian level to king rank. According to what Tianyun County's governor said, to break through from Xian level to king rank, you need to be able to control the power of heaven and earth. To break through from king rank to emperor level, you need to gain the approval of the power of heaven and earth. Breaking through to emperor level is far off for me, so I needn't consider the issue of gaining the approval of the power of heaven and earth for now. But after all, I was not born and raised in this world. Even if I break through to king rank, I will still be restricted in this world, and the power of heaven and earth I can control won't be as good as other martial artists. This is indeed a problem. While Su Nan pondered, it seemed there was no solution to this problem at present. Just as he upgraded the Fire Phoenix bloodline to great perfection, many people immediately noticed the change in the ranking list, and the world chat instantly burst into discussion. God Zhongyang has broken through again. 4 kinds of blood veins are fulfilled, this feels like he's about to break through to king rank. What's happening? Wasn't it said that after breaking through at Xian level, fusing with more bloodlines would likely result in loss of control? Why can Zhongyang keep fusing with more bloodlines? Isn't this normal? How else would people call him a great god? A great god can break the rules. If it was before, Zhongyang's fusion with the 4th bloodline might not have caused much sensation. But knowing the disadvantages of merging bloodlines too quickly, Zhongyang's rapid promotion is undoubtedly a break from the norm in everyone's eyes. Everyone unanimously believes that Zhongyang has mastered a way to continue promoting after the Xian level, and some even take the lead in making a fuss, standing on the moral high ground, urging Zhongyang to reveal the method. What's going on with deity Wang Nan? It's been more than 10 days, and he's still at the early stage of Xian level. Could it be that Wang Nan really can't merge bloodlines after entering Xian level, as rumored? Some people thought of Wang Nan, who hadn't shown any progress in more than 10 days, which was obviously unreasonable. You guys don't understand, in my opinion, deity Wang Nan has given up on further bloodline fusion and is now focusing on practicing ancient scriptures. You're right, didn't you see the strength of deity Wang Nan in the 12 Zodiac yesterday? The Star Palace Master at the mid-stage king level killed him, and he's not any worse than God Zhongyang. In that case, perhaps ancient scriptures are the future for us players. Only by practicing ancient scriptures can we continue to improve. People were once again reminded of the importance of ancient scriptures. Thinking that joining Destiny Society would grant them access to ancient scriptures, many players who were still watching finally couldn't sit still. They left their current guilds and joined Destiny Society. This time, the membership of Destiny Society grew significantly. At last, the time came to 8 o'clock sharp. The 12-star palace opened again. This was the 11th opening, leaving only 4 days to the 15-day deadline. Su Nan, as always, had both his real body and avatar simultaneously entering the 12-star palace. Unexpectedly, today's 2 roles were not assigned to the same battlefield. Zhongyang killed the Ares Star Palace Master, replaced him, and became the new Ares Star Palace Master. Behind him were still the players from Ares Star Palace, top players such as Qian Yu, Zhou Cheng, and Yang Zheng. Opposite him were a group of strange-looking beings with wings on their backs who wore ghostly face masks covering their entire faces. Aquarius Star Palace. They are the players from Aquarius Star Palace. Someone recognized the people on the other side and couldn't help but exclaim. Aquarius Star Palace. Su Nan's corner of the mouth revealed a smile. He finally met players from other star palaces. This meant he would have the opportunity to collect other Star Palace divine artifacts. What made him even happier was the situation of his avatar. Zhongyang taking the place of the Ares Star Palace Master was expected, as he was originally a player from Ares Star Palace. What he didn't expect was that Wang Nan actually took the place of the Pisces Star Palace Master. Behind him were the players from Polo country. And opposite him were not players from Aries Star Palace but players from Cancer Star Palace. Nice, today I can get another 2-star Palace Divine Artifacts. Su Nan smiled, this was actually more to his liking. If his 3 characters were still in the same battlefield, it would be a limitation for him. The battle began. Compared to yesterday, the process of hunting down the Star Palace Master today was a bit more difficult. Yesterday, when hunting the Pisces Star Palace Master, the 2 characters cooperated, and with the assistance of the Aries Star Palace Master, it was easy to kill. Later, the 2 characters joined forces to fight the Aries Star Palace Master, and it was quite easy. Today, however, it was different as it had become one-on-one. Wang Nan had the support of ancient scriptures, so it wasn't a problem to deal with an early king rank, but it became difficult to deal with the mid-stage king level. Fortunately, after using Lang 13's strength, he succeeded in hunting down the Star Palace Master. Compared to Wang Nan, after fusing with the Fire Phoenix Demon bloodline, Zhang Yang's strength soared. Even without using Wang Nan and Lang 13's strength, he could barely kill a Star Palace Master. However, today Su Nan did not use Zhang Yang's character to hunt down a Star Palace Master. Instead, he switched roles and entered the Star Palace battlefield as Lang 13. Lang 13, as a player of the Aries Star Palace, was naturally assigned to the same battlefield as Zhang Yang. Only one of the 2 characters could hunt down the Star Palace Master, so Su Nan chose to let Lang 13 do it. As a result, Lang 13 also became a Star Palace Master. If he was assigned to other battlefields tomorrow, then he would have the opportunity to simultaneously hunt down 3 Star Palace Masters. Star Palace Divine Artifact, Water Level Mask, True, wearing it increases 30% power of Divine Soul. Star Palace Divine Artifact, Cancer Armguard, Left, True, wearing it increases 30% lightning power. The battle ends, and 2 Star Palace Divine Artifacts are obtained. If I could keep going like this, it seems not impossible to collect all 12 Star Palace Artifacts. Of course, the premise is that other Star Palace Masters can't be killed by people. Once the Star Palace artifacts fall into the hands of the players, it will be difficult to get them back. Although the Star Palace Masters are mid-stage king level, the top players in various states are not easy to deal with. Some methods can't be used in reality, but they can be used freely in the game. Yesterday, someone took advantage of the weakened power of 2 Star Palace Masters during their battle and used a treasure for an ambush. Fortunately, they didn't succeed in the end. Satisfied, Su Nan stores the 2 divine artifacts and exits the Star Palace battlefield. The stars are shining brightly, and night has already fallen in the game. After looking at the tasks of the 3 roles, his gaze finally stops on the task of destroying the formation of Death Desert. There are still more than 3 hours before the game refreshes, and I should have enough time. Controlling both his avatar and main body, they simultaneously head towards Death Desert. Over 3 hours later. Just before the game refreshes, with Luo Yu's help, Su Nan successfully destroys the formation. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task destroying the formation of Death Desert, and 45 demon power points have been issued. Current available demonic power, 215 points. It's a pity. This formation was set up by Du Qiwan, and Du Qiwan knows how to crack it. Otherwise, maybe I could use this formation to deal with Du Qiwan. Another task is completed. This is already the 4th task he has completed today. He has gained more than 200 demon power points in total, making it the day with the highest gain of demonic power since entering the Land of the Lost. The formation has been destroyed, the task of exploring the ancient god tomb is completed, the task of discovering Du Qiwan's secret is completed, and the demon beasts are under my control now. I wonder what tasks will be refreshed today after completing these tasks. Looking at the task panel, Su Nan waits while trying to condense the fire's destiny circle. The rewards from the 12 zodiac palaces have already been issued. Because he did not hunt down the Star Palace Master this time, and only hunted down several Star Palace war gods, Zhang Yang gained not many points, only 30,000 points. Lang 13 had killed the Star Palace Master, so he gained more than 40,000 points. Wang Nan gained the most points this time. Yesterday, Zhang Yang shared points with him, but today no one shared points with him, so he gained more than 50,000 points. Thus, Zhang Yang's total points reached more than 300,000, Lang 13 more than 60,000, and Wang Nan more than 40,000. Soon, the time in reality reaches midnight, and the game refreshes. After reviewing the 3 roles one by one, Su Nan shows an unusual look in his eyes. Besides the tasks hunt offering god demons and explore the Dixuan Palace, Wang Nan's tasks refreshed an additional hunt demon at profound level. Lang 13's tasks are the same as before: escape from the land of the lost, recover the demon clan's supreme treasure, and rescue a Xian level demon race. It is the tasks for Zhang Yang that surprise him. Task 1, enter the world beyond the stone door of the ancient god tomb. Task 2, kill a Xian level expert in the world beyond the stone door of the ancient god tomb. Task 3, explore 10% of the area in the world beyond the stone door of the ancient god tomb. All 3 tasks are related to the world beyond the stone door of the ancient god tomb that does not belong to the human race. I can't even enter the world beyond the stone door now, so this task is bound to be impossible to complete in a short time. Shaking his head slightly, Su Nan looks at the foreknowledge. At the same time, with a flick of his hand, the storage ring containing the demonic source pearl appears in his hand. He plans to try with Luo Yu first to see if they can kill the demonic thought together. Chapter 331, The Possibility of Hunting Demonic Thought. That demonic thought is inherently powerful. It was able to possess Hu Xiaotian, who was at the peak of the king level, so I'm afraid its strength had already recovered to the king level. Now, with the help of the demonic source pearl, it is not impossible for it to recover to the emperor level. Su Nan did not dare to be careless. With the great princess and Luo Yu, 1 demon and 1 monster at the peak king level, and both strong in the power of divine soul, they could join forces to face the emperor level powerhouse and might stand a chance. Apart from that, he had another plan. With a flick of his hand, a fragment of a mirror appeared, which was the fragment of the life and death mirror. I don't know if this thing can deal with an emperor level powerhouse. Although the silver mirror is a heavenly sacred tool with a mysterious ability that acts directly on the level of fate, it is only a fragment after all. Dealing with a king level powerhouse is possible, but facing an emperor level one would be difficult. Of course, it is known whether it has any effect or not by trying it out. Unfortunately, in one day, only 4 meters of the range of incense fire aspiration force have accumulated. This little aspiration might work against king level, but it definitely won't work against emperor level. Foreknowledge begins, this time consuming only 1 foreknowledge opportunity. At this point, Su Nan knew the result. You know that the demonic thought in your storage ring is about to break free. Once it does, it will pose a huge threat to you, so you plan to take action in advance. As you suspect, with the help of demonic chi from the demonic source pearl, demonic thought has restored its strength to the early stage of emperor level. The moment the storage ring is opened, the demonic thought suddenly bursts out. You were well prepared in advance, teaming up with the Skywolf clan princess, Luo Yu, to take on the demonic thought. However, you underestimated the gap between the king level and emperor level. You guys were no match for the demonic thought, even though it had no body. A minute later, you knew that continuing would lead to certain death, so you tried using the life and death mirror. As you used it, you found that demonic chi on the demonic thought was disintegrating and its strength was decreasing. Enraged, the demonic thought tried to stop the disintegration of its demonic chi, but it was powerless. It could only use its demonic chi to try to erode the power of the life and death mirror. With the decrease of the demonic thought's strength, your pressure was finally relieved, and you temporarily withstood its attacks. 2 minutes later, the power of the life and death mirror was completely eroded by the demonic thought, and its strength was rapidly recovering. You were unable to hold on and were severely injured. 3 minutes later, the great princess and Luo Yu were successively killed. Without their protection, you were unable to withstand the demonic thought's attacks. You died. Is the emperor level this strong? Su Nan's heart sank. He was very clear about the strength of Luo Yu. In the previous foreknowledge, he and the great princess couldn't hold on for 3 minutes together, but now they couldn't hold on for 3 minutes in front of emperor level demonic thought either. The gap was huge, and this was even when the demonic thought did not have a physical body. Fortunately, it seems from the foreknowledge that the life and death mirror had an effect on the demonic thought, although the effect was greatly reduced. It couldn't directly kill it, and the effect only lasted for a minute. Should I give up just like this? Su Nan was somewhat unwilling, not because he was worried about the trouble the demonic thought would cause him after it broke free of the ring. If he truly decided to give up, he could simply throw the demonic thought, along with the storage ring, into the deepest part of the ancient god tomb. Even if the demonic thought was immortal, it wouldn't be easy for it to escape the illusions of a time when the saints and gods existed. What he didn't want to give up were the rewards of the task. A technique seed and an ancient treasure of immense value. After a slight pondering, he suddenly thought of something and came up with an idea. I wonder if giving the demon sword to Luo Yu would allow him to kill the demonic thought. Su Nan thought of the demon sword. The main force against the demonic thought is Luo Yu, the demon beast. If he could enhance Luo Yu's strength, the success rate would naturally increase. The demon sword was powerful, but unfortunately, he wasn't a demon beast and therefore couldn't use it. Since getting it, the demon sword had been collecting dust in his personal space. Now that he had control of a demon beast, it was time for the demon sword to see the light of day once more. Foreknowledge began once more. However, it let him down, this time still consuming only one foreknowledge opportunity. With the power of the demon sword, Luo Yu's strength surged, and he could barely withstand the emperor-level demonic thought. A minute later, you knew that continuing in this way would not kill the demonic thought, so you tried using the life and death mirror. As you used it, the demonic chi on the demonic thought was disintegrating, and its strength was decreasing. Enraged, the demonic thought wanted to stop the disintegration of its demonic chi but was powerless. It could only use its demonic chi to try to erode the power of the life and death mirror. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Yu drove the demon sword with all his strength. This attack used up most of his strength, but it finally dealt a heavy blow to the demonic thought. Realizing that they could not kill you in a short time, the demonic thought decisively gave up and turned to flee. You wanted to stop it, but you were no match for it. 2 minutes later, the power of the life and death mirror was completely eroded by the demonic thought. The strength of the demonic thought was rapidly recovering and it turned and launched another attack on you, intending to kill you and seize the demon sword. After driving the demon sword with full force, Luo Yu's strength diminished, and even with the demon sword, he couldn't continue to withstand the demonic thought's attacks. 3 minutes later, Luo Yu was killed, and the demon sword fell into the hands of the demonic thought. With the help of the demon sword, you and the great princess could not withstand the demonic thought's attacks. You died. Almost. But still not enough. Su Nan was unwilling. Demonic thought is different from others, even without a physical body, its strength still far exceeds that of powerful beings at the same level. Under the dual power of the demon sword and the life and death mirror, it can only seriously injure the demonic thought, but it still can't kill it. Luo Yu can only mobilize the full power of the demon sword once. If he could use it twice, he might be able to kill the demonic thought. Unfortunately, this is destined to be just a thought, and it is impossible to achieve it in a short time. If I could exchange a divine weapon from the points store and let the great princess use it, there might be a chance to kill the demonic thought. Su Nan thought of another method. Since Luo Yu's strength is not able to increase anymore, increasing the strength of the great princess would also be useful. The points store appeared before his eyes, and there were 4 ancient divine weapons in the store, one worth 300,000, 2 worth 350,000, and 1 worth 500,000. He can currently only exchange for the Golden Mountain Seal worth 300,000. Golden Mountain Seal, Divine Weapon. An ancient treasure forged by ancient powerhouses gathering the power of mountains and rivers from 3 divine gold veins. Redeem quantity, 1. Redeem price, 300,000. Looking at the introduction of the Golden Mountain Seal, Su Nan shook his head. If he didn't guess wrong, the power of this ancient treasure is obviously biased towards strength, which is not very effective against the bodiless existence of demonic thoughts. On the other hand, another ancient treasure caught his eye. Soul-absorbing lamp, ancient treasure. A treasure made by ancient powerhouses using heavenly earthly objects, soul-absorbing stones, and their divine abilities, possessing soul-absorbing power. Redeemable quantity 1, redeem price 350,000. Demonic thought is essentially a divine soul, and a treasure that can affect divine souls can naturally work on demonic thoughts too. However, the price, he can't afford to exchange it now. Zhang Yang's points are only 300,000 now, if he can get another 50,000 points tomorrow, it would be enough to exchange it. I can't exchange a divine weapon for the time being, but don't I still have another one in my possession? If I can make that divine weapon my own, maybe I can kill the demonic thought too. Moved by this thought, his personal space appeared before his eyes. His gaze fell on a long sword. Dragon-slaying sword. The dragon-slaying sword was made by ancient powerhouses to slay dragon demons. After the illusion realm journey, Su Nan already knows that the dragon demon is ranked first among the ancient demon clans. A divine weapon specially made to slay the first demon clan should not be underestimated. If the dragon-slaying sword could be used by him, combined with the strength of the Skywolf clan princess, their combined strength would definitely be comparable to the Emperor level. And most importantly, although they are both at the Emperor level, the resentful demon formed by the death of a demon beast and the demonic thought formed by the death of a demon are worlds apart, and they are not even on the same level. He can't deal with demonic thoughts now, but he should be able to deal with a resentful demon, right? However, thinking of the introduction of the dragon-slaying sword, Su Nan frowned again. No, the resentful demon has merged with the divine weapon and has essentially become a part of the divine weapon. It can draw on the power of the divine weapon, so Luo Yu might not be a match for the resentful demon either. With the help of demonic thought, Luo Yu might be able to exhibit emperor-level strength, but if the opponent also possesses a divine weapon, then it's uncertain who would win or lose. Why bother thinking about it? Let's give it a try and find out. Su Nan didn't hesitate and immediately looked at his foreknowledge. He was disappointed. This time, another one foreknowledge count was consumed. Without a doubt, it was another failure. You possess a divine weapon, but unfortunately, there is a resentful demon formed from the death of a dragon demon inside that weapon. If you want to use the divine weapon, you must deal with the resentful demon first. You give the demon sword to Luo Yu and cooperate with the Skywolf clan princess to prepare to hunt down the resentful demon. The moment the dragon-slaying sword is drawn, the resentful demon suddenly appears and launches an attack on you. Fortunately, you are prepared and order Luo Yu to counter the attack of the resentful demon. With the help of the demon sword, Luo Yu's strength increases greatly, and with the cooperation of the Skywolf clan princess, he barely suppresses the resentful demon. However, the resentful demon is one with the divine weapon. Discovering that the demon weapon can hurt its divine soul, it decisively hides inside the divine weapon and controls it to attack. 1 minute later, with the protection of the divine weapon, even with the demon sword, you can't hurt the resentful demon. 2 minutes later, Luo Yu's strength gradually wears out due to the consumption of the demon sword, the resentful demon finds an opportunity, and launches a counterattack against you. 3 minutes later, you die. It's really a cunning demon, and it won't even come out. Su Nan sighed, not using the life and death mirror this time. The life and death mirror can only be used once every 7 days, and the demonic thought will break free in 3 or 4 days. If he uses it now, by the time the demonic thought is released, even if he has a divine weapon, he may not necessarily be able to kill it. He still knows how to prioritize. The soul-absorbing lamp. The soul-absorbing lamp must be exchanged. Out of the 4 divine weapons and treasures, he can only exchange for one with his current points. Once he chooses, he won't be able to accumulate enough points to exchange for a second divine weapon until the end of the 12 zodiacs. The exchange of the divine weapons and treasures needs to be extra cautious. Now Su Nan has decided to exchange for the soul-absorbing lamp. As of now, this ancient treasure has the most significant effect on his current situation. The soul divine lamp is of great use against both resentful demons and demonic thoughts, and even if I want to hunt offering god demons, the soul-absorbing lamp can play a role. He didn't continue to foresee. There is only one thing he needs to do now. That is to wait for the 12 zodiacs to open again tonight. Looking at the time, Su Nan quits the game. Early in the morning, Su Nan woke up from his sleep. Loging into the forum, there were several unread messages. Without guessing, he knew that it was from Li Hao. "Brother Nan, you have to help me." There were many replies from Li Hao, and after reading them, Su Nan finally understood what was going on. Li Hao had previously accepted a task in Kun Tian prison, which was to deliver a message to a certain powerful person. After completing that task, Li Hao received a subsequent mainline task related to it. The first part of the task was for him to find a jade pendant. That jade pendant was actually a token to enter a certain relic. The relic was not left behind from ancient times, but from the Daxuan dynasty more than 3,000 years ago. After dying twice and wasting more than 10 days, Li Hao finally completed the task. Then the second part of the task naturally began. The second phase was also 3-star level, asking him to find a longsword. Once he had both items, the third part of the task would begin. Just as Su Nan had previously guessed, the third part indeed became a 4-star level, and its content became to let him enter the relic and bring out an ancient treasure. Although the task was 4-star level, the relic did not seem to be dangerous. Li Hao easily found the ancient treasure, but when he tried to leave the relic, he couldn't leave. Li Hao suspected that he had entered an illusion realm. A trapped illusion realm. Su Nan was somewhat surprised. This was quite a coincidence, as he had previously been trapped in the illusion realm of the ancient god tomb. However, Li Hao's situation was apparently different from his. Judging from Li Hao's information, Li Hao was likely affected by offering god demons. After all, the most probable existence in the relics left by the Dixuan dynasty is the offering god demons. I can't help you at the moment. I'll contact you again in 3 days. According to his previous calculations, he would be able to leave the land of the lost in 3 days. Li Hao did not reply, apparently not logging into the forum. Su Nan didn't wait, and began browsing the Demon World forum. Compared to yesterday, there were many more posts in the forum today. Various discussions were taking place, but the most viewed ones were about breaking through to the Xian level. Even though 3 top players failed to break through the Xian level yesterday, this would not stop other top players from trying. However, those who dared to break through today were all those who had merged with the ancient demon essence blood. There were no accidents, and several people successfully broke through. For a time, the ancient demon essence blood, which was already in high demand, once again became sought after. Some top players who originally intended to save points in exchange for ancient scriptures were not calm. They feared that they would not be able to exchange for the ancient demon essence blood if they were late, and they began to use their points to exchange for essence and blood in the points mall. Now, the ancient demon bloodline has almost become the standard for top players. Without fusing with an ancient demon essence blood, they would be embarrassed to call themselves top players. Su Nan casually flipped through the forum, and more than 10 minutes later, a post finally caught his attention. Chapter 332, Hunting Offering God Demons. The content of this post was very simple, only a single sentence, and even seemed to be posted by an alternate account. However, because of a certain name mentioned in the post, many players were attracted to it. Wang Nan, I found the item you wanted. A very simple sentence, without context. Nevertheless, Su Nan instantly knew who the poster was. In the game, there was only one person who was helping him find something. Wu Xiao Xiao. Not long ago, he had encountered Wu Xiao Xiao in the 12 Zodiac battlefield, and the thing they were looking for was the Golden Leaf Spirit Ginseng. The Golden Leaf Spirit Ginseng has been found. This Wu Xiao Xiao is no ordinary person. She found the item so quickly. Su Nan was delighted in his heart. Now his great sun body's first layer had reached perfection, and he only needed the Golden Leaf Spirit Ginseng. Unfortunately, he still could not leave the land of the lost. Otherwise, he really wanted to go and get the item right now. Without replying to Wu Xiao Xiao, he exited the forum and logged back into the game. Today was his 12th day in the land of the lost, and fortunately, he had made considerable progress on his mission this time. Looking at his task, his gaze fell on the Rescue a Xian level demon race mission. It was the only mission he could currently complete. Having already done this mission before, Su Nan expertly once again took on the role of outsider and successfully rescued a Xian level demon race from the hands of the 10 great families. By now, his outsider identity had become universally despised, especially by the 10 great families, who had already sought help from the 5 great families and dispatched 2 Xian level experts from each family to hunt Su Nan once again. However, Su Nan's outsider identity only appeared when necessary, and the 10 great families were unable to locate him. Today, 2 new 2-star missions appeared aside from Lang 13's Rescue a Xian level demon race. There was also Wang Nan's Hunt a Xian level demon. After the task reward for rescuing a Xian level demon race was settled, Su Nan switched his role to Wang Nan and killed the Xian level demon, completing the Hunt Xian level demon task. In this way, both 2-star missions were completed, and 60 points of demon power were gained, bringing his available demon power to a total of 275 points. With the tasks complete, the in-game time finally reached midnight. His avatar carried on with the blood sacrifice ritual as usual. This was the 6th blood sacrifice ritual, and according to his foreknowledge from yesterday, at this time tomorrow, the consciousness of the offering god demon would be awakened. If I want to complete this final blood sacrifice ritual, I'm afraid I'll have to find a way to kill the offering god demon. From yesterday's foreknowledge, the final offering god demon would undoubtedly attack him after discovering that he had no god soul seed within him. The god soul seed had long been destroyed by him, and he had no way to get a new one now. Only by hunting the offering god demon could he potentially solve the problem from its source. If it were before, he wouldn't have thought this way. But after taking control of Luo Yu, he had gained some confidence. With Luo Yu, the demon sword, and a full-powered strike, I can even inflict heavy damage on an emperor-level demonic thought. If I can also use the soul-absorbing lamp, an ancient treasure, the probability of success will surely increase greatly. Looking at the ancient treasure in the contribution mall, his eyes were filled with anticipation. With his tasks complete, Su Nan had nothing to do, so he went ahead and logged out of the game. By the time he logged in again, it was already 8 p.m. The 12 constellation battlefield had finally reopened. Both his main character and avatar entered the Star Palace battlefield simultaneously. Just like yesterday, both characters appeared in 2 separate battlefields. However, today both characters still appeared as the Pisces Star Palace Master and the Aries Star Palace's Master, and their identities did not change due to him hunting other Star Palace Masters. Today, he faced the Taurus Palace and the Gemini Palace respectively. Both characters went all out, and, as expected, successfully killed both Star Palace Masters. Star Palace Divine Artifact, Taurus Bracelet, right, true, increases strength by 30% when equipped. Star Palace Divine Artifact, Gemini Knee Guard, left, true, increases firepower by 30% when equipped. Another 2 divine artifacts were in hand, and Su Nan glanced at them before quickly putting them away and then using his skills to rapidly hunt players. Once the players from both Star Palaces had been hunted down, Su Nan and his avatar exited the battlefield. After that, he recovered for a moment before switching his role to Lang 13 and entering the 12 constellation battlefield. The Star Palace Master has finally appeared. Our Star Palace Master has finally appeared. Why did it take so long for him to appear? If he didn't show up soon, we would have all been killed. As soon as he entered the battlefield, Su Nan heard the excited cheers of a group of players. Those were players from the Aquarius Star Palace. Yesterday, the Aquarius Star Palace Master had been killed by Su Nan using the Lang 13 character, so Lang 13 naturally took the Master of Libra Palace's place. However, the players from the Aquarius Star Palace were in a terrible situation. At any given time, Su Nan could only control 2 characters at most. Only after completing tasks for both characters could he free up his hands. In the meantime, without a Star Palace Master, the players from the Aquarius Star Palace could only bitterly defend against the onslaught of the opposing Star Palace Master. At the moment, when they saw Su Nan appear, they all seemed relieved as if they had been liberated. A moment later, after the Star Palace Master was killed, another Star Palace Divine Artifact arrived. I got the 7th Star Palace Divine Artifact. If I continue at this pace, the day after tomorrow I will be able to collect all the Star Palace Divine Artifacts. Su Nan looked at the Star Palace Divine Artifacts on his body, very satisfied. With the power boost provided by these Star Palace Divine Artifacts, his strength had already grown considerably, and he could now hunt mid-stage king-level demons. He dared not imagine how terrifying his strength could become if he managed to collect all 12 Star Palace Divine Artifacts. After dealing with the Star Palace Master, Su Nan's next move was to wait patiently. When the time came to 9 o'clock in the evening, the game prompt popped up. Today's 12 Zodiac challenges have ended. Congratulations on your battlefield's victory in the Aries Star Palace. You performed exceptionally well in this battle, and you will share 87.12% of the points rewards. Congratulations, you have successfully hunted down a Star Palace Master in this battle, gaining an additional 90% points bonus. Congratulations, you received a total of 51,336 points this time. Zhang Yang's points reward appeared before his eyes, and Su Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement. With these more than 50,000 points, Zhang Yang's total points finally reached 35. Unable to wait to see the points gained by his other character, he took a deep breath, and focused on the points store. Do you want to spend 350,000 points to exchange for an ancient soul lamp? No. Suppressing the anticipation in his heart, he didn't immediately use his foresight, but instead looked at the foresight option on the panel. Foresight first. The introduction in the store about the soul lamp was too brief, so he had no idea about the specific function of this ancient treasure. He chose to exchange the soul lamp to deal with demonic thought and the offering god demons, but if he spent all his points, and later found out that the ancient treasure couldn't achieve the effect he wanted, it would be too late to regret it. You have obtained an ancient treasure called Soul Absorbing Lamp. It is a treasure with the power to absorb souls. Once ignited with the power of Divine Soul, it can forcibly pull a person's divine soul into the lamp, burning the person's divine soul. You let the Skywolf clan princess use the soul-absorbing lamp while giving the demon sword to Luo Yu, intending for both of them to help you kill the demonic thought. With the aid of the demon sword, Luo Yu's strength surged, barely able to withstand the attack of demonic thought. A minute later, you tried to use the life and death mirror. As the life and death mirror was activated, the demonic chi on demonic thought began to dissipate, and its strength declined. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Yu drove the demon sword with all his might, finally severely injuring demonic thought. At the same time, the great princess mobilized the soul-absorbing lamp with all her strength. The lamp ignited, releasing a pulling force. Demonic thought was powerful, but it couldn't resist the power of the soul-absorbing lamp. At a critical moment, demonic thought cut off part of its own divine soul to escape, sacrificing 1/4 of its divine soul to be absorbed by the soul-absorbing lamp, finally resisting the power of the lamp. 2 minutes later, the power of the life and death mirror was completely worn down by demonic thought, and its strength was rapidly recovering. It then launched another attack on you, attempting to kill you and take the demon sword. After fully mobilizing the demon sword and soul-absorbing lamp, Luo Yu and the great princess's strength were greatly reduced, unable to continue resisting demonic thought's attack. 3 minutes later, you died. What's going on? How can the demonic thought be so ridiculously strong that it can't be killed even like this? Su Nan's face turned pale as he died again. The soul-absorbing lamp was indeed a powerful ancient treasure, possessing a strong soul-absorbing force. Even the emperor-level demonic thought had to cut off its own divine soul to escape. However, like the demon sword, this treasure required a large amount of power to be used, and the great princess's divine soul could only activate it once. From the current situation, one attempt was not enough to kill demonic thought, even if it suffered heavy injuries. If I can deal with the offering god demons and completely control the 3 Peak King level paper puppets, I might be able to successfully use the power of the 3 paper puppets to activate the soul-absorbing lamp. As Su Nan thought about the 3 Peak King level paper puppets, his eyes lit up again. If killing the demonic thought in one attempt was not enough, he would use 2, or even 3 attempts. Demonic thought had to cut off 1/4 of its divine soul to resist the soul-absorbing lamp's attack. If faced with 2 or 3 more assaults, it would probably end up killing itself. Foreknowledge, keep using foresight. Also, I can try to solve the problem of the resentful demon in the dragon-slaying sword. Not giving up, Su Nan looked at Death's foresight again. This time, he planned to attempt hunting the offering god demon. Foreknowledge began, and it seemed his plan was feasible. This time, he consumed 25 of his foreknowledge times. You obtained an ancient treasure called the soul-absorbing lamp. It is an ancient treasure with the power to seize souls. You plan to use this treasure to deal with the resentful demon inside the dragon-slaying sword. At the moment the dragon-slaying sword was drawn out, the resentful demon suddenly appeared and attacked you. Fortunately, you were prepared and ordered Luo Yu to defend against the demon's attack in time. Under the demon sword's enhancement, Luo Yu's strength soared. With the great princess's cooperation, they managed to suppress the resentful demon slightly. However, the resentful demon was integrated with the divine weapon and hid inside it, controlling the divine weapon to attack when it discovered that the demon sword could hurt its divine soul. At the critical moment, the great princess channeled all her energy into the soul-absorbing lamp. Under its power, the resentful demon was forcefully pulled out of the dragon-slaying sword. Unfortunately, the resentful demon had already merged with the dragon-slaying sword completely. The soul-absorbing lamp could only pull the demon out from the sword but could not completely absorb its divine soul. At the critical moment, Luo Yu seized the opportunity to channel the demon sword's full power and slashed the demon's divine soul, finally severely injuring it. The resentful demon's strength greatly diminished, and it could no longer control the dragon-slaying sword. You successfully gained the right to use the sword. However, it was only then that you realized that the sword's power had also significantly decreased as the demon was injured. You came to understand that if you wanted to obtain a complete demon-slaying sword, you couldn't kill the resentful demon. Would injuring the resentful demon affect the power of the demon-slaying sword? Su Nan frowned, this was unexpected. However, after thinking, it seemed quite normal. The resentful demon and dragon-slaying sword were closely connected. If one was damaged, it was normal for the sword's power to be affected as well. Since I can't kill the resentful demon, I need to change my approach. Maybe, I can use the method I used to deal with Luo Yu to deal with the resentful demon. An idea popped into Su Nan's mind, and a god soul seed appeared in his hand. If he used the God Soul Seed to completely control the resentful demon, wouldn't it be possible to get the dragon-slaying sword without any loss? After obtaining the dragon-slaying sword, you head to the Dixuan royal palace, preparing to kill the offering god demon there. 6 hours later, you arrive at the Dixuan royal palace. Because of using the demon sword and soul-absorbing lamp, the strength of Luo Yu and the great princess was exhausted, and they haven't recovered yet, so you have to wait for them to recover before taking action. 12 hours later, the divine aperture stone in your divine soul successfully nurtures a second divine soul. 16 hours later, the seventh blood sacrifice ritual is about to begin. Luo Yu's and great princess's strength haven't fully recovered yet, but they can barely use the demon sword and ancient treasure again. You realize that you can't wait any longer, and resolutely decide to take action. Having the experience of dealing with the resentful demon, the great princess channeled the soul-absorbing lamp to attack the offering god demon first. Luo Yu took advantage of this to use the demon sword to strike the offering god demon. With the cooperation of the great princess and Luo Yu, you successfully hunted down the offering god demon. Unfortunately, as the offering god demon died, the paper puppet demons in the great temple lost control and indiscriminately attacked the surrounding martial artists. You, who had exhausted your strength, were no match for the offering god demon, so you chose to temporarily retreat. You realized that you acted too early this time. 24 hours later, your avatar became the national master of Dixuan Kingdom under the arrangement of several Dixuan Kingdom's royal family clan elders. Did I act too early? Su Nan frowned. While they successfully hunted the offering god demon, the result was not what he wanted. He hunted the offering god demon to complete the blood sacrifice ritual and the Path of the Lord task, intending to control the paper puppet demons. According to the foreknowledge, although he eventually became the national master of Dixuan Kingdom, he didn't obtain control of the paper puppet demons, which was not what he wanted. Maybe I should wait until the blood sacrifice ritual starts and the offering god demon's consciousness is clear before taking action. In that case, the offering god demon must not have time to investigate my identity. As long as I delay and act after the blood sacrifice ritual is over, I might achieve my goal. With the tips from foreknowledge, Su Nan quickly thought of a solution and let out a sigh of relief in his heart. The foreknowledge did not end but continued. However, there was nothing worth watching in the following foreknowledge. A day later, Du Qiwan appeared. The great princess and Luo Yu's strength hadn't recovered, so they were easily killed by Luo Yu. Chapter 333, Rapid Expansion. Du Qiwan, I almost forgot about this guy. Su Nan frowned. Du Qiwan would enter the land of the lost after the blood sacrifice ritual tomorrow. Although there was still some time between now and then, it wasn't enough for Luo Yu and the great princess to regain their strength. Du Qiwan was also at the emperor level and possessed a fleshly body, which made him undoubtedly stronger than the demonic thought in the storage ring. Even if Luo Yu and the great princess were in their prime, they would stand no chance against him. He had to leave before Du Qiwan found him. The prediction did not specify the exact time of Du Qiwan's appearance, but based on the consumed prediction times, he should enter the land of the lost around 11 or 12 o'clock tomorrow night. By that time, more than 10 hours would have passed since the end of the blood sacrifice ritual, which should be enough time to modify the avatar. Moreover, if I hide, Du Qiwan probably wouldn't find me that easily. Black Demon Lake had an abundance of demonic qi. According to the original plan, after completing the blood sacrifice ritual, he would send the avatar to Black Demon Lake to change its form using the demonic qi. However, from the current situation, the time seemed a bit tight. But it didn't matter. At worst, he would complete the Path of the Lord task and leave directly, then find a place with dense demonic qi in Dongchen state to modify the avatar later. He checked the points store again. Since the soul-absorbing lamp worked on offering god demons and demonic thought as well, there was no hesitation in exchanging it directly. As his 350,000 points were consumed, the soul-absorbing lamp appeared in his personal space. It was a lamp that resembled a glaze cup, with a light green body and a lotus-shaped top, but no wick in the middle. Su Nan took it out and tried to activate it. In an instant, a powerful suction force emerged from the soul-absorbing lamp. His power of divine soul was almost depleted in the blink of an eye, and a small, weak flame rose suddenly within the lamp. Facing this flame, Su Nan felt a surge in his heart, as if even a touch could ignite his divine soul. No wonder it's an ancient treasure. Su Nan marveled. He had a feeling that if someone used the soul-absorbing lamp against him, he would be absolutely defenseless. But this was not the full power of the soul-absorbing lamp. With his current divine soul power, he could only barely activate it. To unleash its full power, the great princess would have to do it for now. The mountain and water gourd appeared in his hand, and with a thought, the great princess appeared before his eyes. Sunan handed the soul-absorbing lamp to the great princess and told her how to use it. An ancient treasure? Soul-absorbing lamp. The great princess looked at the ancient lamp in her hand, which was as smooth as jade, her eyes filled with astonishment. Despite experiencing Sunan's various wonders, seeing him pull out an ancient treasure still felt incredible. However, that was nothing compared to her shock when she saw Sunan release Luo Yu from the cosmic ring and hand him the demon sword. Next, I need you to help me severely injure the resentful demon in a divine weapon. Sunan explained the matter of the dragon-slaying sword. He had initially planned to control the resentful demon using the God Soul Seed to gain full control of the dragon-slaying sword, but now he had changed his mind. The reason was simple. Controlling the resentful demon with the God Soul Seed would either require waiting for the seed to slowly take root and sprout on its own or using Qi luck to accelerate its growth. Both options were unfeasible. The stronger the divine soul of the target, the longer it would take for the God Soul Seed to take root. With the resentful demon's strength, it would be impossible to control it without at least a year and a half. He couldn't afford to wait. And using Qi luck to accelerate its growth was not an option either. Previously, controlling Luo Yu, a peak king level demon thought, had consumed more than 1,200 points of Qi luck. Who knew how many Qi luck points would be needed to control an emperor level being? That would be a bottomless pit. Although severely injuring the resentful demon would only temporarily grant him control of the dragon-slaying sword and significantly weaken its power, it was the only way to quickly obtain the sword. As a divine weapon, even with its power greatly reduced, the dragon-slaying sword would undoubtedly surpass ordinary weapons. A forced melon wouldn't be sweet, but it could quench thirst. Perhaps injuring the resentful demon would make it easier for the God Soul Seed to take root and sprout. He still had many predictions for today, so he didn't waste time and predicted again. This time, 30 prediction times were consumed, an increase of 5 compared to the last time. With the cooperation of the Great Princess and Luo Yu, the resentful demon within the dragon-slaying sword was severely injured and could no longer control the sword. You successfully gained control of the dragon-slaying sword. 6 hours later, you arrive at the Dixuan royal city and lie in wait, awaiting the opportunity to strike at the offering god demon in the Dixuan royal palace. 12 hours later, the divine aperture stone within your divine soul successfully nurtured a second divine soul. 16 hours later, you control the avatar to perform the 7th blood sacrifice ritual, knowing that the consciousness of the offering god demon will awaken during this ritual. As you expected, midway through the blood sacrifice ritual, you suddenly detected a powerful divine soul descending, attempting to enter the divine soul of your avatar. You knew that the offering god demon had awakened and decisively ordered Luo Yu and the great princess to attack the great temple. As the great temple was attacked, the offering god demon's attention was diverted, and the divine soul power entering your divine soul withdrew accordingly. You let Luo Yu and the great princess entangle the offering god demon, and after the end of the blood sacrifice ritual, you chose to hunt the offering god demon down once and for all. Congratulations, with the cooperation of the great princess and Luo Yu, you successfully hunted down the offering god demon and gained control of several paper puppet demons. The plan is viable. Sunan nodded in satisfaction. After all, having experienced foreknowledge once, this outcome is within his expectations. What concerned him most was not this, but the next part of the foreknowledge. To evade the approaching Du Qiwan and simultaneously remodel your avatar, you leave Dixuan Royal Palace and head to Black Demon Lake. 20 hours later, you arrive at Black Demon Lake and under the help of Luo Yu, utilize the demonic qi in the lake to remodel your avatar. A day later, you successfully complete the remodeling of your avatar, which now has the potential to cultivate. At the same time, you fuse the second divine soul with the avatar. As the second divine soul fuses with the avatar, you discover an odd change in the avatar, and you can no longer use the power of techniques to store it within your body. You attempt to cultivate the Sky Demon Devouring God Sutra with your avatar. The modified avatar encounters no hindrance in cultivating the demon scripture, and with the help of the demon beast's essence and blood, you successfully master the basics of the sutra. At the moment the demon scripture is mastered, Wang Nan's bloodline within you is completely tainted by the demonic qi. However, there is no conflict as a result of the tainting, and it is instead completely controlled by you. You realize from now on, no matter what bloodline Wang Nan's bloodline fuses with, it will never go out of control again. Never lose control again? Is there such an advantage in being completely tainted by demonic qi? Su Nan was surprised, but on second thought, it seemed normal. A bloodline fully tainted by demonic qi is entirely under the control of that qi, and since he had cultivated the demon scripture, he can control the demonic qi within him, so naturally, he has total control over his bloodline. In the future, no matter what bloodline he fuses with, it would be tainted by demonic qi, and naturally, there would be no possibility of conflict or loss of control. With that understanding, Su Nan even considered completely tainting Zhang Yang and Lang 13's bloodlines with demonic qi as well. Of course, it was only a passing thought. A day and a half later, you are found by Du Qiwan, controlling 3 paper puppets along with Luo Yu and the Great Princess to fight against Du Qiwan. In 1 minute, using the soul-absorbing lamp 4 times in a row while also utilizing the demon sword, Du Qiwan is finally heavily injured. Experiencing the power of the demon sword and ancient treasure, Du Qiwan does not dare to continue fighting and chooses to temporarily flee. In 2 minutes, seeing that you are not pursuing, Du Qiwan realizes that you may have lost the ability to use the ancient treasure and demon sword, and decisively chooses to return and attack you again. 3 minutes later, you die. This Du Qiwan is truly terrifying. The 3 Peking level paper puppets, combined with the Great Princess and the consecutive activation of the soul-absorbing lamp, have managed only to heavily injure him. This strength is much greater than the demonic thought in the storage ring. Could it be because Du Qiwan has a physical body that he can resist the soul-absorbing lamp? The foreknowledge ends, and although the outcome is once again being killed by Du Qiwan, Su Nan is still quite satisfied with the foreknowledge this time. With the main tasks and the resolution of the demonic qi problem all achieved, it is almost all the results he desired. Now, all he has to do is follow the course of the foreknowledge. Get ready, I'm going to bring out the divine weapon. Su Nan glances at the Great Princess with the soul-absorbing lamp and Luo Yu with the demon sword in hand, and upon seeing that they are both ready, he releases the dragon-slaying sword from his personal space without any hesitation. Ah! Damn you, I'll have you dead. The instant the dragon-slaying sword leaves his personal space, the resentful demon within it emerges, howling in rage to take action against Su Nan. Su Nan reacts swiftly, using the across the heavens shift to create distance between himself and the dragon-slaying sword. The Great Princess and Luo Yu respond promptly, immediately attacking the resentful demon. A few minutes later, the battle ends. The dragon-slaying sword, now free from the control of the resentful demon, suddenly falls, and Su Nan reacts quickly to catch it. Finally, I have a divine weapon at my disposal. Su Nan smiles, as this is the first divine weapon he can use. Upon closer inspection, he can sense that the resentful demon within the divine sword has been heavily injured and has fallen into a deep sleep. With a thought, the God Soul seed appears, and he tries to plant it within the resentful demon's divine soul. The process goes smoothly without any obstacles, and the God Soul seed enters the resentful demon's body. The Great Princess approaches Su Nan and, sensing the oppressive aura of the divine weapon, frowns. It's no wonder this is the divine weapon used by the human race against my demon clan, it can actually suppress my bloodline. Su Nan nodded. The only function of this dragon-slaying sword was to slay dragons and demons, so it had a strong restraint against demons. Even he, holding this divine weapon, could faintly feel the fear in the demon bloodline within his body. Unfortunately, there were no demons around, otherwise, he would really want to find a demon to test the sword. After playing with it for a while, he put away the divine weapon and left with 1 demon 1 monster. He didn't go directly to Dechuan Royal Palace, instead, he went to the small town where Chen family was located. As he was about to leave the land of the lost, he should take this opportunity to settle the people related to him in this world. And the only people related to him in this world were Chen Ying and Chen Dai, the master and servant pair. Leave this world. In Chen family town, Chen Ying and Chen Dai were shocked when they heard Su Nan's words. For so many years, it seemed that no one could leave this world except for Du Qiwan a little more than 100 years ago. Young master, can we really leave this world? Chen Ying was excited, her eyes filled with anticipation and longing. If these words came from anyone else, she would never believe it, but since they came from Su Nan, she didn't have a single doubt. She believed that her young master could do anything. Yes, I'm giving you a chance now. If you want to leave, I can take you out. But let me make it clear in advance that the outside world is not as wonderful as you imagine. On the contrary, it is very cruel, with rampant demons and monsters, and the human situation is 100 times more difficult than here. Originally, he didn't intend to take Chen Ying and her servant with him, but Du Qiwan's appearance changed his mind. If Chen Ying was left behind, it probably wouldn't take long for Du Qiwan to find out about her relationship with him, and Chen Ying's end would be absolutely bad. However, if Chen Ying and her servant were unwilling to leave, he wouldn't force them. Everyone had their own destiny. We're willing, we're willing. Chen Ying said excitedly without thinking. Su Nan nodded, in that case, you two stay in this gourd for now, and I'll leave in 2 days. After Chen Ying and her servant were taken into the mountain and water gourd, he then headed towards Dixuan Royal City. 3 hours later, the time came to midnight. Game refresh. The tasks of the 3 characters today are the same as yesterday, and only hunting a Xian level demon and rescuing a Xian level demon race can be easily completed. Luckily, hunting offering god demons can also be completed today. Only 3 tasks, it's too few. Su Nan shook his head secretly. Before entering the land of the lost, he would complete an average of 5 or 6 tasks per day or even more. But since entering the land of the lost, he has completed less than 3 tasks on average per day. Fortunately, as long as he passes today, he will be able to leave tomorrow. After returning to Dongchen State, with the Great Princess and Luo Yu, his speed of obtaining demon power will definitely skyrocket. Thinking about the gains from this trip to the land of the lost, Su Nan showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. About 2 or 3 hours later, he arrived at Dixuan Royal City. After finding a restaurant to settle down the Great Princess and Luo Yu, he quit the game. The sun was rising, and it was the beginning of a new day in reality. Cult organization. The official actually listed the Destiny Society as a cult organization. As soon as he logged into the forum, Su Nan saw a post about the Destiny Society and couldn't help but take an interest. It's insane, within just 2 days, the Destiny Society has absorbed more than 20 million players relying on the ancient scriptures, which is already close to 1/5 of our total Hua country player base. If it weren't for the official announcement today, I'm afraid the Destiny Society would have continued to expand crazily. A large number of players from the top 10 guilds, including the official forces, have been lost. The existence of such a force has seriously touched the interests of the officials and affected the balance of the game. Chapter 334, The Vanishing Existence. 2 days and more than 20 million players? Good heavens, the Destiny Society is too astounding. Su Nan couldn't remain calm. After 3 public beta tests, there are only over 100 million players left in Hua country, and the Destiny Society had absorbed 20 million in one fell swoop. One could imagine the impact on other guilds. I've underestimated the ancient scriptures' appeal to the players. Su Nan sighed. When he saw the Destiny Society use the ancient scriptures to attract players, he realized that they would expand rapidly, but he did not expect it to be so fast. Not only him, but other guilds and officials also didn't expect it to be so fast. Otherwise, they wouldn't have labeled the Destiny Society a cult now. But it's normal when you think about it. Ordinary players are still struggling for bloodlines, and the Demon Sutra, ancient scriptures and techniques are still legendary stuff to them, and now they are told that they can obtain the ancient scriptures by joining a certain guild, they would naturally be willing. Not only in our Hua country, the Destiny Society's influence has spread to other regions, and according to incomplete statistics, tens of millions of people have joined in the other 11 regions. That's just one of the reasons. The reason why the officials list the Destiny Society as a cult force is that this Destiny Society is not a power established by the Earth players. Moreover, the officials suspect that the ancient scriptures provided by the Destiny Society are problematic, and they have explicitly banned their practice. The reason why the officials labeled the Destiny Society a cult force is simple. Initially, the players thought that this was the officials suppressing the Destiny Society to prevent it from expanding. But after seeing the latter reasons, everyone got restless. Especially players who had joined the Destiny Society, obtained the ancient scriptures, and practiced them. The Call Heaven scripture is problematic? Is that true? I just got the ancient scripture, haven't started practicing yet. I only practiced the Call Heaven scripture once, still a beginner, but it's already appeared on my personal panel. Can I stop practicing now? Everyone, don't panic, the Call Heaven scripture should be fine, it's just entry-level ancient scriptures, not difficult to practice. I've already started, and I haven't felt anything wrong. Hearing that the ancient scriptures could be problematic, all players who practiced the Call Heaven scripture became anxious. This matter concerned their safety, so they couldn't help but take it seriously. Many people made up their minds on the spot, stopping their practice, and observing the situation of others first. Of course, there were also quite a few people who didn't care, and they thought that this was just an excuse for the officials to suppress the Destiny Society, not taking it to heart, and still continuing to practice. If the Call Heaven scripture really has problems, then it would be a huge trouble. Sunan frowned slightly. Tens of millions of people joined the Destiny Society globally. Even if most of them stopped practicing now, some people would still continue to practice out of defiance. Even if it's just 1% or 0.1%, it's still a huge number. Moreover, what the officials banned was one thing, whether players would listen was another matter. Now I can only hope that the Destiny Society didn't tamper with the ancient scriptures. Sunan sighed. He couldn't do anything about this situation now. Checking the time, he entered the game again. He hadn't completed any tasks today, but he didn't plan to start them now. Instead, he chose to wait in silence. Finally, an hour later, he felt a storm surge in his divine soul, like the power of divine soul was stirring. The storm grew stronger and more intense, sweeping the power of divine soul towards the lake where the incense fire aspiration force had gathered. Beneath that lake, the divine aperture stone seemed like a huge abyss, frantically devouring the surging divine soul power. This situation continued for a few minutes, and just as Sunan's divine soul power was about to be exhausted, the divine aperture stone seemed to have its fill. The next moment, a clear cracking sound rang out in his divine soul, and the divine aperture stone shattered, followed by a burst of consciousness. Divine aperture stone nurturing is complete. Congratulations, you've obtained the second divine soul. The game's prompt popped up, and the divine aperture stone that had been nurturing in his divine soul for more than 20 days finally completed its nurturing. Is this the second divine soul? Feeling the newly born consciousness, Sunan's eyes revealed a strange color. In his divine soul, there was a youth formed from the concentration of divine soul. This youth looked exactly the same as him in reality. This was somewhat similar to the spirit of divine Deo. The difference was that although the spirit of divine Deo was also condensed from the divine soul power, it was essentially a tool in his eyes, which he could command easily, but it did not have independent consciousness. But this second divine soul was different. It had an independent consciousness and was capable of autonomous thinking. This feeling was very strange, as if he now had a second personality, and he could clearly sense what the second divine soul was thinking. Having an independent consciousness, if it's put into an avatar, the avatar would really become an independent individual with thinking. Sunan couldn't help but think of some novels, where some avatars developed consciousness and eventually rebelled against their original selves. Thankfully, this situation was destined not to happen to him. The reason was simple: he had absolute control over this second divine soul. He could feel that if he wanted, he could completely change the second divine soul's thoughts and even erase its memory at will. Not bad, not bad, everything is ready, all we need now is the right opportunity. Sunan couldn't wait to modify his avatar. Time passed, and 4 hours later. Darkness enveloped the earth, but the lights were still bright in Dixuan Royal City. Sunan stood on top of a building, gazing at the distance. All the happenings within the Dixuan Royal Palace were clearly visible to him. In the darkness above the palace, two figures were standing in midair, and below them was the great temple. I'm Zhao Tianming, an old fool. May I ask what brings the two of you to our Dixuan Royal Palace? One of the Peak King level old men, accompanied by several other King level powerhouses, also stood in midair, confronting the two of them. The two people were none other than Luo Yu and the Great Princess. The palace below was enveloped in a formation. If they were to enter now, they would surely alarm the offering god demons. They could only wait outside of the formation. The blood sacrifice ritual in the Great Temple had already begun, and now all they had to do was wait for Sunan's command to launch an attack on the temple below. Xian-level martial artists from the Dixuan royal family were startled by the commotion and looked up at the two with serious expressions. A Peak King level? Where did these Peak King levels come from? What do they want to do? Outsiders. They must be outsiders. The formation of the Death Desert must have been broken. Damn it, of all the times for them to come, they chose this moment. Is this a coincidence? It had been so many years since Du Qiwan left, and no one had invaded their Dixuan royal palace since, not even those at the Peak King level. Although the two hadn't entered the royal palace yet, they could see they were up to no good. Don't worry, even if they're at the Peak King level, they still have to crawl in this palace. Hearing this, Others nodded in agreement, that's right. If it were anywhere else, maybe we'd have to be wary of them. But here, as long as it isn't an emperor-level powerhouse, no one can do anything to us. Everyone glanced in the direction of the great temple, full of confidence. The great princess and Luo Yu didn't pay any attention to the old man named Zhao Tianming. Instead, they continued to stare at the great temple below. Upon seeing this, Zhao Tianming and the other old men exchanged a glance, their hearts sinking with a bad premonition. Zhao Tianming wanted to say something else, but at this moment, a low shout suddenly sounded from a distance. Attack! As Su Nan's voice rang out, Luo Yu and the great princess reacted quickly and struck the great temple below at the first opportunity. Damn! They really came for the great temple. Stop them! Seeing the intentions of the great princess and Luo Yu, Zhao Tianming's face changed and he shouted to stop them. You old guys think you can stop me? Luo Yu sneered, brandishing his demon sword, and a sword light formed from demonic chi tore through the void. Danger! Facing the sword light, several old men felt a chill in their hearts. They had a feeling that if they took this sword head-on, they would die. With a shiver, they instinctively retreated, and in that instant, the great princess's power of divine soul had already slammed into the temple below. The temple was attacked, the offering god demons were alerted, and the next moment, a gigantic figure condensed from divine souls emerged from the temple. The figure was similar to the offering god demon that Su Nan saw in the Tianyun city god's temple before, with a green face and fangs, horrifying in appearance. The offering god demon was furious and attacked the great princess and Luo Yu. Luo Yu held his demon sword, and the surging demonic chi erupted with power, not any weaker than the offering god demon. It's a demon beast. He's a demon beast. Feeling Luo Yu's aura, several of the Dixuan royal family ancestors showed fear in their eyes. What happened? What is that? Could that be the hidden trump card of the Dixuan royal family? The ancestors of the 5 great families were all startled and couldn't help but gasp as they saw the huge monstrous figure. Their battle made earth-shaking noises, and the martial artists of the entire royal city were alarmed. In the great temple, Su Nan's avatar paid no attention to the commotion outside, staring at the burning incense with anticipation in his eyes. As the 7 figures surrounded the 3 incense sticks stained in fresh blood, they sucked in the smoke from the burning incense greedily. As the burning smoke was absorbed, Su Nan distinctly felt the connection between him and the paper puppet demons becoming increasingly close, allowing him to have a preliminary control over them. Almost there. It's about to succeed. Even knowing the outcome, Su Nan could hardly contain his excitement. Finally, as the 3 incense sticks burned out, Su Nan clearly felt that the connection between him and the paper puppet demons had been completely established. At almost the same time, a game prompt popped up. Congratulations! You have completed the 3rd phase of the mainline task path of the National Master. Would you like to claim your rewards now? Yes. Congratulations on obtaining the Xian level monster scripture. Congratulations on acquiring the Xian level bloodline. Congratulations on acquiring 60 points of demon power. Congratulations on acquiring the Divine Dao secret techniques. Receiving the task rewards and without hesitation, Su Nan wasted no time outside the royal palace, and immediately said, "It's about time, this should be the end." Hearing this, the great princess and Luo Yu understood implicitly. The soul divine lamp appeared in the great princess's hand, fully urging the power of divine soul. The flames in the lamp suddenly jumped out. Instantly, the offering god demons were pulled and their massive bodies became distorted. Roar! The offering god demons roared angrily, struggling to break free from the pull of the soul divine lamp. The soul divine lamp was powerful, but with the great princess's strength, it could only be fully activated once, and the duration was not long. Given the strength of the offering god demons, there was still a high probability of breaking free. After all, the current offering god demons were not like the demonic thoughts in the foreknowledge, affected by the power of the life and death mirror. However, the well-prepared Luo Yu would not give him a chance. His demon sword was activated with full force, and at this moment, it erupted with its true power. With one sword strike, the body of the offering god demons instantly became extremely illusory, almost collapsing. It's my turn. Seeing this, Su Nan suddenly made his move, waiting just for this moment. Although the great princess and Luo Yu were acting under his control, he couldn't be sure whether killing the offering god demons himself would be counted as his own kill. Just in case, he decided to add the final blow. Using Across the Heavens shift, he instantly appeared behind the offering god demons, the dragon-slaying sword appeared in his hand, slashing fiercely down. This was his first time using the dragon-slaying sword, and in an instant, the strength in his body was drained. This sword attack gathered all of his strength. If it were an ordinary time, this strike would at most wound the offering god demons. But now the offering god demons were severely injured and dying, so they naturally couldn't resist his attack any longer. The sword fell, and the already incredibly illusory offering god demons completely dissipated. The several ancestors of the Dixuan royal family looked at this scene blankly, disbelief and despair written on their faces. Although it was their first time seeing the appearance of the offering god demons, they knew that it was the biggest trump card left to them by their ancestors. However, today this most significant trump card had been killed. Not only them, but the ancestors of the 5 great families also had their pupils constricted, looking at Sunan and the others incredulously. Divine weapons! They're all holding divine weapons. Hiss! Are you kidding me? 3 divine weapons? Have divine weapons become so common in the outside world that everyone has one? Congratulations, you have completed the daily task hunting the offering god demons. 60 points of demon power have been issued. Current available demonic power, 395. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Sunan's eyes showed satisfaction. Now that the offering god demons have been killed, I wonder what's going on with that presence in the secret chamber. With a thought in his heart, he looked at the Explore the Dixuan Palace task on the panel. Because of the weird Emperor-level presence in the secret chamber, this task had not been completed previously. Even during his last attempt to use the life and death mirror to deal with the presence, he had directly provoked the offering god demons to act. At that time, he had suspected that the bizarre presence might have some connection with the offering god demons. Now that the offering god demons had been killed, he wondered what effect it would have on that presence. As his thoughts turned, he immediately looked to his foreknowledge. After successfully hunting down the offering god demons, you decide to explore the Dixuan Palace once again. You know that there is a secret chamber below one of the side temples, and in that chamber, an Emperor-level powerhouse resides. However, after you entered the secret chamber, you were surprised to find that the chamber was empty, and the Emperor-level powerhouse had disappeared. You don't know that, the moment the offering god demons were killed, the presence in the chamber had already left. Sunan's brow furrowed, and he hadn't considered this situation. At the same time, his heart tensed. That was an Emperor-level powerhouse. If he suddenly appeared and attacked him, he would have no way to resist. Fortunately, previous foreknowledge showed that killing the offering god demons would not provoke the presence to act. Since it's gone, can I now complete this Explore the Dixuan Palace task? Chapter 335, The Origin of the Devil's Scripture. An hour later, Sunan left the Dixuan Royal Palace and headed straight for the Black Demon Lake. At this moment, not only did he have a demon beast named Luo Yu in his cosmic ring, but he also had 3 peak king level and 4 early king rank paper puppet demons. The offering god demons had been killed, and now he had become the sole master of these paper puppet demons. No one could stop him from taking them directly. He completed the task of exploring the Dixuan Palace effortlessly, and his usable demon power had reached 455 points. Having demon power without a bloodline is such a headache. Sunan sighed secretly. Fortunately, he still had a physique system bloodline, and it wouldn't be long before this character, Wang Nan, could continue to integrate bloodlines. To attempt to break through the king-level realm, he still needed to gather 2 physique system bloodlines and 2 secret power system bloodlines, otherwise he could only accumulate 1500 demon power points and raise the life wheel scripture to the 4th layer. 1500 demon power points are too many. I definitely can't gather them in a short time. I should try to gather ancient demon bloodlines instead. Upgrading the life wheel scripture would bring him many benefits, but a huge amount of demon power was not something he could handle right now. Instead, it would be better to try breaking through the king-level realm, and then accumulate demon power to upgrade the life wheel scripture later, which would be more straightforward. After all, after breaking through the realm, the daily demon power he would gain would be higher and accumulate faster. Gathering 4 ancient demon bloodlines, the difficulty is not ordinary. Next, let's see if we can get them through other means. Otherwise, you can only use points to exchange them. Of course, according to the foreknowledge, after Wang Nan's bloodline was completely corroded by demonic qi, he could also integrate ordinary bloodlines without worrying about his bloodline going uncontrolled. But having integrated several ancient demon bloodlines and experienced their power, he naturally was not willing to merge with ordinary bloodlines. I wonder if there will be ancient demon bloodlines in the top 3 rewards after the end of the 12 Zodiac this time. The 12 Zodiac event would end in only 3 days. Last time, he had obtained an ancient demon bloodline, so, by rights, he should be able to get one this time as well. However, now is not the time to think about these things. With a flip of his hand, a jade slip appeared in it, which was the rewarded Divine Secret Technique. Divine Paper Puppet Technique, Divine Secret Technique. After use, you will get the secret method of making paper puppet demons. Do you want to use it now? It's actually the secret method of making paper puppet demons. Su Nan's eyes showed joy. He knew very well how powerful paper puppet demons were. If he could master the secret method of making paper puppet demons, he might be able to control a large number of them in the future. Use. Without hesitation, he chose to use it immediately. As the jade slip shattered, a large amount of information submerged into his mind. Su Nan carefully examined it and finally finished reading the method of making paper puppet demons. A sudden realization appeared in his eyes. Divine Soul. To make paper puppet demons, you need to kill someone and use their divine soul to make them. Only a strong divine soul can make powerful paper puppet demons. Su Nan was shocked. Using someone's divine soul to make paper puppet demons meant that each paper puppet demon represented a life. According to the secret technique, to make a Peak King level paper puppet demon, he had to capture a Peak King level entity alive and then use the secret method to extract its divine soul from its body. The method was cruel. Moreover, the entity must be one that mainly cultivated divine soul power. Otherwise, the paper puppet demons made would have greatly reduced realms, and their power would at most be in the early king rank or mid-stage king level range. This secret technique seems to be an evil and crooked method. Su Nan frowned, but he did not give up on using the cruel method to make paper puppet demons just because of its cruelty. As long as it could improve his strength, what did the cruelty matter? More than 2 hours later, he arrived in front of a large lake. The lake water before his eyes was dark. Even from a distance, he could feel the uncomfortable demonic qi. This place was precisely the Black Demon Lake. Strange, you've already escaped, how can there still be such a thick demonic qi here? Su Nan looked at Luo Yu with surprise. Luo Yu explained, Master, there is more than one demon beast suppressed here, but those guys are worse off than me. Since their strength was higher than mine at the beginning, they were suppressed more thoroughly. But now, the formations sealing them have also encountered problems. I'm afraid it won't be long before they will break free as I did. Not just one demon beast? Su Nan suddenly realized and understood what was going on. As the heavenly and earthly vitality restored, it wouldn't take long for the ancient sealed demons to break free. Releasing his avatar, it was time to do the serious business. Su Nan released control of the avatar. Luo Yu used a secret method to temporarily separate the divine soul it possessed from its current body and put it into the avatar. Then, Luo Yu controlled the avatar into the Black Demon Lake to use its demonic qi to transform the avatar. In the blink of an eye, another 4 hours passed. The 12 Zodiac event started again. While the avatar was in the middle of being transformed, Su Nan had no choice but to take action with his original body. Like yesterday, the 3 roles appeared separately in the 3 battlefields. However, without the help of his avatar, it took him half an hour to kill his way through one battlefield after another. When he switched to his last role and entered the battlefield, the players on his side, who had not received his help, had almost been killed by the Star Palace War God on the other side. Star Palace Divine Artifact, Scorpio Battle Boots, left, true. Wearing them will increase physique power by 10%. Star Palace Divine Artifact, Lion Gloves, left, true. Wearing them will increase power of primordial chi by 30%. Star Palace Divine Artifact, Archer's Arm Guard, right, true. Wearing them will increase water power by 30%. An increase in 10% physique power. This means my strength, speed and physique have all increased by 10%. His gaze fell on the Scorpio Battle Boots, and Su Nan's eyes lit up. With the addition of 3 other divine artifacts that increased physique power, his overall physique power had now increased by 40%. 10. I've now obtained 10 of the 12 Star Palace artifacts, and only the last 2 are missing. Su Nan was very satisfied with the Star Palace artifacts. These items combined were more powerful than a single divine weapon and didn't require power to stimulate them. Perhaps, these 12 Star Palace artifacts were his greatest gains from the 12 Zodiac. He looked at his points again. Yesterday, after redeeming the soul-absorbing lamp, Zhang Yang's points were all used up. Luckily, he earned over 50,000 points today. Wang Nan also earned over 50,000 points yesterday, plus the 20,000 points left over from redeeming ancient demon essence blood, totaling over 70,000 points. In a few days, he received another 50,000 points, bringing his total to 120,000. That's enough to redeem another drop of ancient demon essence blood. Lang 13 arrived at the Star Palace battlefield the latest yesterday and only earned over 40,000 points. The kills from today and yesterday were roughly the same, totaling 80,000 points when combined. At this rate, each role could redeem another drop of ancient demon essence blood before the end of the 12 zodiac. We should have enough Xian level ancient demon essence blood. Time passes, and in the blink of an eye, another 8 hours have passed. According to the foreknowledge, in another 4 hours, Du Qiwan should show up. Luckily, by now, the transformation of the avatar is reaching its conclusion. It's already past midnight in the real world, and the game has refreshed. He glanced at the tasks. Among the tasks of the 3 roles, Lang 13's task and Zhang Yang's task remained unchanged, while only Wang Nan's task had a new task added. Daily Task 1, Kill Du Qiwan. Task Difficulty, 4 star. The task to kill Du Qiwan has appeared, but unfortunately, my strength is still not up to par. In the foreknowledge, even with the help of 3 Peak King level paper puppets, they were not able to kill Du Qiwan. Naturally, this task also cannot be completed in a short time. Master, I have succeeded in fulfilling my duty. This body has been successfully transformed. Luo Yu, controlling the avatar, leaped out of Black Demon Lake, and his divine soul returned to his own body afterwards. Very good, you did well. Su Nan nodded in satisfaction. The avatar didn't appear much different now, but his body was filled with demonic qi. Without the control of the divine soul, this demonic qi was pouring out uncontrollably. Without needing to probe, Su Nan knew that the body of the avatar was now filled with a large amount of demonic qi. At this point, he dared not allow his divine soul to descend directly into the avatar. With a thought, under his control, the second divine soul descended into the avatar. As the second divine soul entered, the avatar, which was like a puppet, began to move. Like a child with a new toy, the second divine soul controlling the avatar was very curious about this body, lifting its head, kicking its feet. After a while, it seemed to have had enough fun and finally grew accustomed to the body. It looked at Su Nan and said, "Your Majesty." Su Nan nodded, "Very well, from now on, you will be Wang Nan." The second divine soul fused with the avatar. With the erosion of the demonic qi, Su Nan could clearly feel that the second divine soul was gradually being influenced by the demonic qi. His thoughts began to change, becoming restless, and unsupposed thoughts began to surface. Su Nan didn't pay it any mind. It was inevitable that the second divine soul would be influenced. As long as his own divine soul wasn't affected, everything was not a problem. The first step has been completed. The next thing to do is to cultivate. Luo Yu said, "Master, to become one of the demon clan, the most important thing is to communicate with the demon abyss and establish a connection with it, leaving a mark in the demon abyss." Demon abyss? What is that? Su Nan asked curiously. The previous foreknowledge only told him to successfully cultivate the demon scripture with the avatar, and didn't mention becoming a demon beast, so naturally, it didn't tell him the specific steps to become a demon beast. The demon abyss is the birthplace of our demon clan. Legend has it that it has existed since the birth of heaven and earth. Only by establishing a connection with the demon abyss can our divine souls become immortal. Even if our flesh bodies are destroyed and divine souls shattered, the demon abyss will resurrect our demonic souls. However, after each resurrection, we need to spend a certain amount of time in the demon abyss before we can leave and seize a new body. The stronger we are, the longer we have to wait. Moreover, each person can only resurrect 10 times at most. 10 times. Su Nan was surprised, it reminded him of the revival mechanism of the players. Each player can be resurrected 20 times, a mechanic somewhat similar to that of the demon abyss. Luo Yu continued, after learning about the peculiarities of the demon abyss, the powerful individuals of the ancient human clan studied and figured out the sealing demon array. This array can sever our connection with the demon abyss. If we were killed within it, the demon abyss wouldn't be able to resurrect us. Master must be careful in the future. Su Nan nodded and asked, How can we establish a connection with the demon abyss? Luo Yu replied, there are many ways to establish a connection with the demon abyss. For instance, consuming certain treasures infused with demonic qi, practicing demon scripture, or even getting corroded by demonic qi could potentially establish a connection with the demon abyss. But the method with the highest success rate is practicing the demon scripture. However, the number of demon beasts that the demon abyss can birth is fixed. It can be less, but not more, at most only 3,000. Only when our demon clan's population is less than 3,000 do we have a chance to establish a connection with the demon abyss and leave a mark. During ancient times, our demon clan's population once dropped below 1,000. It's still unknown how much we've recovered. Dropped below 1,000. Su Nan was shocked. These demon beasts are powerful, plus they can resurrect 10 times, so for the ancient human clan to reduce their numbers to just 1,000, Su Nan didn't dare to imagine the price they had to pay to combat these demons. No wonder they were taken advantage of by the heavenly race and divine race afterward. The current number of demon beasts shouldn't have recovered to 3,000 yet. I still have a chance. Apart from the demons suppressed in ancient times, there are indeed other demons in Dongchen state, such as the demon god Palace, but their numbers are probably not high. At the very least, Su Nan hasn't encountered many. And he doesn't know how many demons reside in the other 12 states, but they shouldn't be too numerous. Besides, not long ago in the Great Yu Imperial City, he completely obliterated a demon beast using the Art of Fate. That's one spot, and only a dozen or so days have passed. It's unlikely someone would have taken that spot already. Thinking of this, Su Nan no longer hesitated and prepared to let his avatar start cultivating the Sky Demon Devouring God Sutra. According to the cultivation method of the Sky Demon Devouring God Sutra, in order to reach the beginner's level, one needed to baptize one's body with a treasure imbued with violent demonic qi. To complete this step, an incredibly strong body and extraordinary healing ability were required. If one's body was insufficiently strong or the healing ability wasn't sufficiently fast, the flesh would be directly corroded and ripped apart by the violent forces during the baptism. The avatar satisfied both these conditions. Su Nan took out the demonic blood for the avatar to start cultivating. The avatar sat cross-legged, directly transforming the demonic blood into a blood mist that covered its entire body. The moment the exploded demonic blood fell onto the avatar, a violent demonic qi erupted, and it started corroding the avatar's body like a strong acid. Almost instantly, the avatar's skin was burned through. However, just then, the avatar's indestructible power from within its body kicked in, and the corroded body started rapidly healing. Even so, the power of the demonic blood kept invading and corroding the avatar. Yet an unbelievable scene occurred. The avatar's body was rapidly getting corroded and healed simultaneously, ultimately reaching a balance. The avatar reacted swiftly, immediately operating the demon scripture, and began cultivating by utilizing the power of the demonic blood. Seeing this, Luo Yu couldn't help but ask, Master, what demon scripture are you really cultivating? Sky Demon Devouring God Sutra. Sky Demon Devouring God Sutra. Hearing this, Luo Yu was startled. What? You know about these ancient scriptures? Su Nan asked. Luo Yu paused before saying, Master, I once heard that the Sky Demon Devouring God Sutra seems to have been created by a very powerful being who even managed to break through to a level above God using this demon scripture. A breakthrough to a level above God. Su Nan was inwardly shocked, and his eyes lit up. The bigger the origin of the demon scripture, the happier he naturally was. However, what Luo Yu said next caused his heart to sink. Chapter 336, Leaving the Lost Land. Luo Yu said, although the being who created the Sky Demon Devouring God Sutra broke through to a level above God level, he has offended many demon beasts and eventually became the enemy of them all. In the end, this being was besieged and killed by several powerful people above the God level from the human race. Just after the weakest moment of his resurrection in the demon abyss, he was ambushed by many other demon beasts and was killed several times in a row in the abyss, causing his mark to be eventually wiped out. Killed by other demon beasts. Su Nan was surprised, not expecting infighting to occur among the demon beasts. He then thought of something and asked, could it be because of this demon scripture? Luo Yu nodded and said, yes. The Sky Demon Devouring God Sutra is different from other demon scriptures. Other demon beasts can only cultivate through the connection between their divine soul and the demon abyss to absorb demonic qi. But the Sky Demon Devouring God Sutra is different. It can not only cultivate through absorbing demonic qi but also through devouring the divine souls of other demon beasts. The speed of cultivation is much faster than ordinary demon scriptures. Relying on this, the existence at that time devoured a large number of demon beasts and eventually broke through above the god level. If it was just that, it wouldn't be a big deal. The real reason that made him the enemy of all members of our demon clan is that although the demon beasts devoured by the sky demon devouring god sutra can eventually be resurrected in the demon abyss, they lose 5 chances of resurrection. Reducing 5 chances of resurrection. No wonder he would become the enemy of all demon beasts. Sunan suddenly realized that losing half of their chances of resurrection with just one death was a huge threat to other demon beasts. It was inevitable that they would unite against him. If someone told him that killing him once would consume his 5 chances of death, he would feel uneasy and definitely want to find a way to eliminate this threat. At the same time, his heart sank. Now that he was cultivating the heavenly demon devouring divine technique, if other demon beasts were to learn about it, he would surely become their enemy. At that time, he feared that the demon beasts who escaped from the formation would come to find him first and eliminate him. It seems I was being schemed against. Thinking of the demonic thought that had given him this demon scripture, Sunan's heart couldn't help but sink. With the reputation of the sky demon devouring God Sutra, he couldn't believe that the demonic thought didn't know about him. He could guess the purpose of that guy for giving him such a demon scripture. With the peculiar nature of the sky demon devouring God Sutra, even if he didn't cultivate it, as long as others knew that this scripture was on him, it would inevitably attract the pursuit of other demon beasts. He could imagine that once that demonic thought escaped, this news would certainly be known by other demon beasts. It seems that I must find a way to deal with that guy before he breaks free. A cold light flashed in Sunan's eyes. It was impossible for him to give up cultivating the heavenly demon devouring divine technique. So, there was only one solution left, to deal with all beings who knew about his cultivation of the sky demon devouring God Sutra. If it were anyone else, it would be impossible to achieve this. Demon beasts are immortal, and even if they are killed, they will be resurrected in the demon abyss. In this way, other demon beasts would know about his cultivation of the sky demon devouring God Sutra. However, he was different. He had the art of fate, and as long as he was willing to consume his chi luck, he could completely kill the demon beasts. With this thought, Sunan made a decision. He continued to look at his avatar. As the avatar was eroded by the demonic blood, it continuously cultivated under the influence of the demonic blood's power. With the second divine soul in control, Sunan didn't need to worry at all. As the demon scripture was cultivated, the second divine soul's thoughts began to change under the erosion of the demonic chi. If the original second divine soul was just a newly born, ignorant baby, then as he cultivated, the second divine soul gradually transformed into a great evil. Even the crazy idea of wanting to kill him and replace him emerged. However, this idea was instantly erased by Sunan as soon as it appeared. An hour later. As expected, the sky demon devouring God Sutra finally advanced to the first floor. At the moment he reached the first floor, Sunan clearly felt a gateway appear deep within his second divine soul. The second divine soul tried to push open the gateway, easily accomplishing the task without any difficulty. The door was easily pushed open. The moment the door was opened, he unknowingly established a connection with the world behind the door, leaving his mark in that world. Demon Abyss. That's the Demon Abyss. Sunan suddenly realized, his heart filled with astonishment. At this moment, an extremely pure demonic chi surged from the world behind the door and engulfed his second divine soul. Instantly, his already eroded second divine soul began to change. At the same time, a series of game prompts rapidly popped up. Warning, you are undergoing a demonic chi baptism, and your race is changing. Warning, you are undergoing a demonic chi baptism, and your race is changing. My race is changing. Sunan was startled, but he didn't try to stop it, as it was an inevitable result. The second divine soul continued to change, while the bloodline of Wang Nan inside his body was also constantly eroded by the demonic chi. However, this time it was different from before. If the previous erosion of demonic chi was disordered, then this time, under the control of the second divine soul, it became an orderly transformation. Although the bloodline was being eroded, it did not spread to the divine soul and did not affect his body. The time for the demonic chi to remodel the second divine soul was not long, lasting only a few breaths. When the remodeling of the second divine soul was finished, the demonic chi, which was originally disgusting in his eyes, suddenly became like an immortal divine chi. In Avatar Wang Nan's view, the personal panel appeared in front of him, and the panel has changed dramatically. Name, Wang Nan. Race, Demon Race. Realm, Early Stage Xian Level. Demon Sutra, Giant God Ant Scripture, Great Perfection. Bloodline, Giant Divine Ant Bloodline. Ancient Scriptures, Life Wheel Scripture, Unique, 3rd Level, Great Sun Golden Body Scripture, 1st Level. Demon Scripture, Sky Demon Devouring God Sutra, 1st Level. The race has changed. Wang Nan's race is no longer human, it has turned into demon race. Now, he has become an existence with identities of both the demon clan and the human clan, and even the demon race. I have an extra race, I wonder if my chi luck has changed. He immediately looked at the life wheel scripture, and sure enough, his chi luck has also changed. Human total chi luck, 1250, available chi luck, 400. Demon total chi luck, 100, available chi luck, 100. Demon clan total chi luck, 250, available chi luck, 0. Although I have gained 100 points of demon race chi luck, my human chi luck has been reduced by half. It is a bit of a loss. Su Nan frowned slightly, but there was nothing he could do. Before this, his human chi luck had more than 2000 points, but now suddenly half of it was gone. Obviously, this was because the character Wang Nan no longer belonged to the human race. Fortunately, the available chi luck did not decrease. Congratulations, Master, on the success of your demon techniques. Feeling the changes in the avatar, Luo Yu immediately congratulated. Ignoring Luo Yu, Su Nan carefully felt the changes in his avatar. Soon, he found that not only did the avatar have the ability to control demonic chi, but the power of his body had also increased a lot. Not bad, this demon scripture can actually enhance the physique. It is just right for this character, Wang Nan. Su Nan nodded in satisfaction, and the information related to the demon scripture appeared in front of him. Sky Demon Devouring God Sutra, a demon scripture created by a great demon in ancient times, once hated by all demonic beasts for its special abilities. Effect 1, Sky Demon Devouring God. You can devour the divine souls of other demonic beasts to enhance your strength. Just like the first level of the Great Sun Golden Body scripture, there is only one effect. However, what surprised Su Nan was that the cultivation of this demon scripture did not require as much time and effort as the Great Sun Golden Body scripture to refine the flesh, and it did not require the collection of heavenly and earthly treasures. To continue to improve, just keep devouring the divine souls of demonic beasts. According to the records in the demon scripture, the first layer of the Sky Demon Devouring God Sutra corresponds to the mortal level, the second layer corresponds to the spirit level, and the third layer corresponds to the Xian level. Unlike the Great Sun Golden Body scripture, the starting point of the Great Sun Golden Body scripture is very high. The first layer corresponds to the Xian level, and only at the Xian level can one begin to learn it. During the trip to the Illusion Realm, Su Nan learned that the disciples of the ancient Great Sun sect who wanted to cultivate the Great Sun Golden Body scripture had to first cultivate an ancient scripture called Great Sun Body Refining Scripture and cultivate it to the Xian level before attempting to cultivate the Great Sun Golden Body scripture. However, this Sky Demon Devouring God Sutra can be cultivated from the mortal level, similar to the Life Wheel scripture. However, the cultivation of the Life Wheel scripture depends entirely on the accumulation of demon power, while the cultivation of this demon scripture depends entirely on devouring. Simple and crude. To raise this Sky Demon Devouring God Sutra from the first level to the second level, I need to devour the divine souls of 3 spirit level demonic beasts. To raise it from the second level to the third level, I need to devour the divine souls of 3 Xian level demonic beasts, and so on for the following levels. Of course, I can also directly devour the divine souls of higher level demonic beasts. The divine soul of a king class demonic beast is equivalent to 3 divine souls of a Xian level demonic beast, and the divine soul of an emperor level demonic beast is equivalent to 3 divine souls of king level demonic beasts. Su Nan's eyes flashed, and he instantly thought of the demonic thought stored in his storage ring. If he could devour that demonic thought, he would most likely be able to raise the Sky Demon Devouring God Sutra directly to the third level. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but want to try it immediately. However, now was clearly not the time. With the demonic chi problem solved, it's finally time to fuse the bloodlines. Su Nan immediately took out the drop of Ancient Physique Series Demon Bloodline and the Demon Sutra he had gotten earlier. This was the essence and blood of a demon called Mountain Shifting Ape. According to the information he had previously obtained from the Illusion Realm, this demon was powerful in ancient times. Although it was not ranked in the top 100, it had its unique aspects. This demon was not only powerful, but its physique was also astonishing. Looking at foreknowledge, a foreknowledge opportunity was consumed, and the information on the panel quickly jumped. Although the previous foreknowledge had stated that his character Wang Nan wouldn't have to worry about the bloodline uncontrolled issues in the future, he still used foreknowledge just in case. There would be no problem with the fusion of bloodlines, but what if his luck would be worse this time and he would not receive any racial talent? Fortunately, his luck had always been good. A few minutes later, the bloodline fusion was successful, and the racial talent was enhanced once again. Overwhelming strength, a new talent formed by the fusion of the racial talent 1 force breaking the sky and the racial talent of the mountain shifting ape clan. Effect 1, when using this talent, your strength will surge 4 times, lasting for 1 minute and 30 seconds. In this state, you can fuse all your physique bloodline powers into one and unleash the strongest strike. Effect 2, infinite power. You are the absolute controller of power, with a unique understanding of it. When using your physical strength, your power is increased by 50%. The usage of the talent increases the original 3-fold strength to 4 times, and the duration also increases by 30 seconds. Like the racial talents of Zhang Yang and Lang 13, not only did the original abilities grow, but there was also a second effect. With a 50% increase in physical strength, this boost is significant. Not bad, not bad. With my current strength, if I use the power of all 3 characters to my full potential, I might be able to deal with a late-stage king-class great monster. Su Nan was satisfied and nodded. After consuming 160 demon power points, the mountain shifting ape bloodline was upgraded to great perfection. Foreknowledge times increased, reaching 88. There are still 285 demon power points left. Do you want to exchange for another bloodline? The contribution mall appeared in front of him, and Wang Nan's points had once again reached 120,000, just enough to exchange for a drop of ancient demon essence blood. After thinking about it, he gave up again. Du Qiwan was coming, he should leave first. Looking at the avatar, he tried to recall it back into his body with a thought. Unfortunately, it let him down, just like in the foreknowledge. After the second divine soul merged with the avatar, it could no longer be recalled as before. The previous avatar was just a condensed existence of techniques. Perhaps now, the avatar can be considered a true individual. I don't know if the avatar can be resummoned in reality if it dies. Can it still be used in reality? The previous avatar was a technique, and when it was recalled into the body, it could be summoned again in reality. Now that the avatar is an independent entity and cannot be recalled into the body, it probably cannot be used in reality as before. Not only that, I don't know if there is still a panel for the avatar if I quit the game now. When he quit the game before, the avatar became an uncontrolled puppet. Now that the avatar has its independent thought, it can be imagined that even if he quits the game, the avatar will still move freely in the game like a normal person. In that case, if the avatar's panel still exists, can it be used to complete tasks automatically when he logs off? I have another game bracelet. If I give the game bracelet to the avatar, can I make it like me and freely enter and exit the game? With a thought, another idea emerged in his mind. It seemed that this idea was not impossible to implement. Players can now enter the game relying on the bracelet's body. If he gave the bracelet to the avatar, it might allow the avatar to enter and exit the game like a player. But how is he going to bring the game bracelet into the game? His yin-yang cross-realm disc can only teleport one way, and there is no way to send items from reality to the game. Never mind, as long as my strength is strong enough, I won't need the avatar in reality either. He stored the avatar along with Luo Yu in the cosmic ring. Without hesitation, he committed suicide and died. This trip to the land of the lost reached its purpose, and now it's time for him to leave. Chapter 337, A Million Spirit Level. Silverfrost County. Once the territory of the Lushan sect among the 3 sects and 6 religions. Unfortunately, as the Heavenly Dome divine prohibition was broken, this place, like several other counties, has become the paradise for demons. Darkness shrouds the land, and low growls echo through the mountain forests. Suddenly, a figure appears out of thin air on the mountain summit in front of the entrance to the land of the lost. As expected from a game item, the effect of the perfect resurrection card is truly powerful, teleporting me out just like that. Su Nan sighed with relief. First, I'll save that Li Haogai, then return to Great Yu Imperial City to complete the transaction with Wu Xiaoxiao and get the Golden Leaf Spirit Ginseng. By the way, there are only 2 days left until the Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony begins, and I don't know if I can make it in time. Sunan remembered the heavenly demon grand ceremony, as he had almost forgotten about it after spending so many days in the land of the lost. It wasn't his fault, as the demon chi corrosion was his primary concern, and without solving it, he wouldn't have the energy to participate in the heavenly demon grand ceremony. Now that the issue is resolved and the heavenly demon grand ceremony has not yet commenced, if possible, he would like to participate as it offers an opportunity to obtain the inheritance of the heavenly demon. However, with only 2 days left before the heavenly demon grand ceremony begins, he has to save Li Hao and complete the transaction with Wu Xiao Xiao, which seems a bit tight on time. Li Hao's problem isn't much of a concern, since it's only a 4-star task, and Li Hao's realm doesn't warrant difficulty. However, Wu Xiaoxiu's task may not be so easily completed. It should be possible, even if Wu Xiaoxiu's task is also 4-star, it can't be more than involving a king-level existence. With the strength I currently possess, it won't be too difficult to complete. He must obtain the Golden Leaf Spirit Ginseng as soon as possible. The first floor of the Great Sun Golden Body scripture has reached perfection, and once he acquires the Golden Leaf Spirit Ginseng, he will break through and increase his strength, making it more secure to participate in the Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony at 10,000 Demon Ridge. I forgot to ask where that Li Hao guy is. Glancing at the sky, Sunan logs out of the game. He logs into the forum and searches for Li Hao's whereabouts. Li Hao apparently hasn't logged onto the forum and doesn't immediately respond to him. Sunan naturally won't just wait. He scrolls through posts, searching for useful information. Out of control, someone is out of control again. Top player Eiffel from Tianjin province failed to break through to Xian level last night, confirming that Eiffel integrated an ancient demon bloodline, and proof that even with ancient demon bloodline, it's not 100% safe. So far, there are a total of 17 top players who had broken through Xian level amongst the 12 states, and more than 30,000 spirit level peak top players, most of whom are players that survived the first public beta test. It is expected that a large number of Xian level players will appear after this 12-star palace. According to incomplete statistics, there are about 5.7 million spirit level players in the 12 states, and most of them are players from the second public beta test. There are already more than 5 million spirit level players. Sunan was surprised, but upon considering the time that had passed, he didn't find it strange. During the second round, there were 10 million players, while during the third round, there were 100 million players. It has been almost a month since the second public test. In a month's time, if they didn't die, those 10 million players should have broken through to the spirit level, too. However, it is clear that many players were killed by demons during the recent large-scale demon invasion in reality. The membership of the Destiny Society in the 12 states has reached a new high. According to incomplete statistics, there are now 40 million players who have joined the Destiny Society and practiced their Call Heaven scripture. The entry level of the Call Heaven scripture is straightforward and can be practiced in both the game and reality. As long as one is at the beginner level, it's equivalent to integrating another mortal level bloodline, which significantly increases their strength. Thanks to their practice of the Destiny Society's Call Heaven scripture, the strength of the new players from the third public beta test has soared rapidly. In just 2 days, several million players have reached the peak of mortal level. It's expected that within the next 2 to 4 days, these peak mortal level players will make significant breakthroughs to the spirit level, further increasing the number of spirit level players. Seeing this, Sunan could not help but sigh. I'm afraid no one can resist the Destiny Society now unless the other forces, like the Destiny Society, offer ancient scriptures to attract players. Although the Hua country official has labeled the Destiny Society a cult and prohibited the practice of Call Heaven scripture, many people still view this simply as an excuse created by the authorities to suppress the Destiny Society. The Hua country official claims that the Call Heaven scripture is problematic, but so far, no player has encountered any issue while practicing it. As such, several players ignore the Hua country official's stance and continue practicing with a fluke mentality. Most people are practicing, and if you don't, you will fall behind others. In this circumstance, even if you realize that there is a problem with the Call Heaven scripture, you have to try to practice it. The game isn't reality, and in the game, the Hua country official can't effectively control the numerous players. Moreover, players from the Hua country are not the only ones in the game. Although many players in Hua country trust the official and have stopped attempting to practice the Call Heaven scripture, players from the other 11 states will not listen to the Hua country official's orders. Before the Call Heaven scripture exposes any issues, the suppression efforts of the Hua country official will not produce substantial results. He continues scrolling down. Suddenly, a post about the Call Heaven scripture catches Su Nan's attention. There are rumors that the Hua country's officials' ban on cultivating the Call to Heaven scripture is due to the suspicion that the Heavenly Destiny Society is spreading the scripture to speed up the emergence of spiritual level players. Once the number of spiritual level players exceeds 10 million, the fourth public test might be triggered, which is something the Hua country's officials do not want to see. Because when the fourth public test is activated, there's a high probability that it'll open up the spatial channels like the last time, and it will be disastrous for Hua country. The fourth public test? Su Nan frowned. He had to admit that it was possible that the guess in the post might be true. The condition for the second public test was someone breaking through to the spirit level. The condition for the third public test was the emergence of 3 Xian level players. It wouldn't be unlikely for the condition for the fourth public test to be the presence of 10 million spiritual level players. If that's the case, then it's terrible. Su Nan's heart was heavy. The demons in reality hadn't been dealt with yet. If the spatial channels were to open again, there might be no place left for humans in reality. Even the Hua country would find it hard to protect itself. After all, the last spatial channel could allow king-level demonic beasts to pass through. If it starts again, maybe mid-stage king-level and even late-stage king-level ones could pass. Fourth public test? Great, finally, the fourth public test is coming. I don't want to live in fear like this for even a single day. Based on previous patterns, the fourth public test would involve 1 billion people, and by then, most of the remaining ordinary people in the world would have the opportunity to enter the game. Many people were not aware of the severity of the fourth public test. Instead, many ordinary people, especially those who fled to Hua country from other countries, hoped for the fourth public test to start as soon as possible. Upon seeing this, Su Nan sighed. No matter whether the Heavenly Destiny Society's purpose really was to speed up players' breakthroughs or to achieve some other goal, spreading the Call Heaven scripture had already happened and was irreversible. No one could change it now. What he could do now was to prioritize improving his strength. After looking for a while, he couldn't find any other interesting content and was about to exit the forum when Li Hao's reply finally arrived just in time. "Big brother, you finally have time?" "Great," exclaimed Li Hao, feeling elated. He had been trapped in his residence for 4 or 5 days, and during this time, he hadn't been able to complete a single task. He had only managed to widen the gap between him and other players by completing 2 3-stars mainline tasks. However, the gap had been closed due to the wasted days. The relic Iman is located in Chaoping Town in Silverfrost County. There's a lake called Wanchao Lake where the entrance to the relic is located in the middle of the lake. Li Hao told Su Nan the location of the relic. While speaking, a frustrated expression appeared on his face as if he had thought of something. "Big brother, you need a token to enter this relic, and I'm afraid you won't be able to enter without it." "A token?" Su Nan shook his head slightly. He had across the heavens shift and didn't need any token. As long as it wasn't a strange place like the ancient god tomb, his across the heavens shift allowed him to enter easily. Speaking of the ancient god tomb, he was very doubtful now that there were problems with both time and space there. There, his connection with his avatar would be severed, which only happened when there was a discrepancy between the two spaces. If it were just a space issue, in theory, his across the heavens shift should not be affected, but for some reason, it couldn't be used. "Join me in the game in 4 hours." Su Nan didn't say much else, he replied and exited the forum. After relogging into the game, he turned into a flying bird and quickly flew towards the direction Li Hao mentioned. Chaoping Town was a small town built by the lake. After the third public test, Hua country added more than 10 million new players. These players were scattered in various counties and, due to their low strength, couldn't make long journeys to Zhongtian County. Instead, they had to find places with fewer demons to settle down temporarily, eventually forming many player gathering spots. Chaoping Town was one of those gathering spots. There were 3,000 to 4,000 players gathered in this area, the majority of whom were members of a guild called Family Lights. However, after the appearance of the Destiny Society a few days ago, all the players here without exception had become the members of the Destiny Society. More than 2 hours later, Su Nan finally arrived at Chaoping Lake and found the so-called Wanchao Lake. To his surprise, at this moment, more than 100 players had gathered on the shore of Wanchao Lake. They were looking at the lake as if they were planning something, all appearing rather tense. A tall, middle-aged man glanced at the crowd and whispered, "Don't worry, everyone. This time, we will definitely be able to kill the damn demon. As long as we kill the demon, Chaoping Town will be completely ours. Hunting demons? Su Nan realized that he didn't care and looked towards the center of the lake, planning to use foreknowledge first. At this moment, the words of a skinny young man next to the tall middle-aged man caught his attention. The skinny youth said, "The boss is right. The boss has already reached the mid-stage of the spirit level, and more than 100 of our brothers have started cultivating the Call Heaven scripture and have awakened their bloodlines. Even if they face early-stage spirit level demons, they will have the power to fight. This time, we will definitely succeed." These people had all cultivated the Call Heaven scripture. Su Nan became interested and wanted to see what was unique about these players who had cultivated the Call Heaven scripture. Soon, after a period of preparation, the players made their move. Several law-controlling class players unleashed a bombardment of spells towards the center of the lake. This undoubtedly angered the creature in the lake. A demon, resembling both a shrimp and a crab and covered in a red armor, appeared in the player's view. "You filthy insects! Disturbing my sleep time and time again, you all deserve to die!" The demon roared in anger. The next moment, a stream of water arrows shot towards the players on the shore. The players reacted quickly and immediately retreated to the land, evidently planning to lure the demon onto the shore before attacking it. The demon saw through their intentions and not only didn't stop its pursuit but sneered and charged towards the players even more quickly. Finally, the players led the demon to a location 100 meters away from the lake and began their onslaught against it. However, the demon's outer shell was incredibly tough. The players' spells landed on its body but couldn't cause any damage, instead, further enraging the demon. "None of you will get away today," the demon roared, and the next moment, the rolling water surge seemed to come alive and swept over the players. The water surge was as powerful as a thunderbolt. None of the players could withstand it, they were sent flying backward, and some even died on the spot. The middle-aged leader roared in anger as he tried to shatter the water surge. However, when he touched the water, he couldn't resist it and was sent flying. The middle-aged man's face turned pale, and he exclaimed in horror, "This demon isn't late-stage spirit level, it's a peak spirit level demon. The demon has advanced." "What? Peak spirit level? How are we supposed to defeat it?" The other players looked horrified. There was a significant gap between late-stage spirit level and peak spirit level for them, even though it was only a small realm difference. "Run! Scatter and run!" the leading middle-aged man shouted. The demon sneered, "Hee hee, only thinking of running now? It's too late." Water gathered into water arrows and shot out. The players lost their confidence and only thought of running. In this situation, facing the demon's attack, it became a one-sided massacre. In just a moment, a large number of players were killed. Looking at this scene, Su Nan's brows furrowed slightly. These players who cultivated the Call Heaven scripture were indeed somewhat stronger than ordinary peak mortal level players, but not by much, and there was nothing strange about them. These players have cultivated the Call Heaven scripture too shallowly. It seems that if I want to understand the problem with the Call Heaven scripture, I have to do it myself. He decided to get a copy of the Call Heaven scripture and try cultivating it in his foreknowledge. Not wasting any more time, he randomly transformed into a player's appearance and appeared several meters away from the demon. Then, he shot out a fireball, and the peak spirit level demon was killed without even having the chance to dodge. Hearing the commotion behind them, the players unconsciously looked back. When they saw the corpse of the demon falling, they were all dumbstruck. Su Nan didn't waste any words. He directly asked, "Who has a copy of the Call Heaven scripture? Give me one." Chapter 338, Unexpected Harvest. Call Heaven scripture? Hearing Su Nan's words, the middle-aged man in the lead finally came to his senses after being shocked by the instant kill of the demon, saying, "Great God, to obtain the Call Heaven scripture, one needs to sign a contract with the Destiny Society. The method is directly imprinted in the mind using a special method by the Destiny Society, there is no secret manual, and we can't even write it down if we want to. There are such protective measures." Su Nan frowned. He thought that the Destiny Society deliberately spread the ancient scriptures, naturally choosing an easily spread method, such as providing a rubbing copy. Now it seems he thought too simply. Could it be that the Destiny Society was trying to prevent others from researching the Call Heaven scripture like he was? Or was it that the Call Heaven scripture itself had no problems, but the issue was with the contract that was signed? Su Nan didn't forget that joining the Destiny Society required signing a contract, which was akin to a life-selling contract. If there were issues with the contract, it couldn't be ruled out. Seems like I can only use that move. Su Nan looked at the middle-aged man, and in the next moment, his power of divine soul surged out. The middle-aged man in the lead trembled and instantly froze in place. A moment later, the middle-aged man in the lead died, his body disappeared, and before the others could understand what happened, Su Nan had already left. No one knew that Su Nan had obtained all the memories of the middle-aged man at this moment. Call Heaven Scripture, not yet started. Seeing the ancient scriptures appearing on the panel, Su Nan's eyes showed satisfaction, but now was not the time for research. His gaze looked towards Wanchao Lake, and he began to use the power of foreknowledge. Time returned to more than 10 minutes ago. Li Hao appeared in the relic while Su Nan arrived at Wanchao Lake. In his field of vision was a stone room, completely empty inside. Because there was nothing here, Li Hao chose this place to hide. Without a token, I don't know how Big Brother will enter this place. Li Hao was a bit worried, but thinking about Su Nan's strength, he was full of confidence. Knowing that Su Nan would arrive soon, Li Hao's courage grew. He looked at the exit of the stone room, hesitated, and left the room. Outside the stone room, he saw a passage. It was narrow, big enough for only 2 people to walk side by side. On both sides of the passage were stone rooms at regular intervals, most of which contained burial objects. That's right, these were burial objects. This place was an ancient tomb from 3,000 years ago. Li Hao stood in front of the stone room, not wanting to explore. Because the passage was a circle, leading back to the entrance. He thought that perhaps the exit was in one of the stone rooms, but he hadn't found it yet. Fortunately, other than not being able to leave, he hadn't encountered any danger since entering this place. He stood in front of the stone room, waiting quietly. Splash! Suddenly, a faint sound entered Li Hao's ears. Is there movement? Has Big Brother arrived? Li Hao was overjoyed and instinctively wanted to shout out, but before he could speak, his heart tightened. His senses were warning him. Danger! It's not Big Brother. Li Hao's pupil shrank, instantly becoming more alert. Listening carefully, he soon heard the sound of iron chains dragging on the ground. Not good, something has happened here. Li Hao's heart sank. This was the first time he had heard such a sound since entering this tomb. He held his breath, his ears focused on the sound, which was coming from the passage on the left. What made Li Hao even more worried was that the sound was getting closer and closer. I can't stay here. Without thinking, Li Hao immediately ran towards the other passage. However, the figure behind him not only didn't get further away, but gradually approached him. Even though he continued running, he couldn't widen the distance. If it wasn't for the fact that the sound was still behind him, he would have suspected that he had gone behind the source of the sound. What scared him even more was that the sound of one dragging iron chain became 2, and then 3. Moreover, although there was nothing behind him, the sound of the iron chains dragging was extremely clear, as if there were 3 invisible entities dragging the chains and rapidly approaching him. Quit game. With no other choice, Li Hao tried to quit the game. You are currently in a dangerous environment, please choose a safe environment to exit. Unable to quit. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation since entering the tomb. It's over. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Big Brother, hurry up. If you don't come, I'll really die here. Li Hao was scared. He tried to quit a few times but couldn't. If possible, he didn't want to die. With no other option, he could only madly run forward. His only hope now was to delay time and wait for Su Nan to arrive. The sound of the iron chains dragging behind him got closer and closer, and Li Hao was about to collapse. At this moment, he suddenly saw that the passage in front of him had changed. Originally, it was supposed to be circular, but it seemed to have been pulled straight. An end had appeared in the passage. At the end of the passage, there was a large stone chamber with a stone coffin placed directly across from the passage's entrance. The stone coffin was already open, and standing beside it was a figure that looked like Wang Nan. It was Su Nan. Big Brother. Li Hao recognized the figure at a glance and couldn't help but be shocked and overjoyed. Great, Big Brother, you're finally here. Li Hao's tense body instantly relaxed, and his running steps slowed down. In his eyes, as long as Su Nan was here, all the dangers were no longer dangers. Looking back, where they could only hear sounds but not see anyone in the passage, 3 corpses appeared, wrapped in several iron chains. Xian level. These are 3 Xian level monsters. Fortunately, these 3 monsters seemed to be stiff due to being corpses, and their speed was not very fast, which allowed Li Hao to not get caught up. However, as his footsteps slowed down, the 3 corpses got even closer, about to reach him. "Big brother, save me!" Li Hao screamed. Su Nan didn't even look and waved his hand, sending 3 electric lights that shot through and directly shattered the bodies of the 3 monsters. The fragmented corpse pieces rained down. Hiss! Seeing Su Nan effortlessly killing the 3 Xian level monsters, Li Hao couldn't help but take a cold breath. However, considering Su Nan's strength, he felt it was natural and immediately shouted excitedly, "Big brother is mighty!" When Li Hao ran to Su Nan, he saw a corpse in the stone coffin as well, although half of the corpse had already exploded. There was no need to guess, the one who made the move was naturally Su Nan. Su Nan looked at an item he was interested in and his eyes flashed with a hint of surprise and joy that was not easy to notice. It was a key made of white jade-like material. Key of Heaven, collect 9 keys of heaven to open the gate of heaven. I didn't expect to get such a thing here. Luck is really a wonderful thing. This was already his 4th key. Su Nan's thoughts flashed, and he casually took the key of heaven and took out the cosmic ring to look at Li Hao. "You go in here first, and I'll take you out of here." As he spoke, he didn't care whether Li Hao agreed or not, and directly put him into the cosmic ring. Using across the heavens shift, in the next moment, they were back on land. Releasing Li Hao from the cosmic ring, Li Hao looked around blankly at first. Upon realizing that they had left the relic, he was overjoyed. "We came out. Finally came out." Li Hao had a look of having a narrow escape, and upon seeing the cosmic ring in Su Nan's hand, his eyes showed envy. "Big brother, what treasure is this that can even hold people?" "It's nothing, just a cosmic ring." Su Nan didn't explain much either. "Cosmic ring?" Li Hao secretly noted it and took out an item. "Big brother, this is my reward for this task. I don't know if you need it." Tiger Soul Saber, an ancient powerhouse killed an emperor-level tiger demon, forged the saber with tiger bones, quenched it with tiger blood, and nurtured the saber with tiger spirit. When used, there is a chance to unleash the power of the tiger soul. It's a nice item, but it's useless to me. Keep it for yourself. Su Nan glanced at it and didn't care. Now he had the dragon-slaying sword, so he was not in need of such an attack-type weapon, and he didn't fancy the tiger soul saber either. "Since Big Brother doesn't want it, then I won't be polite." Li Hao happily stowed the tiger soul saber away. Su Nan said, "Next, I will return to the Great Yu Imperial City. Do you intend to stay here or go to the Imperial City with me?" Li Hao immediately replied, "I want to go to the Great Yu Imperial City. I have long wanted to see the Imperial City, but I never had the chance." Su Nan nodded, not wasting any words, put Li Hao back into the cosmic ring, and transformed into a flying bird. In a flash, he disappeared and soared into the sky. It was very far from Silverfrost County to the Great Yu Imperial City. Even with Su Nan's current speed, it would take a while to get there. Half a day later, after a good 5 to 6 hours, Su Nan finally arrived at the Imperial City. "This is the Imperial City? It's just like what was described in the forum." Li Hao walked on the Imperial City Boulevard, looking at the players who sometimes disappeared and sometimes appeared, busily working for their tasks, with a bewildered look in his eyes. Su Nan said, "I have other things to do and can't take you with me for now. You should familiarize yourself with this place first." He didn't intend to keep Li Hao with him all the time. Li Hao's strength was only at the spirit level and couldn't help at all. Su Nan didn't want to carry a burden around with him everywhere. Moreover, he had many secrets, which made it unsuitable to have other players with him. Li Hao understood Su Nan's meaning and showed disappointment in his eyes, but he didn't cling to Su Nan. After bidding farewell to Su Nan, Li Hao turned around and left. "Now it's time to get my hands on the golden leaf spirit ginseng." Su Nan thought and then looked at the regional chat. He didn't know where Wu Xiaoxiao was. If he tried to find her himself, it would waste time. It was simpler to send a message in the regional chat and let Wu Xiaoxiao come to the Imperial City to trade with him. Of course, if other people wanted to find him through the regional chat, it would be impossible because he hardly paid attention to it. There were countless players sending messages in the regional chat every moment, like a waterfall of messages, making it dazzling to look at. However, as one of the top players among the deities, the moment Su Nan sent his message, the regional chat exploded. Wu Xiaoxiao is trading with deity Wang Nan? What are they trading? Seeing Su Nan's message, everyone was curious. Many players in the Imperial City even wanted to join the excitement and take a look. The news spread quickly, and soon Wu Xiaoxiao received the news. She replied in the regional chat, "I'll be there in half an hour." Seeing the message, Su Nan nodded, changed his appearance and found a quiet place in a tavern to wait. He didn't know that after his appearance was exposed, a conspiracy against him was unfolding in a small town in Wansheng Prefecture. Several men dressed in black robes gathered in a room. If Su Nan were here, he would definitely recognize that these men were from the Destiny Society, and they were all powerful figures with king-level strength. Finally, he appears. This damned guy has really made us search hard. Now that he has appeared, let's carry out our plan accordingly. He is growing too fast. If we allow him to continue, we will be helpless against him. This time, we absolutely cannot let him escape. Someone thought of something and cautiously said, "He has the strength to kill a mid-stage king-level person now. With the means we have prepared now, it wouldn't be a problem to kill him, but it might not be safe enough to try to control him." Hearing that, the others also thought about this problem and kept silent. Their prepared plan was aimed at defeating an early king rank. It shouldn't cause any problem dealing with a mid-stage king-level person, but now that the target had the strength to kill a mid-stage king-level person, it might indeed be unsafe to use their previous preparations. They couldn't afford to lose this opportunity. They had to be confident and couldn't be careless at all. After a moment of silence, the leader said, "We have no choice but to use that thing." Someone seemed to recall something and asked uncertainly, "That thing? Is it?" The leader nodded, "Yes, it's that thing. Only that thing can guarantee that our operation will be foolproof." Others nodded in agreement. Although using that thing to deal with him may be overkill, it will absolutely work. Even if he has the strength to kill a late king rank or even peak king level person, he won't escape our grasp. Half an hour later, in a private room at an inn in Great Yu Imperial City, Su Nan transformed back into Wang Nan's appearance. Opposite him were several young women, led by the sweet-looking Wu Xiaoxiao, the president of the Breaking Dawn Guild. "Wang Nan, it's not easy to find you, you're like a dragon that hides its head but not its tail," complained Wu Xiaoxiao. "Where is my item?" Su Nan asked directly. A jade box appeared in Wu Xiaoxiao's hand, and as it opened, a ginseng with golden leaves that looked like blood jade lay inside, emitting a crystal-like luster. At first glance, it was clearly no ordinary item. Instead of handing over the golden leaf spirit ginseng to Su Nan, Wu Xiaoxiao just opened it to let Su Nan take a glimpse and then put it away. "I've got the item, but I can't give it to you yet. I want you to help me complete a task first." Hearing that, Su Nan frowned and refused without hesitating, "No, if you want my help, you must give me the item first." Chapter 339, Mastering the Power of Heaven and Earth. "No. What if I give you the stuff first and you can't help me complete the task?" Wu Xiaoxiao replied, resolute in her stance. Su Nan said, "If you don't trust my strength, you can find someone else." Although he wanted the golden leaf spirit ginseng as soon as possible, he didn't want to be manipulated. He couldn't believe that he couldn't get it if Wu Xiaoxiao could. Worst case scenario, he could waste some time going to Muling Mountain and finding it himself. Looking at Su Nan's blasé demeanor, Wu Xiaoxiao and the other women were frustrated but helpless. Originally, she thought the golden leaf spirit ginseng was very important to Su Nan, but now she doubted that due to his attitude. After some silence, Wu Xiaoxiao eventually gave up and said, "I'll give you the stuff, but you have to guarantee you can help me finish the task. If not, you must compensate me double." She had no choice, she didn't have the luxury of waiting like Su Nan did. After receiving the golden leaf spirit ginseng, Su Nan ignored Wu Xiaoxiao's words. With the goods in hand, his mood lifted considerably. "Now let's talk about your task," he said. "The task I received is called..." Wu Xiaoxiao went on to relay all the details about her task. More than 10 minutes later, Su Nan fell into thought. When Wu Xiaoxiao first sought his help, he guessed that she might have received a similar inheritance quest to Jian Yu's Cave Immortal's inheritance. He was right, Wu Xiaoxiao indeed received an inheritance task. But Wu Xiaoxiao was far luckier than Jian Yu. The Cave Immortal's dwelling space had long been discovered and looted, while no one had found the secret realm involved in her task. It was a secret realm left by a powerful person called the Venerable Yuling. There were no demons in the realm, but there were plenty of powerful puppets. Luckily, these puppets, perhaps because of their long existence, were mostly devoid of their original powerhouse. After more than a month of effort, Wu Xiaoxiao, along with her guild members, cleared out most of the puppets and successfully completed the first 2 stages, reaping many benefits. This significantly strengthened her guild's core members and propelled her guild, which previously only ranked within the top 20, into the top 10. But when they got to the final stage of the quest, they hit a snag. This wasn't because the puppets in the last stage were too powerful, but because they couldn't even get into the final land of inheritance. According to Wu Xiaoxiao, the final stage of the quest required her to enter the final land of inheritance and attain the final inheritance. But she couldn't even enter the last land of inheritance. Or rather, she died almost as soon as she entered, as did the other members who accompanied her. The area was a sea of thunder, with countless thunderbolts raining down, each as powerful as a hit from an Qian level expert. Even after she expended a great deal of effort to obtain a powerful defensive treasure from her sect, she could not survive for very long. After a few attempts and exhausting several of her death chances, if it hadn't been for the Deathmark cleansing card being sold in the last contribution mall and this points store, she wouldn't dare continue trying. A sea of thunder. Could it be another formation? Su Nan thought of the formation set up by Du Qiwan in the land of the Lost's Death Desert. It seemed that only a formation could create such a scene. But, if it was just like Wu Xiaoxiao described, he wasn't worried. Each thunderbolt was only equivalent to an Qian level, and his current physique was immune to the Qian level's attack. Looking at the time, it was 5 o'clock in the evening in reality and still dark in the game, with the sun yet to rise in the east. There were still 2 to 3 hours until 12 Zodiac opened, enough time for him to make a breakthrough. Su Nan said, "There's no big problem, now that I have the items, I will naturally help you complete the quest. I don't have much time left, so I can't accompany you anymore. I'll come to find you after the end of the 12 Zodiac." After speaking, Su Nan stood up and prepared to leave. Wu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened, she grabbed Su Nan to stop him and cautiously asked, "Are you sure you can do it? You're not running away because it's too dangerous, are you?" Su Nan replied helplessly, "If I wanted to leave, you couldn't stop me." Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaoxiao thought about it and realized he was right. Eventually, she let go of Su Nan. "Remember our agreement? If you run away or fail to help me complete the task, you must compensate me double for my losses." Su Nan ignored her, walked straight out of the booth, and vanished from their sight. "Now that I have got the Golden Leaf Spirit Ginseng, it's time to break through the Great Sun Golden Body scripture." In a narrow alley, Su Nan transformed his appearance. He didn't leave the Imperial City immediately, instead, he headed towards the Tiangong Pavilion. In order to break through the second level of the Great Sun Golden Body scripture, other than the Golden Leaf Spirit Ginseng, he also needed 1,000 drops of Spirit-level Monster Essence blood. He didn't have 1,000 drops of Spirit-level Monster Essence blood. He only had a few drops of King-level Demon Essence blood. During the last Human Crisis task, he slew numerous King-level demonic beasts and obtained more than a dozen drops of King-level Demon Essence blood. But most of it was used up in the subsequent teleportation, leaving him with only 6 drops of King-level Demon Essence blood. 6 drops of King-level Essence blood, equivalent to 600 Spirit-grade Essence blood, is less than 1,000. So I'll have to go to Tiangong Pavilion and see if I can exchange King-level Essence blood for Spirit-level Essence blood. Over 10 minutes later, he walked out of Tiangong Pavilion satisfactorily. To his surprise, he only spent 2 drops of King-level Essence blood to exchange for 1,000 drops of Spirit-level Essence blood. This reminded him of the King-level Essence blood that he had used on the Yin-Yang Cross-Realm disc, and he regretted it. Normally, the proportion of power in Essence blood is 1 to 10. However, due to the rare and precious nature of high-level Essence blood, exchanging low-level Essence blood for high-level one requires several times or even tens of times the amount. Conversely, exchanging high-level Essence blood for low-level one can also yield several times the amount of Essence blood. I don't know if the Heaven and Earth Spirit mechanism in the game right now can support my breakthrough. Since the opening of the spatial channel last time, the Heaven and Earth Spirit mechanism in the game had skyrocketed, making it possible for the Call Heaven scripture disseminated by the Destiny Society to be directly practiced in the game. However, the Call Heaven scripture and the Great Sun Golden Body scripture are obviously not on the same level, and the Heaven and Earth Spirit mechanism required to practice them is different. If there is not enough Heaven and Earth Spirit mechanism, he cannot break through either. His gaze moves to foreknowledge, as it would be best if he could break through in the game. If it doesn't work, he can only try in reality. You get a golden leaf spirit ginseng and prepare to upgrade the Great Sun golden body scripture to the second layer. An hour later, when the sun rises in the east, you use the array disk to gather the sun's fire and begin to attempt a breakthrough. Unfortunately, your attempt is disappointing, for the vitality of heaven and earth in this world is not enough for you to break through. 2 hours later, not only have you failed to break through, but you have also suffered serious backlash and heavy injuries. 4 hours later, you barely recover part of your injuries, and according to the agreement, you leave the Great U Imperial City with another outsider to go to a secret place left behind by an ancient powerhouse. 10 hours later, you arrive at the secret place and enter it, eventually being blocked by a Thunder Sea. In order to find a way to break open the Thunder Sea, you enter the Thunder Sea by yourself. 1 minute after entering the Thunder Sea, lightning bolts strike at you. Fortunately, your strong body resists the damage. 2 minutes later, you delve deeper into the Thunder Sea, and as you do, the lightning becomes stronger, forcing you to resist it with all your might. 3 minutes later, you finally reach the center of the Thunder Sea, where you see a stone tablet standing in the middle of the thunderstorm. You realize that the stone tablet might be the key to cracking the Thunder Sea. However, as you reach it, an unprecedentedly terrifying thunderbolt strikes at you. Being heavily injured, you can't withstand the blast, and you die. As expected, there's not enough heaven and earth spirit mechanism, so I can't break through. Sunan sighed inwardly, unable to help it. He could only send the golden leaf spirit ginseng and 1,000 drops of demon essence blood into reality now. As for being killed by the Thunder Sea, he didn't mind it. It was mentioned in the foreknowledge that he couldn't resist it due to his unhealed injuries. If he could break through successfully, his strength would not only be restored, but greatly increased, making it possible for him to withstand the final thunderbolt. Returning to Tiangong Pavilion once again, he exchanged all the remaining king-level demon essence blood for spirit-level ones. Afterwards, he took out the yin-yang cross-realm disc and began to teleport. A golden leaf spirit ginseng and 1,000 drops of essence blood, almost all of the remaining essence blood he could exchange, were successfully teleported after being consumed. More than 10 minutes later, at Song Mountain. Finding a place with no people on a mountaintop, Sunan gazed at the setting sun which had begun to descend in the west. Not wanting to delay, Sunan took out the array disc for inducing the sun's fire and prepared for the breakthrough. Behind him, Zixu played with a small palm-sized dragon turtle in her hands, curiously watching Sunan, not knowing what he was doing. With the activation of the array disc, the sun's fire quickly gathered around Sunan, and he prepared to take the golden leaf spirit ginseng at any moment. It's a pity that there's no foreknowledge in reality. Having gotten used to foreknowledge, he felt uneasy without it in reality. There was no helping it, as the heavenly and earthly vitality in the game was not enough for him to break through. Fortunately, if he failed to break through in the game and only suffered serious injuries, the worst outcome in reality should not be much different. However, if he failed in the breakthrough, he would definitely lose one golden leaf spirit ginseng, and would then have to personally search for one in Muling Mountain. With the Li Fire essence, there shouldn't be any danger. Sunan thought, feeling confident again. In ancient times, the strong men of the Great Sun sect could break through without Li Fire essence. He had the Li Fire essence that could devour the sun's fire, so there was no reason for failure. The sun's fire kept burning, and even with his first layer of great perfection, he could now persist for an hour in this sun's fire without using the Li Fire essence to help share the load. Quietly feeling the changes in his body, he finally waited for the right time and immediately swallowed the golden leaf spirit ginseng. As soon as golden leaf spirit ginseng was ingested, it acted like a catalyst, causing his originally stagnant body to once again rapidly grow. At the same time, he began to introduce the sun's fire into his body. The first layer of the Great Sun body scripture was the golden skin, and the second layer was the golden blood. This step tempered his flesh and blood, and to do so, he had to introduce the Great Sun fire into his body. The moment the sun's fire entered his body, even though he had been burned by the sun's fire dozens of times already, Sunan still couldn't bear the pain, his body reflexively tensing. No one knew, at this moment, although his skin appeared to be unharmed on the outside, his flesh and blood were being rapidly destroyed by the sun's fire burning inside him. If this continued, he would eventually become a skeletal corpse with only skin intact. There was no time to think. He swallowed 1,000 drops of spirit-level essence blood, and the majestic essence energy exploded within him, easing the burning tendency. At the same time, he mobilized the essence power in his bloodline to quickly repair his broken physique, then mobilized the Li fire essence to share the burning of the sun's fire. Sure enough, as he thought, with the help of the Li fire essence, his internal condition improved significantly, and the great sun body's circulation continued to refine his body's flesh and blood with the sun's fire. Time passed, and an hour went by in the blink of an eye. The setting sun gradually disappeared, and the horizon was filled with red clouds. At this moment, the sun's fire around Su Nan's body had dimmed with the setting sun, and fortunately, his breakthrough was about to end. Soon, darkness struck, and the night enveloped the earth. At the very moment when heaven and earth fell into complete darkness, a dazzling golden light suddenly rose from Su Nan's body, piercing the darkness and accompanied by a powerful aura that exploded, instantly unsettling Zixu, who had been watching from a distance. How can this bastard's strength grow so fast? Zixu's face darkened, and at this moment, she suddenly felt that it might be difficult for her to break free from Su Nan's control. At the same time, at the foot of Song Mountain, the people who saw the rising golden light were stirred. The Buddha has shown his divine power. The Buddha has manifested his divine power again. Many people could not help but kneel and pray in their hearts. He succeeded. Su Nan successfully broke through the first layer of the Great Sun Golden Body Scripture, the Golden Skin, and entered the second layer, the Golden Blood Realm. Is this the power of the king level? Opening his eyes and feeling the power within him, Su Nan smiled. Great Sun Body Scripture had a high starting point. If judged by the ancient realms, the first layer of the Great Sun Body Scripture was equivalent to Xian level, and the second layer was already equivalent to king level. In fact, he was now indeed at the king level, because he had mastered the power of heaven and earth. With a thought in his heart, the surrounding power of heaven and earth was attracted by him, and he felt as if he could smash the mountains thousands of miles away with just one punch. 2,000 miles, no wonder the ancient scriptures are so powerful. Just after breaking through, with the help of the Great Sun Body Realm, I can mobilize the heaven and earth power around me for up to 2,000 miles. The great princess told him before that early king-level martial artists could only control heavenly and earthly power within a 1,000-mile range, while mid-stage king-level could control 2,000 miles. Now that he had just broken through, he had control over the heavenly and earthly power equivalent to mid-stage king-level, and as he continued to cultivate the second layer of the Great Sun Body Scripture, his control over the heavenly and earthly power would continue to grow. He couldn't imagine the extent to which the second layer of perfection would eventually reach. I wonder how much range of heaven and earth power I can control when I enter the game now. He was not a native martial artist of the game world. The range of heaven and earth power he could control in the game must be inferior to that in reality, but he thought that 1,000 miles should be no problem. Also, the second layer of the Great Sun Body Scripture had given him a godlike ability similar to a divine technique. Chapter 340 Undying Golden Body. Undying Golden Body. The ability of the Great Sun Golden Body Scripture's second layer appeared in his mind, and even without attempting to use it, Su Nan understood the effect of this ability. The first layer's golden body shining was an offensive ability, which, after being used, could burst out with several times the strength. He didn't use this ability much, mainly using it for manifesting his divinity. But this undying golden body was different. This was a defensive ability. After using it, his body would transform into an undying golden body, with a significant increase in physical strength. As for how much it would increase, Su Nan hadn't tried it yet and temporarily didn't know. To break through from the second layer to the third layer of the Great Sun Golden Body Scripture, besides the same cultivation method as the first layer, which requires inducing the Great Sun Fire to burn flesh every day, spirit objects and demon essence blood are also needed. To break through from the second layer to the third layer, a spirit object called Blood Fire Lingzi is required, and 500 drops of Xian stage demon beast essence blood are needed. Blood Fire Lingzi, just by hearing the name, one could tell that this was a spirit object similar to Golden Leaf Spirit Ginseng. However, Golden Leaf Spirit Ginseng was a wood-attributed spirit object, whereas Blood Fire Lingzi was likely fire-attributed and could only be found in places with a strong fire power. The required amount of demon essence blood also increased drastically. Fortunately, only 500 drops of Xian stage demon beast essence blood were needed instead of 1,000. Otherwise, even he would have difficulty accumulating them. According to the realm division of ancient times, the Great Sun Golden Body Scripture is now at the king level. The realm of the ancient scriptures surpasses the realm of bloodlines. I wonder if the game will judge my breakthrough to the king level. Su Nan couldn't help but want to enter the game and check now. However, it's better to leave first. The anomaly caused by the breakthrough of the Great Sun Golden Body scripture attracted many people, so he couldn't stay here any longer. Let's go. Su Nan glanced at Zixu and disappeared. A moment later, in the Great Hero Treasure Hall, Su Nan felt the changes in the two spirit of Divine Dao, his brows slightly furrowing. Under the supply of the incense fire aspiration force, his will spirit, as well as that of the joyful deity, were growing rapidly. Now, his own divine will spirit had reached the appearance of an 8 or 9-year-old child, while the joyful deity's will spirit had grown into a 12 or 13-year-old young girl. On her body was a red dress, like a wedding gown, which had unknowingly condensed around her. The growth of the two divine will spirits brought about a direct change in the refining speed of the incense fire willpower. Now, within just one day, he could condense a 3 to 4 meter range of incense fire lake within his divine soul. Over the past few days, the incense fire lake inside his divine soul had reached new heights, now covering a full 20-meter range. This undoubtedly became another near-omnipotent trump card for him. The growth speed of the joyful deity's divine will spirit has become faster, and I don't know if this is good or bad. Although the joyful deity's divine will spirit brought him genuine benefits, it was also linked to his fate, and even if he wanted to destroy it, he wouldn't be able to. However, it could not be entirely controlled by him, and there were hidden dangers. Fortunately, there were now 3 king-level demons guarding the Grand Hall. Even if the joyful deity's divine Dao will spirit were to cause problems, Su Nan wouldn't have to worry about it causing any chaos. With this in mind, he looked at the few demons and focused on the skinny demon king and short demon king, who had been planted with God soul seeds by him. He could feel that the God soul seed within the short demon king's divine soul had now turned into a sapling and could initially alter its memory and perception. A thought formed in his heart, and the short demon king's memory and perception were silently altered. As for the skinny demon king, due to the strength of its divine soul, the God soul seed had just taken root and sprouted. It would take some time before it could fully control and alter its perception. Su Nan wasn't in a hurry. With Zixu watching them, the two demons wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. Entering the game once more, Su Nan immediately looked at his personal panel, wanting to see the changes in his realm. He was disappointed. Neither Wang Nan, Zhang Yang, nor Lang 13's realms had changed due to the breakthrough of the Great Sun Golden Body scripture. Apparently, the game's realm was based on bloodline realms. Looking at the Great Sun Golden Body scripture again, just like before, he could still use demon power to accelerate his cultivation progress. However, the demon power required for each acceleration had increased from 50 points to 100 points. 100 demon power points, that's not too bad. He currently had 465 demon power points left, which, even if he couldn't gain any for a few days, would still be enough to support him in accelerating his cultivation 4 times. With a flick of his hand, the mountain and water gourd appeared in his palm. Having left the land of the lost, it was time to release Chen Ying and Chen Di, the master-servant pair. He couldn't keep them inside the mountain and water gourd forever. Young master, where are we? Chen Ying and Chen Di appeared in a deserted alley. They were first stunned and then looked at the busy street not far away. Chen Ying subconsciously asked. This is outside the land of the lost, at the imperial city of the Great Yu dynasty. Outside the land of the lost? Great Yu dynasty. Young master, have we really left the land of the lost? Even if they had suspicions in their hearts, when Su Nan said it personally, both Chen Ying and Chen De were still emotional. They actually left the land of the lost, something they had never dared to think about before. Looking at the martial artists on the nearby streets, they were surprised to find that most of them were martial artists integrated with bloodlines. Among them were spirit-level existences, with only a few ordinary people who hadn't merged with bloodlines. The proportion of martial artists like this is definitely not found in the land of the lost. You guys can temporarily settle down here and familiarize yourselves with the situation here, Su Nan said. Hearing this, Chen Ying immediately understood Su Nan's intention, the excitement on her face disappeared, replaced by loss. Young master, are you leaving again? Su Nan nodded, I have to temporarily leave for a while. According to the plan, after completing the transaction with Wu Xiao Xiao, he would travel to 10,000 Demon Ridge, and the time of his return would be uncertain. Young master, can this servant come with you? Although she knew the possibility was small, Chen Ying couldn't help but ask, looking at Su Nan expectantly. Unfortunately, Su Nan shook his head, no, the the place I'm going to is too dangerous for you to be involved. Disappointment appeared in Chen Ying's eyes, but she also knew that her strength was weak. After a moment of silence, Chen Ying asked, "Will you visit us again, young master?" Su Nan smiled and said, "Don't worry, it won't be long before I come back." "Really? That's great." A hint of joy finally appeared in Chen Ying's eyes. "Here are some demon essence and blood." After thinking for a moment, Su Nan took out the remaining spirit-level monster essence blood from his body and gave it to Chen Ying. At the same time, he handed over the Demon Sutra and bloodline he had obtained from completing the mainline tasks. He didn't need those things anymore. In order for Chen Ying to survive in the Imperial City, she would naturally need money and other resources. These demon essences and blood would undoubtedly be valuable currency in the Imperial City. After making arrangements for Chen Ying, the time reached 8 p.m. The 14th opening of the 12 Zodiac Star Palace was upon them. Su Nan released his avatar and entered the battlefield again. Unexpectedly, this time, a Star Palace Master appeared opposite Zhang Yang, and in the battlefield where he played as Wang Nan, no Star Palace Master appeared on the opposite side. Could it be that someone killed them? Su Nan's heart sank. Now he was only short of the last 2 Star Palace Divine Artifacts to have the complete set. If one of the Star Palace Masters was killed at this last moment, it would be almost impossible for him to collect their Star Palace Divine Artifacts. However, he soon breathed a sigh of relief. Opposite Wang Nan was a player from the Aquarius Star Palace. Lang 13 inherited the position of the Aquarius Star Palace Master. Wang Nan and Lang 13, these 2 roles, were assigned to the same battlefield. Su Nan suddenly understood, but they were not friends, they were enemies. This is difficult now. Su Nan frowned. Having 2 roles assigned to the same battlefield meant that not only would one character get fewer points, but it could also result in points being deducted. You must know that there will always be one losing side. The losing side will not only have no points but will also have their points deducted. No matter if Wang Nan or Lang 13 loses, the points deducted will be his. If I don't let Lang 13 enter the battlefield, would I lose by default? Su Nan had an idea. He remembered the situation when the Star Palace Masters first appeared 4 days ago. At that time, all 3 of his characters were assigned to the same battlefield, but since there were only 2 Star Palace Masters, there wasn't enough to go around. In the end, he didn't let Lang 13 appear. In the final settlement, Lang 13 neither gained nor lost points. I hope I won't be judged as losing. There's no other choice, and he could only leave it to fate. More than 10 minutes later, the 2 characters finished their battles. Another Star Palace Divine Artifact was acquired. Exiting the 12 Zodiac Star Palace, he changed his appearance back to Wang Nan. Not long after, Wu Xiaoxiao and a few other women came to visit. You really didn't run away. It seems I was right about you. Seeing Su Nan, Wu Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief. If Su Nan had taken her golden leaf spirit ginseng and ran away, she would have suffered a big loss. Let's go and see your secret realm, Su Nan said without delaying. Wu Xiaoxiao was a disciple of the Dian sect, one of the 3 sects and 6 religions. The task she had obtained was also acquired when she was in Dian County, so the secret realm was naturally located in Dian County. From Zhongtian County to Dian County was not very far. If Su Nan transformed into a flying bird and hurried at full speed, it would take just over 2 hours to arrive. However, with Wu Xiaoxiao and the others, his speed was significantly slower. Halfway through, the rewards of the 12 Zodiac were distributed, and Wu Xiaoxiao said bitterly, "It's so infuriating. I only gained 500 points this time." Upon hearing this, the other girls complained, "It's all Zhang Yang's fault. If he hadn't killed all the players on the opposite side, we wouldn't have gotten so few points. Ever since Zhang Yang became the Star Palace Master of our Ares Palace, he's taken the majority of points every time, leaving nothing for us." As the girls complained, Su Nan's expression remained unchanged, as if it had nothing to do with him. At that moment, Wu Xiaoxiao looked at Su Nan and asked, "Wang Nan, you killed another Star Palace Master this time. How many points did you get?" "Not much, just over 50,000, Su Nan said indifferently. Even if he didn't say it, others could calculate his points by the changes on the points ranking list. "You consider 50,000 not much?" Wu Xiaoxiao was somewhat upset, revealing envy. Her total points only barely reached 50,000, and that was from before. Ever since the appearance of the Star Palace Master, her points each time were only in the hundreds. Not only her, but other top players following Su Nan didn't even get a taste of the soup. Many of them had tried to break away from Zhang Yang but failed. Without changing his expression, Su Nan checked his points. This time, Wang Nan didn't kill a Star Palace Master. He got fewer points than last time, but still over 40,000, making his usable total points reach more than 160,000. Zhang Yang killed a Star Palace Master and gained over 50,000 points, with a total of 100,000 points. As for Lang 13's points, they remained over 80,000 without increase or decrease. Luckily, my points were not deducted. I hope the 3 roles won't be assigned to the same battlefield tomorrow, otherwise, it'll be hard to get 3 portions of ancient demon essence blood. Before, he had overlooked the possibility that all 3 roles would be assigned to the same battlefield. He assumed they could get tens of thousands of points each time and, with high probability, all 3 roles could reach 120,000 points before the end of the 12 zodiacs. Now it seems that if his luck is not good tomorrow, he might not be able to get the points to exchange for 3 bloodlines. More than 2 hours later, they left Zhongtian County. Not long after leaving Zhongtian County, they encountered a Xian-level demonic beast. Su Nan didn't know whether it was good luck or bad luck. Su Nan effortlessly took care of it, which completed Wang Nan's Hunt a Xian-level monster mission, raising his usable demon power to 470 points. Another 2 hours passed before they arrived at Dian County. It was already past 1 AM in reality. The tasks had already refreshed. Having left the land of the lost, the tasks of the 3 characters finally returned to their previous state. Daily Task 1, Hunt a King-level demonic beast. Daily Task 2, Hunt a Xian-level demon. Daily Task 3, Hunt a Spirit-level monster. Wang Nan and Zhang Yang's tasks were all hunting missions. Lang 13's tasks, on the other hand, involved hunting players again. Looking at the 3 roles, each with a different number of player hunting tasks, Su Nan thought of the Wrath of the Demon Monarch mission. Due to the lack of Xian-level players, that mission hadn't made progress for a long time. Fortunately, this situation wouldn't last much longer. This is the place. Half an hour later, Wu Xiaoxiao finally brought Su Nan to an abandoned village they didn't know how long it had been since it was last inhabited. Desolate and run down, everywhere lay broken walls. There were many such villages in every county, all due to the ongoing destruction of the Heavenly Dome Divine Prohibition, resulting in the rampant demonic beasts in recent years. Already having received Wu Xiaoxiao's notice, many Breaking Dawn Guild players were waiting in the village, preparing to enter the secret realm. The president really invited the deity Wang Nan. It seems that this secret realm will finally be completely taken by the president. I wonder what treasure the president used to invite this great deity. Seeing Su Nan, the surrounding players' eyes lit up and they whispered. Wu Xiaoxiao led Su Nan to a dried-up well at the east side of the village, saying, "The entrance to the cave dwelling is under this well. Most of the areas inside are already safe. Let's go in." As she spoke, Wu Xiaoxiao led dozens of players in first. After everyone entered, Su Nan followed them into the well. He didn't know, just after he entered the cave dwelling, dozens of people in black appeared outside the village. Chapter 341, The Second Fragment. Following Wu Xiaoxiao, Su Nan entered the secret realm. This place was also an independent space, but unlike the cave dwelling of the cave immortal, this secret realm was small, very small indeed. There was no vitality here, apart from ruins, there was nothing else. Along a stone path, Wu Xiaoxiao led Su Nan to a stop at the end of the road, where Su Nan could faintly feel a dangerous aura permeating from a barren land 100 meters ahead. Wu Xiaoxiao said, "The Thunder Sea is directly ahead. It's not visible now, but it will only appear when someone enters it." Su Nan nodded, and in front of his eyes, information of foreknowledge kept popping up. You followed the outsiders into the cave dwelling left by an ancient powerhouse. This used to be the dwelling of a saint-level expert, extremely dangerous. But, after tens of thousands of years, the dangers in the cave dwelling are no longer fearsome. Under the guidance of the outsiders, you came to the Thunder Sea. You tried to enter the Thunder Sea alone, seeking the method to break through the Thunder Sea. The moment you step into the Thunder Sea, bolts of lightning attack you. Your body is strong, regular lightning bolts can't hurt you significantly. You continue to venture deeper into the Thunder Sea, where the lightning becomes increasingly powerful. Eventually, you arrive at the deepest part of the Thunder Sea, where you see a stone tablet. You realize that this tablet is the key to this place and you try to shatter it. As the stone tablet is shattered, the sky full of lightning disappears. At the same time, you find a purple crystal hidden in the broken tablet. You realize that the crystal is not ordinary and quickly put it away. Congratulations, you have obtained a thunder crystal stone. A thunder crystal stone? It must be a spiritual object containing the power of thunder. Excellent, an unexpected gain. Sunan had a satisfied look in his eyes. As expected, with his great sun body scripture breakthrough, his physical strength had greatly increased. The thunder from this thunder sea could not harm him. You continue onward with the outsiders, and soon you enter a sea of fire. Having practiced the great sun body scripture, you fearlessly enter alone. As you journey deeper, the surrounding flames grow hotter. You mobilize the Li fire essence inside your body, using its power to move forward. With the help of the Li fire essence, the flames around you pose no threat. When you reach the deepest part of the sea of fire, you see another stone tablet. Just like before, you shatter the tablet. As it breaks, the sea of fire disappears and from the broken tablet, you find a red crystal. Congratulations, you have obtained a fire crystal stone. This trial left by an ancient saint is indeed difficult to pass. I wonder what the next trial will be. Thunder Sea, Sea of Fire, the next one won't be Sea of Water, will it? Sunan intuitively thought of a possibility. Thunder, fire, and water are the three forms of mana currently controlled by players. You continue with the outsiders and soon arrive at a lake. The surrounding water seems to have life, transforming into various strange shapes and attacking you. You are fearless, destroying every form that approaches you, and once again, you venture alone into the depths of the lake. Eventually, with your formidable strength and extraordinary physique, you easily reach the deepest part of the lake, where you find another stone tablet. You smash the tablet and keep the crystal from the tablet. Congratulations, you have obtained a water crystal stone. As expected, the tests are of thunder, fire, and water. If I'm not mistaken, these three tests should be evaluating the control and use of the three forms of mana. Sunan understood instantly. The owner of this cave dwelling must have practiced mana. These tests were similar to those in the cave immortal's dwelling. They were meant for selecting a successor. It's a pity that he had encountered them. In the face of absolute strength, he could just bulldoze through. There was no need for any tactics. After passing the three tests, you continue forward with the outsiders. Soon, you see hundreds or even thousands of puppets appearing before you. You and the outsiders attack. An hour later, all the puppets are destroyed. You come to a stone hall, but, unfortunately, you are not the chosen successor and can't enter. You don't try to force your way in and let Wu Xiaoxiao, one of the outsiders, enter instead. 2 hours later, Wu Xiaoxiao exits the hall, having successfully obtained the heritage, and you start to return. A minute later, you leave the dry well and return to the village. At this moment, you find a red light suddenly appears, enveloping the entire village. Without giving you time to react, a green-black broken leg suddenly falls from the sky. The moment the broken leg lands, a rolling demonic chi explodes out of it, sweeping in all directions. All the outsiders are frightened and try to escape, only to find that the red light barrier is like a wall, blocking you and making it impossible to escape or retreat back to the cave mansion's space. What is happening? Have we been ambushed? Sunan frowned. He hadn't expected trouble here. A green-black broken leg. It must be those people from the Heavenly Destiny Society. He immediately realized what was happening. Back in the cave immortal's dwelling, the Heavenly Destiny Society used a broken hand to deal with him. If it weren't for him escaping quickly back then, he might not be standing here now. Currently, the severed leg is obviously from the same corpse as the severed hand. It is clear that Destiny Society has control of a powerful demon beast's corpse. They really don't give up. Sunan's expression darkened. On one side, noticing Sunan's changing expression, Wu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Don't tell me even you can't go through it." Sunan shook his head without saying anything and continued looking at the foreknowledge. You react quickly, releasing your avatar, and control the demonic chi with it, while simultaneously casting across the heavens shift to try to escape the red light covered area. As you use across the heavens shift, you successfully leave the red light covered area. You see more than 10 people in black clothing standing outside the village, and in all directions around the village, there are tens of thousands of outsiders. Seeing that you not only escaped the village but also were unaffected by the demonic chi, the people in black are shocked, and a few of them react quickly and immediately attack you. 2 minutes later, you kill the few people in black who attacked you. Just then, a terrifying rainbow light shoots at you. You feel the threat of death. At the critical moment, you use the undying golden body, and with its protection, you successfully block the golden light attack. Your strength surpasses the imagination of all the people in black, but they do not give up and finally make a combined attack on you. At the same time, you find that the tens of thousands of outsiders around the village seem to be controlled, all kneeling down and worshipping in your direction. You don't know why the outsiders are doing this, but you realize that you can't let them continue. However, before you can make a move on the outsiders, you see strands of green smoke rising from their bodies. As the green smoke rises, tens of thousands of outsiders turn to ashes, and the green smoke gathers in the air. In the next moment, a person in black appears in the midst of the green smoke. You see that the person in black is holding a silver object you are vaguely familiar with. The condensed green smoke is absorbed by the silver object in the person in black's hand. 3 minutes later, before you can react, your life wheel scripture suddenly starts to operate at an extreme speed. You realize that you have been attacked by the power of destiny. You die. On the verge of death, you realize that what the person in black is holding is a fragment of the heavenly sacred tool, the Life and Death Mirror. Life and Death Silver Mirror Fragment. Destiny Society actually found a Life and Death Silver Mirror Fragment. Sunan's eyes brightened, revealed excitement instead of anger due to being killed. He clearly knew the power of Life and Death Silver Mirror better than anyone else, as that power directly affected destiny and was incredibly elusive. It was impossible to resist unless one could control the power of destiny as well. Now, a fragment of the Life and Death Mirror is already of tremendous help to him. If he could acquire another fragment, the benefits it would bring him would be unimaginable. Moreover, if the two fragments happened to be adjacent and could be perfectly combined, it might even produce a power greater than the sum of its parts. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and Sunan made up his mind that he would keep that fragment at all costs. To control the Life and Death Mirror, one must control the power of destiny. It seems that the people of Destiny Society haven't controlled destiny's power, otherwise they wouldn't have used players' lives to stimulate the mirror. Looking at the last foreknowledge content, Sunan understood what was going on. It was clear that the players were controlled by Destiny Society, and under their control, a certain ritual was performed, allowing Destiny Society to use the Life and Death Mirror. However, he had to admit that using the lives of tens of thousands of players to drive the Life and Death Mirror generated an extraordinary power, so much that his third-level life wheel scripture couldn't resist it. How did Destiny Society control those players? Could it be Call Heaven scripture? Sunan speculated. If that was the case, the problem with Call Heaven scripture would be significant. However, regardless of the situation, even if it was a problem with Call Heaven scripture, he couldn't prevent it. What he could do now was to eliminate these people from the Destiny Society. He didn't continue with the foreknowledge. Since he already knew Destiny Society's trump card, he now had a means to deal with it. For now, he just needed to get the 3 crystals hidden in the stone tablet. Sunan looked at Wu Xiaoxiao and said, "You guys wait here, I'll go in and break the Thunder Sea." With that, he walked directly toward the Thunder Sea. A look of joy appeared on Wu Xiaoxiao's face, and she said, "Be careful." Thunder lights dazzled, instantly tearing apart heaven and earth. Just as Wu Xiaoxiao said, the moment Sunan entered the range of the Thunder Sea, a place that had been desolate suddenly appeared with thunderbolts that transformed into flying lightning snakes, charging towards Sunan. Sunan walked forward nonchalantly. The bolts of lightning struck his body, but it was as if he didn't care. They didn't cause him any harm whatsoever. As he went deeper, more and more lightning bolts fell onto him. The onlookers stared with their mouths open, watching the figure bathed in lightning. Is this the strength of a top 3 great god? That's too powerful. The onlookers were stunned because they were well aware that each lightning bolt's power was comparable to a Xian-level expert's strike, and they couldn't even resist it. Little did they know that Sunan had a 30% resistance to lightning, which was why he could enter the deepest part of the Thunder Sea without using any means but his flesh in the previous foreknowledge. As they ventured deeper, Sunan's figure gradually disappeared from their sight. However, they could still see the countless lightning snakes crazily converging above the distant Thunder Sea. But soon, the sky filled with thunder suddenly seemed to lose its foundation and quickly dissipated. What happened? Could deity Wang Nan be dead? As long as someone entered the Thunder Sea, it would appear. In contrast, if someone inside the Thunder Sea died, it would naturally disappear. The sudden disappearance of the thunder at present made them wonder if deity Wang Nan had died. No. He's still alive. Wu Xiaoxiao stared at the front as if she had seen something, her eyes revealing surprise and joy. The others also stared at the front, and only then did they see a figure standing a few thousand meters away. It was Su Nan. Let's go and catch up with him. We can't let that guy take our treasure, said Wu Xiaoxiao, unwilling to think more about it. She led the others to catch up with Su Nan, fearing that Su Nan might steal her chance. In front of the broken stone tablet, Su Nan looked at the purple crystal in his hand, his eyes filled with joy. Thunder Essence Stone, a spirit object conceived in the power of thunder, containing a trace of the origin of thunder. Just as he had guessed, this thunder crystal stone was indeed a heavenly earthly treasure. Unfortunately, the game's information didn't provide specific uses. However, seeing the words origin of power, his eyes shone. He thought of the water crystal stone. An object containing the origin of water could enhance the dragon turtle's realm. Now, this essence of thunder contains the origin of thunder, and the essence of water naturally contains the origin of water. Last time after swallowing the Xian level water pearl, the dragon turtle had already reached the spirit level peak. Now, if it could obtain another object containing the origin of water, it might be able to push the dragon turtle's realm to the Xian level. By then, the second phase of the dragon turtle's legacy mission would be completed. Wang Nan, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. I didn't expect you to really solve the Thunder Sea. Wu Xiaoxiao arrived with dozens of players, highly satisfied with Su Nan's successful completion of the task. Let's go, this is just the beginning, said Su Nan, keeping his composure. As the others continued on, before long, Su Nan and Wu Xiaoxiao, who were leading the way, entered the range of the Sea of Fire. The surrounding flames suddenly surged, and the scorching heat filled the air. Wu Xiaoxiao was frightened and immediately led the others out of the range of the Sea of Fire. But Su Nan continued forward. Seeing Su Nan casually walking through the Sea of Fire, everyone was once again amazed. Next, Su Nan easily passed the 2 remaining tests as if foreseen, and collected the 2 spirit stones. As expected, the water crystal stone did contain the origin of water. In front of everyone, Su Nan couldn't just feed the water crystal stone to the dragon turtle. They had to wait until they were out of this place. The puppets that followed were quite simple. Even though there were many of them, they could only slightly slow him down. Without wasting too much time, they killed all the puppets and finally arrived in front of the Inheritance Stone Hall. As for the Inheritance Stone Hall, Su Nan didn't have too many thoughts on it. Without the qualifications for inheritance, he feared that entering it would be like when he first entered the cave immortal's dwelling. The force left inside would only attack and kill him. An hour later, Wu Xiaoxiao emerged from the Inheritance Stone Hall elated. At this point, his transaction with Wu Xiaoxiao came to an end. Now, I need to think about how to deal with Destiny Society, Su Nan looked into the foreseeing. The second fragment of the Life and Death Silver Mirror must be obtained. Chapter 342, The Appearance of White Light. If the Destiny Society relies on sacrificing players to activate the Life and Death Mirror, then if there are no players, those people in the Destiny Society shouldn't be able to activate the Life and Death Mirror, right? The Destiny Society first prepared a formation to trap him, then prepared a powerful demon beast's broken leg, and finally used some unknown method to inflict a heavy blow on him. Their preparations were thorough. These methods would be more than enough to deal with others, even those in the early or mid-stage king level. However, they were nothing to him. The only real threat to him was the Life and Death Mirror in the end. Information from his foreknowledge constantly flickered. This time, he didn't use Death's foresight but opted for a 3-minute foreseeing the future, which provided more detailed information than Death's foresight. A moment later, his eyes flashed, and a barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Su Nan said to Wu Xiaoxiao, "Don't go out yet, someone outside is trying to ambush me." Wu Xiaoxiao and the others didn't have a way to resist the demonic qi, and once they went out, they would be trapped and doomed to die. What? Someone set an ambush for you? How could it be? Who would dare to ambush you, the great god? Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaoxiao was doubtful and couldn't help but look back at the group of players behind her. Although she didn't know how Su Nan had learned about the ambush outside, if what he said was true, it meant that someone had leaked their whereabouts and knew that Su Nan had come here with her. Su Nan didn't explain further and went straight towards the exit. Wu Xiaoxiao wanted to go out and take a look but decided to stay put after thinking it over. Whoever dared to ambush Su Nan must have extraordinary strength, definitely not ordinary players. She would only slow him down if she went out. The village outside the dried-up well was eerily quiet. No one knew that dozens of people in black were already hiding around the village, their eyes firmly fixed on the dried-up well in the village's center. Moreover, hundreds of meters away from the village, there were densely packed players surrounding the area. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the dried-up well, and it was Su Nan. Wang Nan is out. Strange, why did only he come out? As long as he comes out, that's enough. Attack! Upon seeing Su Nan, all the people in black were tense. At their command, the people in black, who had been ready, quickly acted according to plan. In a split second, a red light shield rose, enveloping the entire town. Immediately after, just like in the foreseen situation, a green-black broken leg fell down, emitting an overwhelming demonic qi. Su Nan's face was calm, and without any hurry, he released his avatar. The avatar and Su Nan's main body were mentally connected, and without Su Nan saying anything, the avatar knew what to do. The avatar went straight to the green-black broken leg and directly took it into his personal space without being affected by the demonic qi at all. For avatars who cultivated the sky demon devouring God Sutra, the bodies of other powerful demon creatures not only could not harm them but could actually help their cultivation. Once again putting away the avatar and using the across the heavens shift, Su Nan appeared outside the village. Not good. He escaped. How is that possible? How did he escape? That broken demonic corpse didn't affect him at all. Seeing Su Nan, more than 10 black-clad members of the Destiny Society looked horrified. They couldn't understand how the well-prepared traps they had set had failed to work as intended. The first plan failed. Quickly execute the second plan, kill him here first, then find a way to trap him again, said a tall, leader-like figure in black among the more than 10 people in black. Hearing that, the more than 10 people in black quickly reacted and surrounded Su Nan. These people were quite powerful, all with early-stage king-level strength. Ignoring the several people in black, he released 7 paper men made from white paper, who rushed towards the area where the crowd of players was located. What is that? Upon witnessing the 7 paper men, the more than 10 people in black were astonished. Before they could react, the 7 paper puppet demons had already charged into the area where the crowd of players was. Among the 7 paper puppets, there were 4 early-stage king-level and 3 peak king-level ones. Their mighty divine soul power was fatal to the mere mortal level and spirit level players, with no chance of resisting it. Like a tiger among sheep, players fell like cut wheat wherever the puppets passed. Strangely, however, these players seemed like soulless walking corpses, not resisting, much less screaming or trying to flee. What the hell is he up to? Could he know the purpose of these players? No. Impossible, he definitely doesn't know the purpose of these players. The leader-like figure in black was horrified. He didn't understand why Su Nan would choose to attack these players first, but he knew that Su Nan definitely shouldn't continue. As Su Nan fought with the 10 or more early-stage king-level people in black, he didn't use any racial talents, relying only on the power of the Great Sun Golden Body scripture and his own Wang Nan bloodline. This level of strength was enough to kill these people in black. At this moment, a sudden red light shot out from the hand of the leader-like figure in black, aiming to kill him. I've been waiting for you. Su Nan reacted quickly, activating the undying golden body. His body instantly appeared to be cast from gold, his entire body turned into a golden yellow color with a metallic sheen. The red light struck his body, creating sparks as if striking metal, but it didn't pierce through his body. What kind of power is that? How can he have such a strong physique? Seeing his attack blocked, the leader of the men in black frowned again. By now, all of their various methods prepared for Su Nan had failed, which made the face of the black-clothed leader gloomy. Even at this time, he was still not panicked. His gaze looked at the players 100 meters away from the village. At this time, it was only a few breaths away since Su Nan took action. However, in just these few breaths, already thousands of players had been killed. Can't wait any longer. The leader of the men in black showed determination in his eyes. The fewer the players, the less power they can exert in the end. If it were against ordinary players, even a few hundred or a few thousand players would be enough. But Su Nan was different, he couldn't guarantee if most of the players were dead, he could still kill Su Nan. Under the control of the man in black, all players seemed like puppet figures, kneeling and worshipping Su Nan. Starting, aren't they? Seeing this scene, Sunan used the technique call the wind without any reserve. As the black wind swept through, the kneeling players were quickly turned into ashes. In a short breath, another few thousand players disappeared. Now, out of the original 10,000 players, only 2 or 3,000 were left. However, it's not over yet. The rain of fire bombarded from the sky, another 1,000 players were killed. This move belonged to Zhang Yang. If other players were to see it, they would definitely think of something, but Sunan wasn't worried about it now. He hadn't planned to spare any of them. As for those players who had a clear problem, they might have lost consciousness already, so there was no way they could see anything. Sunan continued to take action, and in a blink of an eye, only 1,000 players out of the tens of thousands remained. Seeing him killing players so relentlessly, the black-clothed leader couldn't help but realize that Sunan knew the purpose of these players. There must be a traitor who leaked the information. Damn it, don't let me find out who you are. The leader of the men in black cursed in his heart. In his view, someone must have tipped Sunan off. Otherwise, Sunan wouldn't have known the purpose of these players to him. Faster! Go faster! Staring at the players who were kneeling down and sacrificing themselves under his control, the black-clothed leader's heart was anxious. Fortunately, Sunan had used up all his quick killing methods on the Wang family, and he had no means to kill all the remaining players in the next breath, which undoubtedly gave the black-clothed leader an opportunity. Green smoke rose, and eventually, the remaining 1,000 players turned into ashes. The green smoke condensed and all entered the life and death silver mirror fragment in his hand. Success! The black-clothed leader was overjoyed and immediately activated the life and death silver mirror. In an instant, Sunan's life wheel scripture inside his body ran wild, and this situation lasted for 2 or 3 breaths. 2 or 3 breaths later, Sunan looked at the black-clothed leader with a seemingly mocking smile. At this moment, the black-clothed leader couldn't hold it back anymore. How is it possible? You can withstand the power of a sacred tool. The black-clothed leader was inexplicably astonished. He just couldn't understand how Sunan could have the power to resist the life and death silver mirror. Sunan didn't care what he was thinking, controlling the 7 paper puppets to attack him together. Compared to the other men in black, this leader had obviously stronger strength. With the early king rank, he was able to burst out the strength comparable to the mid-stage king level and the late king rank. However, even so, facing 3 peak king level paper puppets, he still had no choice but to be killed. But Sunan didn't kill the leader of the men in black, only severely injuring his divine soul. He planned to take complete control of him. He needed the information about Destiny Society in the leader's mind. I've been passively enduring this Destiny Society's repeated attempts to kill me, but this time I plan to take the initiative and strike. This leader's divine soul was not very strong, and it was similar to an ordinary physique series king-level martial artist's divine soul. Now his divine soul was severely damaged, and with the help of the God Soul Seed, controlling him completely would only take 4 or 5 days. However, he couldn't wait that long. He had to go to 10,000 Demon Ridge next, and he didn't know how long this trip would take. He planned to get rid of the Destiny Society before that. In this case, he could only try using incense fire aspiration force or racial luck to speed up the process. The black-clothed leader fell to the ground, and Sunan walked forward to seize the silver mirror shards from his hands. The black-clothed leader stared at Sunan with cold eyes, full of hatred. Boy, you better pray we don't catch you, or you'll regret everything you did today. Oh really? I'd like to see how your Heaven's Destiny group plans on capturing me. Sunan couldn't be bothered to waste words on him, so he formed a God Soul Seed and shot it into the man's divine soul, knocking him out and storing him inside the cosmic ring. After doing all of this, he began to clean up the battlefield. Congratulations, you have killed 15 spirit-level outsiders, and 15 demon points have been awarded. Congratulations, you have killed 120 mortal-level outsiders, and 15 demon points have been awarded. Current available demonic power, 500 points. Although those players didn't know what means the Destiny Society used to completely control them, it didn't affect his completion of the task. With 500 demon power points, Sunan recalled that the last time he accumulated so many points was in the Divine Ruins, where he eventually used 500 points to enhance the life wheel scripture. Next, he looked at the life and death silver mirror fragment. Life and death silver mirror fragment, a fragment of the heavenly sacred tool life and death mirror. The complete mirror has the power to break and reassemble other people's fate patterns. This fragment accounts for 20% of the complete holy artifact and has 5% of the power of the complete life and death silver mirror. It cannot be used by those who do not master fate. Su Nan took out his own fragment and saw that compared to his own fragment, the one he got from the black-clothed man was slightly smaller. The fragment in his hand accounted for about 1/3, roughly 32%, of the complete life and death silver mirror, and could exert 10% of the power. The current fragment only had 20% and could exert only 5% of the power. However, he was not disappointed but pleasantly surprised. These two fragments are adjacent and can be combined. The carving on the back of the fragment in his hand had only one skull and the left half of the upper body, while the carving on the back of this fragment was the missing right half of the body. He attempted to put the two fragments together, and to his delight, it worked. As he watched, a flash of light appeared at the seams between the two fragments, and the seams magically disappeared, merging the two pieces into one. At the same time, the game's introduction changed as well. Life and Death Silver Mirror Fragment, fragment of the heavenly sacred tool Life and Death Silver Mirror. The complete mirror has the power to break and reassemble other people's fate patterns. This fragment accounts for 45% of the complete holy artifact and has 25% of the power of the complete life and death silver mirror. It cannot be used by those who do not master fate. With the completeness reaching 45%, the power it could exert increased to 25%, more than double his original piece. In the process, the black light on the mirror had grown significantly. Not bad, not bad. With the current power of this life and death silver mirror, it should be able to pose a considerable threat to those at the Emperor level, right? I just wonder how long I need to endure the fate backlash if I use this thing again right now. Thinking of the demonic thought stored in the storage ring, Su Nan couldn't help but want to give it a try. But the timing was not right yet. Just as he was about to put the mirror fragment away, he suddenly noticed a tiny white light appearing not far from the black light in the mirror. White light. Could this be the power to reassemble fate patterns? Su Nan's eyes lit up as he instantly thought of a possibility. The life and death silver mirror possessed the power to shatter and reassemble fate patterns. He had always been able to use only the black light that shatters fate patterns, but now that the white light appeared, wouldn't it mean he could revive the dead? His breathing quickened at the thought. It took him a while to suppress his excitement, gather his belongings, and look back at the village. Perhaps it was because the maintenance of the Destiny Society had been lost, or for some other reason, but the red light covering the village had disappeared. Su Nan didn't intend to return to the dry well, so he left directly. Even if he didn't go back to inform them, Wu Xiaoxiao would soon send someone to investigate. Over 10 minutes later, he stopped in a grove of trees. Next, I need to deal with the demonic thought and complete the second phase of the Dragon Turtle's legacy mission. In that case, I'll try to complete the Dragon Turtle's mission first. Su Nan flicked his hand, and the water crystal stone reappeared. Chapter 343, The Growth of the Gourd. Mainline Task, The Legacy of the Dragon Turtle. Task Difficulty, 4-star. Task Reward, Spirit Grade Demon Technique, Spirit Grade Bloodline, 45 Demon Power Points 1 Spirit Item. Task End Countdown, 6 days. The task of the Dragon Turtle Legacy appeared before his eyes. This task was also obtained when he reached the Spirit Grade. The only rewards that Su Nan cared about were the 45 Demon Power Points and 1 Spirit Object. For Su Nan now, these rewards are not very rich, and the cost is huge. With this water crystal stone, he had already invested in 3 spiritual items. Now he only hopes that the rewarded spirit object won't be too bad, otherwise, he would have lost out. Feeding the water crystal stone to the little guy, its aura instantly kept growing. This process couldn't be accomplished quickly and needed time. Su Nan was not in a hurry, waiting patiently. But while he was waiting, he didn't know that the message of the failed ambush on him had already been transmitted back to a small town in Wansheng Prefecture. Failure, even with so much preparation, we still failed, a bunch of waste. A person in black sounded cold. It was an old man with a hunched-over body and a face full of wrinkles. This old man was obviously not an ordinary person. As soon as he spoke, the other people in black bowed their heads, afraid of provoking the old man. Only an old woman on one side said, "Failure isn't a big deal. Wang Nan has already gained some strength, even mastered a hint of power from that supreme treasure. It is acceptable that we failed. The key is that the holy artifact is lost. It has fallen into Wang Nan's hands. It won't be easy to get it back." When talking about the holy artifact, everyone's faces grew even more ugly, no one dared to speak. The old man said, "How could we fail with so much preparation and bringing the holy artifact with us? Using the sacrifice of 10,000 people to activate the holy artifact, even an emperor-level expert should be severely injured. Could it be that Wang Nan already has emperor-level power?" The old woman shook her head, "Impossible. Wang Nan is only at the mid-stage Xian level now. It's only been half a month since he got the ancient scriptures. Even if he cultivates quickly, it's impossible for him to cultivate the scripture to emperor level." The old man also nodded, "How much time has passed? Perhaps that guy has some tricks up his sleeve, but it's impossible for him to have emperor level power. Even if he uses a secret technique to temporarily reach emperor level, he still wouldn't be able to resist the power of the holy artifact. If he's not at emperor level, how did he resist the power of the holy artifact? Could it be that he has a treasure that can resist the power of fate?" Suddenly, the old man thought of a possibility. The old woman said, "No matter what, we must get back both the holy artifact and the hint of power from that supreme treasure." The old man nodded and said, "We need to get those things back, but with the power we have now, it's difficult to deal with Wang Nan unless we use that thing." The old woman knew what the old man was referring to and shook her head without thinking, "No. We finally found that thing, and we mustn't use it. That thing is of great importance. If we succeed in capturing Wang Nan, that's fine, but if we fail again, the first ones the higher-ups will hold responsible are us." Hearing those words, the old man thought about the seriousness of the matter and went silent, no longer mentioning that thing. A moment later, the old man said, "We can only wait. Wait for the next public beta test, when the spatial channel opens again, and stronger people from our clan will inevitably come." The old woman said, "According to the saint-level expert's calculation, the condition for the fourth public test is very likely to be 10 million spirit level. We're approaching this goal now, and it won't be long." The two quickly discussed and finally decided to temporarily give up on capturing Su Nan. Little did they know that their successive actions had thoroughly enraged Su Nan, and he was now determined to strike back at them. On the small hill, the aura of the dragon turtle kept growing. This process didn't last long. After more than 10 minutes, the dragon turtle's aura seemed to reach a peak. Following a brief moment of silence, it suddenly skyrocketed. The little guy finally broke through to Xian level. "Congratulations, you have completed the second phase of the mainline task, the legacy of the dragon turtle. Will you claim the reward immediately?" "Yes." "Congratulations, you have obtained the spirit grade demon technique." "Congratulations, you have obtained the spirit grade bloodline." "Congratulations, you have obtained 45 demon power points." "Congratulations, you have obtained 1 spirit item." "The third phase task has been opened, please check the task bar." Demon power increased to 545 points. Su Nan only took a glance, took the little guy back into the mountain and water gourd, and quickly brought out the rewarded spirit item. It was another stone-like thing, but unlike the divine aperture stone and water crystal stone he had obtained before, it was a grey piece of stone that looked very ordinary. It was as if it had been picked up casually from the riverside. It didn't look special at all from the outside. If it wasn't a game reward, he would even think this thing was just picked up at the roadside. World Stone, birth of a world happens with the destruction of another. This is a strange and spiritual object born at the moment when the origin of a destroyed world slips away. It contains a small amount of the world origin and can nurture a mini-world. Contains a small amount of world origin? Nurture a mini-world. Su Nan frowned slightly, seeing only the world origin contained within, he thought he had obtained a remarkable treasure. But after seeing the introduction about nurturing a mini-world, he was greatly disappointed. Should someone else find it, they would certainly treat it as a treasure and hope that it could give birth to a mini-world one day. But he wasn't interested in it. He already had a small world of his own, although it was small, covering only an area of 1,000 kilometers, but it was enough for him. He didn't have to go to the trouble of cultivating a new one. 3 spiritual items for just this thing, what a loss. Su Nan was disappointed and now only hoped that the rewards for the third ring mission would be good. Just as he was about to put away the world stone, suddenly, the mountain and water gourd inside him seemed to have found something and trembled non-stop. What is this? Su Nan was surprised and doubtful. This wasn't the first time such a situation had occurred. It had happened before at the Yao Court in the Land of the Lost. He instinctively summoned the mountain and water gourd, and now the gourd trembled even more fiercely. Vaguely, he could even feel a kind of longing. The mountain and water god wants this world stone. Su Nan immediately understood what was going on and couldn't help but brighten up. Just a moment ago, he was disappointed for getting a useless spiritual item, and now, if he could use the world stone to enhance the mountain and water god, it seemed like a nice option. Without hesitation, he put the world stone directly into the mountain and water gourd. The moment the world stone entered the mountain and water gourd, a strange chain reaction occurred between the two. The gourd trembled constantly, and a powerful suction force came from the gourd's mouth. Instantly, the weather changed, and the power of heaven and earth around Su Nan was pulled, just like a torrent pouring, being dragged and poured into the gourd. Su Nan could feel that the space in the mountain and water gourd was expanding continuously. The mini-world inside the mountain and water gourd is growing. He was not shocked, but instead delighted. At this moment, he wished the commotion would be even bigger. As if to fulfill his wish, the gourd's suction force grew, and the range of affected power of heaven and earth expanded. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters. 10 li, 20 li, 30 li. In the blink of an eye, the power of heaven and earth within a few hundred miles was affected, turning into a flood crazily rushing towards his location. The mountain and water gourd also didn't refuse, just like a bottomless pit, crazily devouring the power of heaven and earth. At the same time, Su Nan could feel that not only was the power of heaven and earth being crazily swallowed by the mountain and water gourd, even the heavenly and earthly vitality was also rushing into the gourd. Such a situation, he had only seen once before in the illusion realm of the ancient god tomb when that divine venerable one broke through. The commotion caused by the mountain and water gourd was enormous. Within a few hundred miles, both demons and players could clearly feel the changes in heaven and earth. What's going on? What happened over there? Treasure. There must be a treasure that has appeared. A large number of demons and players quickly rushed towards the direction where the power of heaven and earth converged. Not only that, a great monster a few hundred miles away also noticed the changes in heaven and earth and rushed over immediately. As the culprit of this phenomenon, Su Nan's eyes were filled with anticipation. At this moment, the mountain and water gourd had escaped his control and was floating in the void, but fortunately, the connection between the two of them didn't weaken with the growth of the gourd, but instead grew closer. The power of heaven and earth formed a tornado, and the eye of the storm was naturally the mountain and water gourd. This change lasted for several tens of minutes. When everything finally subsided, 100 meters away from Su Nan, a large number of demons had already gathered. However, most of these demons were of mortal and spirit levels, with only a few Xian-level great monsters. These Xian-level great monsters obviously all wanted to snatch the mountain and water gourd and confronted each other, not taking action immediately. It's deity Wang Nan. A few hundred meters away from the demons, Wu Xiaoxiao and more than a dozen members of the Breaking Dawn Guild also came and were surprised to see Su Nan. Wu Xiaoxiao looked at the mountain and water gourd above Su Nan with suspicion. Could it be that the treasure in his hands was obtained from that secret realm? The mountain and water gourd finished its transformation and slowly fell, caught by Su Nan. Seeing this, one of the Xian-level great demons couldn't bear it any longer and asked angrily, "Kid, what is that thing in your hands?" Another demon sneered, "Stop wasting your breath with him. This kind of treasure can only belong to our demon clan. He, a human, is not worthy of owning it. We should take it back first." Su Nan ignored the few demons and carefully examined the changes in the mountain and water gourd in his hand. He saw that the originally purple gourd had become slightly crystal clear, like a piece of purple crystal jade. Seeing Su Nan ignoring them, the few demons' faces grew dark. "Little human, don't say we didn't give you a chance, hurry up and offer that gourd." Su Nan glanced at the demon and took action the next moment. With a lift of his hand, the power of heaven and earth converged, turning into a giant palm, and suddenly slapped down towards the few demons. Boom! The earth trembled, countless broken rocks fell like rain, and with one palm strike, dozens of demons were obliterated. Heaven and earth power. That's the power of heaven and earth. He can actually wield the power of heaven and earth, let's go. Seeing this scene, the remaining demons were dumbfounded. The other Xian-level demons reacted quickly, trying to retreat at the first opportunity. However, since they had already come, how could Su Nan let them leave? "Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Hunt a Spirit Level Monster, 15 demon points have been awarded. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Hunt a Xian Level Demon, 30 demon points have been awarded." Wang Nan's 2 tasks were completed, and 45 demon points were credited. Su Nan did not stop, switched roles to Zhang Yang, and made another move. The palm condensed with heaven and earth power fell again, and dozens more demons were obliterated. 2 tasks were completed once again, and 90 demon power points were credited Indiana total. The usable demon power reached an unprecedented 635 points. With 2 moves, most of the demons were killed, and the remaining demons were frightened and fled in all directions. With no more demons disturbing him, Su Nan continued to observe the changes in the mountain and water gourd. His divine soul entered the gourd, and when he looked at the world inside the mountain and water gourd again, he was even more surprised. At this time, the world inside the mountain and water gourd had changed drastically. Centered on the small hill, the original world that was only within 1,000 meters radius had expanded by an unknown number of times and seemed to have no end in sight. However, being the master of the mountain and water gourd, Su Nan could grasp everything within the gourd with just a thought. 100 miles. The original world, which was only within a radius of 1,000 meters, had grown 40 to 50 times larger, reaching a range of 100 miles. However, apart from the core area where the grass and trees were lush within 1,000 meters, the rest of the new areas were barren. This is not because those areas were unable to grow any vegetation but because there hasn't been enough time for the grass and trees to grow in those areas. As long as time is given, those areas will surely become a world full of vitality. The great princess stood in the void, holding onto the dragon turtle, also amazed at the changes in the mini-world, and did not understand what had happened. The space has expanded by 50 times, not bad, not bad. Su Nan nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to leave the mountain and water gourd, suddenly, he found that the power of heaven and earth, which he had not been able to feel inside the mountain and water gourd, were now clearly perceivable. Not only that, but he also found that he could now mobilize that heaven and earth power. This kind of mobilization was not like a king-level powerhouse who could only mobilize within a radius of several thousand meters, but all of it. He could mobilize all the heaven and earth power within a 100-mile radius. What did it mean to be able to mobilize the heaven and earth power within a 100-mile radius? Even the power that a peak king-level powerhouse could mobilize was only 7 to 8,000 meters. In front of his 200-mile range of heaven and earth power, it wasn't an exaggeration to call them a little brother. If I were to fight inside this mountain and water gourd, wouldn't I be invincible? A bold thought emerged, and Su Nan couldn't help but get excited. If he could bring the enemy into the mountain and water gourd, and within this gourd, he could mobilize the power of heaven and earth, it might be that even an emperor-level powerhouse wouldn't be a match for him. At least, an early stage of emperor-level powerhouse may not necessarily be his opponent. Thinking of this, Su Nan was excited in his heart and couldn't help but want to try it out. However, to his disappointment, his real body couldn't enter the mountain and water gourd. Even if the mountain and water gourd had grown and advanced under the influence of the world stone, it still couldn't. However, he quickly thought of another method, and his eyes lit up again. My real body can't go in, but I still have an avatar. If I can get the avatar in, it should achieve the same effect. A thought flashed through his mind, but now was not the time to try it out. He looked at the distant sky, where a rainbow light was rapidly approaching. A demon king had been attracted. Chapter 344, The Resurrected Corpse. That was a middle-aged demon king, standing in the void, looking down at Su Nan below, staring intently at the mountain and water gourd in Su Nan's hand. He obviously knew that Su Nan had just used the power of heaven and earth to kill a group of demons, saying, "Human boy, you are clearly only at the mid-stage Xian level, but you can use the power of heaven and earth. Is it because of that gourd? What is that gourd in your hand?" The middle-aged demon king questioned, but Su Nan ignored him and looked in another direction. He saw another figure flying through the sky in the distance. "The second one is here, it saves me the trouble of looking." Su Nan's mouth showed a smile. 2 demon kings, just enough to complete the tasks of his 2 roles. From a distance, Wu Xiaoxiao and others held their breath as they saw the 2 demon kings. If they encountered 2 demon kings anywhere else, they would not hesitate to turn and run. But now with Su Nan here, they don't need to run and even show a look of enjoying the show. How did that old guy come too? Seeing the rapidly approaching figure, the middle-aged demon's face darkened. It was an old man, also at the early king rank. Although the 2 demon creatures did not come from the same direction, they obviously knew each other. The old man said, "Brother Qing Teng, you came very fast. I wonder if that treasure has been obtained." As he spoke, the old man looked down at Su Nan, his gaze also falling on the mountain and water gourd in Su Nan's hand. Good treasure, since brother Qingtang doesn't want to take the initiative to do it, then I will not be polite. The old man's eyes brightened, and without a second word, he attacked directly. Seeing this, the middle-aged Demon King wanted to take action, but eventually held back. This old guy came late and didn't know that this kid could use the power of heaven and earth. Judging by the range of the kid's control of the power of heaven and earth just now, even I might not be able to easily take him down. The old guy blindly rushed up and was sure to be unlucky. Thinking of this, the middle-aged Demon King showed a cold smile, as if he had already seen the scene of the old man having a hard time coming. However, the next scene made his face change dramatically. Su Nan held the gourd with one hand, while making a grabbing motion with his other hand, his palm clenched into a fist, and the power of heaven and earth gathered within 1,000 meters radius. In reality, thanks to the Great Sun Golden Body scripture, he could mobilize the power of heaven and earth within a range of 2,000 meters, but in the game, he could only mobilize 1,000 meters, half less. This was also within Su Nan's expectations, after all, he was not from this world. The power of heaven and earth surged forth, and this time Su Nan did not directly hurl it out but instead condensed it between his fists, along with the golden light rising, and the power of the Great Sun Body scripture and the bloodline power erupting simultaneously. No good. Danger. The golden light surged, and the old man's face changed dramatically. He felt an unprecedented aura, the aura of death. He instinctively wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. Su Nan punched out, hitting the old man hard. Boom! There was a muffled sound, and the old man was blown away like a sandbag. The old man's body fell and rolled a few times before finally stopping. The old man stared at Su Nan with widened eyes, his face full of horror and unwillingness, struggled to get up, but eventually fell down, turning into a grey wolf. Dead, an early-stage king-level demon, killed by Su Nan with one hit. This, the middle-aged Demon King looked at the grey wolf that the old man had turned into, as if he had been frightened and stupidly stared at the old man's corpse. It wasn't just the middle-aged Demon King who was stunned, but also Wu Xiaoxiao and others in the distance. They knew that Su Nan was very strong, able to kill early-stage king-level or even mid-stage king-level creatures, but they never thought that Su Nan could kill a Demon King with one shot. Is that Demon King too weak? Someone stupidly said. It's not that the Demon King is too weak, it's that he's too strong. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. Congratulations, you have completed the daily task Hunt a Demon King, 45 Demon Power Points issued. With the completion of a 3-star task, the usable demon power reached 680 points. With a wave of his hand, the power of heaven and earth condensed into a giant hand, captured the corpse of the grey wolf, and placed it into the storage ring. Su Nan then looked at the middle-aged Demon King. Run! Run as far away as possible. This is not Xian level at all, this is a scourge pretending to be weak. Seeing Su Nan's gaze, the middle-aged Demon King reacted and his eyes showed fear. However, he had nowhere to run. Su Nan attacked again and easily killed him, gaining another 45 demon power points, reaching a new high of 725 points for usable demon power. After collecting the demon corpses, he glanced in the direction of Wu Xiaoxiao and the others and left without lingering. Mainline task, the Legacy of the Dragon Turtle. Task 3rd phase, raise the Dragon Turtle to King level. Task difficulty, 4-star. Task reward, Xian level Monster Scripture, Xian level Bloodline, 60 points of Demon Power, Divine Ability Seed. As expected, the 3rd phase of this task really requires me to raise the Dragon Turtle to King level. Dozens of miles away from Wu Xiaoxiao and the others, Su Nan found another place to stop and check the recently opened 3rd phase of the task. This task will probably take a long time to complete again. If he had some confidence in the 2nd phase of raising the Dragon Turtle to Xian level, he would have no confidence in this task at all. From Xian level to King level, the gap between them is many times greater than that from mortal level to Xian level, even Su Nan has not yet reached such a realm. Fortunately, this task has no time limit, so there's no rush. Next, it's time to settle the score with the Destiny Society. The leader of the people in black was released from his cosmic ring and was still unconscious and had not woken up. This was just right, and it was more conducive to the germination of the God Soul Seed. I hope the incense prayer technique works, otherwise, I'll have to use Chi Luck. He had previously thought of using the incense fire aspiration force to accelerate the growth of Luo Yu's God Soul Seed, but ultimately gave up because the incense fire aspiration force was too little. Now that he has enough incense fire power saved up, it was the perfect opportunity. Upon a thought, he tried to establish a connection with heaven and earth. Unexpectedly, he actually managed to establish a connection with heaven and earth. Two places actually belong to the same heaven and earth. It seems I was wrong, Su Nan expressed in surprise. To perform the incense prayer technique, he first needs to establish a connection with heaven and earth and leave a mark. Previously, he had established a connection with heaven and earth in the land of the lost. He originally thought that the land of the lost and Dongchen state belonged to two different heavens and earth, and he needed to establish a connection all over again. But now he found he was wrong, he could still feel the connection between himself and heaven and earth here. This indicated that they were both the same heaven and earth. This is good, it saves me the trouble of having to establish a connection with heaven and earth again. He didn't feel like thinking more about it and turned his sights to Death's foresight. Death's foresight began, 6 foreknowledge times were consumed. You've captured a strong person from the Destiny Society and planted a God Soul Seed. However, the growth of the God Soul Seed requires time, and you attempt to use the incense prayer technique to hasten its growth. Incense prayer technique used, half of the incense fire aspiration force in your divine soul is consumed, and the God Soul Seed grows rapidly into a towering tree within 5 breaths. Through the God Soul Seed, you learn that this strong person from the Destiny Society is called Su Ying. He entered reality from the space of his race when the spatial channel was opened over 10 days ago, and then entered Dongchen state through reality. From him, you learn that in addition to the dozen-plus strong individuals you killed, the Destiny Society still has over 10 king-level powerhouses in Dongchen state and over a dozen powerhouses in other states. At the same time, you learn that the powerhouses of the Destiny Society in Dongchen state are all concentrated in a village in Wansheng state. There lies an independent space containing a corpse of an emperor-level powerhouse that the Destiny Society has found. It is the corpse of a former heavenly clan expert. The corpse is well preserved, and through several sacrifices, the Destiny Society has revived the corpse with the power of the life and death mirror. The corpse of a heavenly clan expert. The Destiny Society actually found a corpse of a heavenly clan expert. Su Nan was surprised, and he couldn't help but think of the corpse that Zhou Lingyan suppressed in the Divine Ruins. At the time, that corpse was so strong that even Zhou Lingyan, relying on Kun Tian prison, could only just hold it off. He originally thought that such corpses would be extremely rare and there probably wouldn't be a second one to find in all of Dongchen state. But who would have thought, the Destiny Society not only found one but also successfully revived it. I don't know if my art of fate can still be used after the heavenly clan's corpse has been revived. Su Nan felt a slight sink in his heart. If it was during the revival process, his art of fate was an absolute nemesis to such beings, and the corpse of the demonic emperor in the stone coffin was a perfect example. But at present, the heavenly clan's corpse has already been revived and it didn't look to be temporary. So whether his art of fate could work or not was still up in the air. Judging from the number of times foresight was used, this time I must have fallen into the hands of the heavenly clan expert. What eases your mind is that according to Su Ying, although the revived heavenly clan expert has successfully revived, his strength has not recovered, only the early stage of emperor level. You know, you can't continue to let the revived heavenly clan expert recover. You must go to Wansheng Prefecture as quickly as possible to kill him. 6 hours later, under Su Ying's lead, you arrive at a village in Wanma County, Wansheng State. Your arrival is immediately discovered by several experts from the Destiny Society. You fight with several experts from the Destiny Society, they're no match for you and are quickly killed by you. The remaining few experts know they are not your opponents and decisively open the space where the heavenly clan expert is located. You follow them into the space without the intention to let them go. 1 minute later, the moment you enter the space, the revived heavenly clan expert inside is disturbed and finds out that you possess a heavenly sacred tool. The heavenly clan expert takes action against you, intending to kill you. You give it your all, release your avatar and perform the offering god demons ritual, at the same time instruct Luo Yu and Great Princess to use the demon sword and the soul-absorbing lamp to kill the heavenly clan expert. However, I'm sorry to disappoint you. The heavenly clan expert is powerful, mastering the powerful force of Qi luck and destiny. Even if the Great Princess and Luo Yu cooperate, they can only fight on par with him. 2 minutes later, you attempt to use the art of fate, sensing changes in your own Qi luck. The heavenly clan expert decisively uses a secret technique, and your art of fate is blocked. 3 minutes later, the heavenly clan expert fails to kill the great princess and Luo Yu, and has to give up on them. Instead, he turns to attack you with all his might. You are no match for the emperor-level expert of the heavenly clan, you die. As expected, he was eventually killed by the heavenly clan expert. Su Nan looked grim. It was clear that the heavenly clan expert had truly been resurrected and now possessed the ability to resist his art of fate. That expert hasn't regained his full strength, and he already possesses the early stage power of the emperor level. He might have even reached the peak emperor level or possibly even saint level in the past. To resurrect such a powerful person, it's certainly not something that can be achieved through simple sacrifices. I wonder how many players the Destiny Society has sacrificed. Although he didn't care about the life and death of other players, faced with a situation where the Destiny Society sacrifices tens of thousands of players on a whim, he couldn't simply ignore it. After all, the Destiny Society is sacrificing players to deal with him. Moreover, he had a strong suspicion that the sacrificed players were truly dead. Fortunately, the life and death mirror is with me now. Otherwise, who knows how many more players would be sacrificed. Su Nan sighed in relief, realizing he had indirectly saved other players. He then turned his attention to the person in black named Su Ying and began to cast the incense prayer technique. Even though he had learned quite a lot from the foresight, those were just generalities, he still didn't know the specific details. Once he gained complete control over Su Ying, not only could he know the situation of the Destiny Society in Dongchen State, but also the affairs of the Destiny Society in other places, which would be of great use to him. As he cast the incense prayer technique, it consumed half of his incense fire aspiration force, and the God Soul Seed began to grow in Su Ying's divine spirit. When the God Soul Seed fully matured into a large tree, he did not wait for Su Ying to wake up. Instead, Su Nan once again enclosed him into the cosmic ring. If it were not for the heavenly clan expert, he would be heading to Wansheng Prefecture now. But the appearance of the heavenly clan expert meant he had to change his plans. He needed to further enhance his strength first. Upon switching his role, the task of the Curse of Demonic Thought appeared before his eyes. This task only has 1 or 2 days left till its completion time. He must complete it as soon as possible. If he completed it now, the rewards would certainly bring him one step closer, and his chances of dealing with the heavenly clan expert would enhance. The upgrade timing of this mountain and water gourd is quite appropriate. If I am inside the mountain and water gourd, can I severely injure them with the power of heaven and earth within the gourd, without using the life and death mirror? Su Nan looked at the mountain and water gourd in his hand, a gleam of sharp light flaring up in his eyes. The life and death mirror had immense power, but its side effects were equally significant, and in his foresight, he assumed he did not use it. He had to suffer 3 days of misfortune after using it once, and now that the two fragments have merged, the increasing power is definitely followed by increasing side effects. If possible, he obviously did not want to use it. The upgrade of the mountain and water gourd gave him another means of coping. Once he had a plan, Su Nan immediately prepared to put it into practice. Previously, to prevent the mountain and water gourd from being polluted by the demonic qi, he kept Luo Yu locked in the cosmic ring. Now that his avatar had also become a demon beast, he no longer needed to worry about this. He released his avatar and Luo Yu from the cosmic ring. After making arrangements for the two, he put them into the mountain and water gourd, along with the 3 Peak King level paper puppets. Just as he thought, while his true self could not enter the mountain and water gourd, his avatar could, and it too could control the power of heaven and earth. A node. From the perspective of the mountain and water gourd, my true self acts as a node that connects to 2 spaces, and this node must exist. After some trial and error, Su Nan understood why his true self couldn't enter the mountain and water gourd. He wondered if there would someday be a time when his true self could enter, either after his strength advances or after the mountain and water gourd continues to grow. With everything in order, he looked at his foresight once again. Chapter 345, Divine Thunder Destroying the World. You are ready to harness the power of heaven and earth in the mountain and water gourd to kill a demonic thought. With everything prepared, you transform and lead the Skywolf clan princess, Luo Yu, and 3 paper puppet demons to a desolate location within the mountain and water gourd to take action. As the storage ring opens, the demonic thought appears, and you execute your plan without hesitation. The great princess and the 3 paper puppet demons take turns activating the soul divine lamp. Luo Yu strikes with the demon sword, and your avatar controls the power of heaven and earth to assault. The power of heaven and earth within 100 miles is mobilized, and your strength in the mountain and water gourd reaches an unprecedented level. Even an emperor-level demonic thought can barely withstand your might. The great princess in Luo Yu sees an opportunity and managed to severely wound the demonic thought. The injured demonic thought is no longer a match for you, and in just a moment, you manage to critically wound it to the point of collapse. Instead of killing the demonic thought outright, you choose to use the Sky Demon Devouring God Sutra, forcing your avatar to swallow the demonic thought. Sensing your intention, the demonic thought roars in anger, trying to resist but is eventually suppressed by the power of heaven and earth you control. An hour later, your avatar successfully devours the demonic thought, and with its consumption, the Sky Demon Devouring God Sutra quickly advances, leaping to the third level. You know that the demonic thought has not been thoroughly killed but has instead been resurrected in the legendary demon abyss. You use the art of fate, consuming 200 points of human luck, and the calamity of the demonic thought arrives, ultimately killed by you. The increase of the Sky Demon Devouring God Sutra greatly enhances the strength of your avatar. At the same time, using the mountain and water gourd, you realize that although it has grown tremendously with the help of the World Stone, it still cannot be used as a weapon. The containment power of the mountain and water gourd is upgraded, but it can only forcibly contain Xian-level demonic beasts, and King-level demonic beasts cannot be forcibly included in the mountain and water gourd. This shatters your idea of using the mountain and water gourd to defend yourself against enemies. 6 hours later, under the leadership of Su Ying, you arrive at a village in Wanma County, Wansheng State. Your arrival is immediately discovered by several experts of the Destiny Society. You fight several experts from the Destiny Society, who are no match for you and are swiftly killed in large numbers. Unexpectedly, relying on the power of heaven and earth in the mountain and water gourd, he now has the ability to fight against Emperor-level powerhouse. Not using the life and death mirror, but still solving the demonic thought is a huge improvement. It's a pity that if I want to use the power of the mountain and water gourd, I have to send my opponents into the mountain and water gourd. In battle, it's impossible to achieve this goal. If not because of this, maybe I could try to put that heavenly clan expert into it. Looking at the information of foreknowledge, Su Nan is both satisfied and disappointed. The mountain and water gourd has immense power, but its containment ability has become a flaw. It's impossible to directly send enemies into the mountain and water gourd. I wonder if the mountain and water gourd will continue to grow and make up for this deficiency in the future. The foreknowledge continues. However, the subsequent foreknowledge is not very interesting. It's not much different from the previous foreknowledge. Despite the growth of the avatar's strength, it still couldn't kill the heavenly clan expert and was eventually killed by the heavenly clan expert. In the foreknowledge, I didn't get the task reward. I wonder what would happen if I add the task reward. If it's still not enough, then my only choice is to try using the life and death mirror. Compared to foreseeing the future, Death's foresight can skip the process and preliminarily foresee some information related to the game interface. However, it still doesn't involve things related to tasks. With everything ready, Su Nan follows the plan and sends the storage ring with the demonic thought enclosed inside into the mountain and water gourd. As the storage ring opens, a rolling demonic chi rushes out. "Damn it, how dare you trap me in a storage ring, you deserve to die." A cold voice echoed as the demonic chi gathered, and a middle-aged figure appeared before everyone's eyes. This demonic thought knows where it has been trapped and even knows who trapped it. "Hey? 2 demons, 1 demon beast, and 3 puppets, interesting. I didn't expect to have so many people to greet me upon my return." The demonic thought scanned the surroundings and saw the prepared crowd, paused momentarily, and revealed a playful expression. Obviously, it didn't expect that demons would mix with the demon clan. However, upon seeing Avatar Wang Nan, it quickly understood what was going on, and sneered coldly, "You, little guy, have chosen to join my demon race. You have a good vision. But if you think that this will make me spare you, then you're wrong." With the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, Avatar Wang Nan doesn't bother with any nonsense with the demonic thought and says in a low voice, "Start." As soon as the words fall, the demon sword appears in Luo Yu's hand, slashing towards the demonic thought. "Demon sword? Ha ha ha, my blessings are truly deep. As soon as I break free, someone sends me a demon sword. Is heaven letting me rise again in this life?" Seeing the demon sword in Luo Yu's hand, the demonic thought is overjoyed. In its eyes, the demon sword is already its possession. Without even thinking, the demonic thought reaches out to grab Luo Yu. At this moment, the great princess also makes her move, activating the soul-absorbing lamp. Feeling the pull from the soul-absorbing lamp, the demonic thought's face instantly turns cold. So many roads you could have walked, but you chose the path of death, how foolish. With the soul-absorbing lamp as a distraction, the demonic thought can't keep attacking Luo Yu, but it does respond by striking back at the great princess. The unharmed demonic thought is minimally affected by the soul-absorbing lamp's pull. If it gets close to the great princess, it may indeed succeed in its plan. Seeing this, Avatar Wang Nan did not wait any longer and mobilized the power of heaven and earth to bombard demon thought. The heaven and earth's power of the entire space was mobilized, as if the sky was collapsing, and the space seemed to freeze. Demon thought felt unprecedented pressure and finally lost its composure. How is it possible? How can you mobilize so much power of heaven and earth? The sky and earth changed color, the terrifying aura converged, and not only demon thought but also the great princess and Luo Yu were shocked, not expecting Wang Nan to have such ability. A mini-world. This is actually an independent mini-world. Demon thought finally discovered something, shocked and angered. Facing Avatar Wang Nan's attack, demon thought had no choice but to resist with all its might, giving Luo Yu and the great princess a chance. A minute later, demon thought was severely injured by Luo Yu's full-powered sword, and demon thought's situation, which was already at a disadvantage, quickly deteriorated. Demon thought wanted to run, but in this mini-world, it simply could not escape. 2 minutes later, demon thought was severely injured again by Avatar Wang Nan. By now, demon thought's power was only 1/10 of what it had been. 3 minutes later, demon thought completely lost its ability to fight, severely injured and dying. However, at this point, demon thought had calmed down again, looked at the people around, and coldly said, "Demon sword, ancient treasure, mini-world, interesting. Interesting. Kid, I will remember you. When I come back next time, everything of yours will belong to me. You won't have a next time." Su Nan said. As his words fell, the power of heaven and earth converged, forcibly detained the demon thought, and the sky demon devouring God Sutra began to devour demon thought's divine soul. Feeling its divine soul being devoured, demon thought was first startled and then thought of something that made its face change drastically: sky demon devouring God Sutra. Damn it, you actually cultivated sky demon devouring God Sutra. This time demon thought completely lost its composure. Normally, when killed, it would only use up 1 chance of death. But being devoured by the sky demon devouring God Sutra would consume 5 chances of death. Demon thought struggled and attempted to make a final resistance, but at this point, it simply did not have the ability to do so. Ah, the pain of having its divine soul devoured spread throughout its body, and demon thought couldn't help but scream. Its body was constantly becoming intangible, while Avatar Wang Nan's aura was growing rapidly. Su Nan's Sky Demon Devouring God Sutra was only at the beginner level, so it was difficult to devour the divine soul of an emperor-level demonic beast, and he could only nibble it bit by bit. This process was quite slow, and it took half an hour for the Sky Demon Devouring God Sutra to finally break through to the second level. At this point, the speed of his devouring finally increased. Another half an hour passed, and at this point, only a little remnant soul of demon thought was left, while the Sky Demon Devouring God Sutra within Avatar Wang Nan's body had already reached the third level, which was equivalent to Xian level. It's a pity that it's still too difficult to break through to the fourth level using just one Emperor-level demon thought. To break through, I need at least one more King-class demonic beast divine soul. To break through from the third level to the fourth level, one needs to devour 3 King-class demonic beast divine souls. If he had already upgraded the Sky Demon Devouring God Sutra to the third level, devouring an Emperor-level demonic beast divine soul would be enough for him to break through at present. Fortunately, the divine soul of the Emperor-level demon thought was massive, and although it did not directly push the Sky Demon Devouring God Sutra to the fourth level, it was not far off. Die. All of you deserve to die. When I return, I will cut you into thousands of pieces. Demon Thought's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Wang Nan calmly said, "You won't have the chance." After completely devouring Demon Thought, Wang Nan looked up at the sky and said, "It's your turn." Outside the gourd, Su Nan quickly found the line of cause and effect related to Demon Thought, and immediately cast the Art of Fate. Last time in the Great Yu Imperial City, he only used 100 points of Qi luck to deal with the King-level demonic beast. This time, the Demon Thought was stronger, so he consumed 200 points. After 200 points of human Qi luck were consumed, his available human Qi luck was only 200 points left. At the same time, in an unknown place, it was an endless darkness with no light, oppressive and deathly silent. Every inch of space here was filled with pure demonic qi. Except for the demonic beasts, nobody knew that this place was the mysterious and bizarre demon abyss. Suddenly, there was a surging of demonic qi in the darkness, as if something was being bred. Unfortunately, the demonic qi merged with the darkness, making it impossible to see what it was converging on. A roar echoed in the space, breaking the silence. However, the next moment, a terrifying force descended in this space, followed by the angry voice turning into horror and unwillingness. Congratulations, you have completed the third round of the mainline task Curse of Demon Thought. Do you want to receive the reward immediately? Sunan looked at the prompt in front of him, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After a month, this task was finally completed. Yes. Congratulations, you have obtained a spirit grade bloodline. Congratulations, you have obtained a spirit grade demon technique. Congratulations, you have obtained 45 demon power points. Congratulations, you have obtained a technique seed. Congratulations, you have obtained an ancient treasure. One prompt after another popped up, and Sunan secretly showed excitement as he took out the technique seed first. Technique seed, Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder, an ancient powerhouse who comprehended the great Dao of Thunder in ancient times accidentally discovered a remnant of the Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder between heaven and earth. Eventually, taking the great Dao of Thunder as the base, and the Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder as the root, a technique seed was formed. After using it, you will gain the power to summon the Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder. Will you use it now? Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder? It sounds pretty powerful. Information about the technique seed appeared in front of Sunan's eyes, and his eyes lit up. If it was just an ordinary thunder technique, Sunan might not be interested, because his main focus was not on the power of thunder. However, when the name included the word apocalypse, it was a different story. If it could be named as apocalypse, it would certainly be a terrifying existence even with just a little thought. Without hesitation, he immediately chose to use it. The technique seed melted and entered his body. Instantly, it was as if something terrifying was born. The sky and the earth changed color. One moment it was clear and bright, and the next moment, dark clouds were pressing down. Terrifying electric light shuttled through the clouds, converging towards the direction where Sunan was located. A suffocating and terrifying aura spread, and at this moment demon beasts and players within 100 miles felt a sense of suffocation, as if the world would be destroyed in the next moment. What's going on there again? Is there another treasure appearing? Not long ago, the disturbance caused by the mountain and water gourd had attracted a lot of attention. Now, as the anomaly appeared again, everyone was somewhat stunned. However, this time, no one went to the place where the aura converged. Instead, they all ran away as fast as they could. Escape. If not, they would die. Horror and uneasiness rose in the hearts of players and demon beasts within 100 miles. Everyone looked up at the dark clouds gathering in the sky, feeling a sense of impending doom. Meanwhile, the protagonist causing this upheaval, Sunan, was overjoyed. He could feel that a terrifying thunder was being bred inside his body. At the same time, a large amount of related information appeared in his mind. This Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder even has the ability to destroy everything, including both tangible and intangible things. Sunan was astonished. According to the information in his mind, the thunder brewing in his body was indeed the Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder. Once used, it could shatter intangible things like luck, and even the power of fate. Its power was extremely terrifying. However, this thunder was not something he could use at will. Every time he used it, it needed to be bred for 7 days. The longer the breeding time, the stronger the power. Of course, the power of this thunder was also related to his actual realm. In other words, the power of this thunder was subject to change according to his realm. It can only be used once every 7 days, which shows that the Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder is really powerful. Sunan was not dissatisfied with the fact that it could only be used once every 7 days. On the contrary, his eyes glowed with excitement. The greater the cost of using a technique, and the longer the required time, the stronger its power often is, just like the life and death mirror. Not bad, now I have another trump card. With this divine thunder, I should be able to deal with that heavenly clan expert. After one twist and turn, Sunan got new opportunities. After the mountain and water gourd was unreliable, he was prepared to use the life and death mirror, but now he had obtained the Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder, which undoubtedly brought him a new way out. Of course, Opportunities always come with risks. Su Nan looked at the thunderclouds converging continuously in the sky, as if they were going to destroy the heaven and earth, his expression serious. Chapter 346, The Mysterious Yellow Refining Furnace. The technique seed of the Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder is completely different from the technique seeds I obtained before. Although I've integrated this technique seed, I haven't fully mastered it. Because, the heaven and earth don't allow the existence of the Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder. If I want to fully control the Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder, I must overcome the current catastrophe first. Thunder tribulation, even in ancient times, was a legendary existence, but now it has really appeared. Thunderclouds rolled, as if to destroy the world, a terrifying aura firmly locked onto Su Nan. He knew that even if he wanted to escape now, he wouldn't be able to unless he quit the game. Without time for more thought, he immediately looked to foresee the future. You have merged with a technique seed condensed by an ancient powerhouse using the Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder. A terrifying power that the heaven and earth don't allow to exist is born inside you. If you want to gain it, you must endure the test of heaven and earth. Thunder tribulation descends, you resist with all your strength, using up all your means. Unfortunately, your power is insignificant in front of heaven and earth, and you cannot resist the destruction. You died. The end of the foreknowledge was unprecedentedly short. Seeing this, Su Nan's face darkened. This is troublesome. Having entered the second level of the Great Sun Golden Body scripture and possessing the undying Golden Body, he was full of confidence in his own physique. Just now, he was thinking of trying to resist the thunder tribulation, but it seems he was too optimistic. I don't believe there really isn't a way. He continued to look at foreknowledge. He had used Death's foresight before, and the information provided didn't tell him which methods he had used. This time, he used ordinary foreseeing the future, wanting to see which measures worked and which didn't. You have merged with a technique seed condensed by an ancient powerhouse using the Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder. A terrifying power that the heaven and earth don't allow to exist is born inside you. If you want to gain it, you must endure the test of heaven and earth. The test has 9 layers, one more formidable than the next. Only by passing through the 9 layers of tribulations, can you gain the power of the heavenly thunder. 1 minute later, the first layer of tribulation descends, you can feel its power, which is comparable to an early king rank. You manipulate the power of heaven and earth and strike the tribulation, successfully shattering it. However, this is just the beginning. 10 breaths later, the second layer of tribulation descends, this layer is comparable to the power of a mid-stage king level. You use the golden body shining in combination with the bloodline power, again succeed in shattering the tribulation. 2 minutes later, the third layer of tribulation arrives, this layer is now comparable to the late king rank. You use Wang Nan's racial talent, with the power of the Great Sun Golden Body scripture. Under the combined power of both, you barely resist this blow, but you also suffer damage. Following that, the fourth layer of tribulation descends, this layer is comparable to the peak king level. You have no choice but to use 2 other racial talents, enhancing Zhang Yang's bloodline power with Lang 13's racial talent and gathering the power of heaven and earth to strike the tribulation with Zhang Yang's talent. Unfortunately, the use of 2 racial talents did not help you resist this layer of tribulation. The remnant tribulation continues to strike you, and at the crucial moment, you deploy the undying golden body, and with its assistance you barely resist the blow. 3 minutes later, the 5th layer of tribulation lands, this layer is already comparable to the strength of an early stage of emperor level. You know that you are no longer able to resist this tribulation, and call Avatar Wang Nan, Skywolf clan princess, and Luo Yu to help you resist. With the help of the 3, you barely resist this layer of tribulation. End of the first prediction. Do you want to continue? No. Su Nan's face darkened, and he did not continue. The tribulations have 9 layers, and just the 5th layer already holds power comparable to an early stage of emperor level. Following this trend, the 9th layer might even match the strength of a saint-level expert. He couldn't think of any way to resist the saint-level expert's blow. I can't resist. I can't resist at all. I must find another way. Su Nan's thoughts raced, knowing that directly confronting it would only lead to death. He had to find another way to break through the tribulation. Habitual thinking misled me. He felt some regret in his heart. If he had known beforehand that the Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder was so powerful and that merging it would bring thunder tribulation, he wouldn't have blindly merged it. The cause of this situation was his habitual thinking. In his understanding, merging technique seeds would not cause accidents, and he had never heard of anyone experiencing unexpected consequences during the merging process. But now it happened, catching him off guard. But there was no remedy for regret now, all he could do was find a solution as quickly as possible. I can't escape now. Where can I go in a few minutes? And from the current situation, even if I escape the range of this thunder tribulation will continue to occur. Unless I quit the game, but if I quit the game, can I really avoid it? Will thunder tribulation come again when I log back in? Quitting the game was indeed a method worth trying, but Sunan wasn't sure if quitting the game would really help him avoid the thunder tribulation. Apart from that, he had another method to die. Die under the thunder tribulation, and then revive with a resurrection card in another place. If he could completely control the apocalypse heavenly thunder at the cost of dying once, it would be totally worth it. The problem was, if he really died under this thunder tribulation, would the apocalypse heavenly thunder inside him be affected? After dying and resurrecting, the thunder tribulation really won't appear again? No matter, let's give it a try and find out. Without hesitating, he immediately chose to quit the game. Using the unrestricted exit opportunity, he smoothly exited the game without the accidents that had occurred in the ancient god tomb before. In reality, Sunan quickly climbed out of the game warehouse, feeling the terrifying thunder inside his body, and instinctively looked out the window. At this time, it was over 3 in the morning in reality with no clouds in the sky. The bright moon cast a gentle glow, and the stars sparkled. Staring at the night sky for a long time, he didn't find any abnormal phenomena. Sunan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was no thunder tribulation in reality. He was really afraid that the thunder tribulation would also appear in reality. Reality was not a game. If he was killed in reality, even he would die. Instead of logging into the game immediately, he picked up his phone and opened the forum. The strange phenomenon of the thunder tribulation was astonishing, and it was impossible for the players not to find out. He wanted to confirm the changes in the thunder tribulation through the players. Entering the forum, as expected, many people were discussing the strange phenomenon in Tianyan County. A divine weapon has appeared. It must be an unparalleled divine weapon that has appeared. First, there was the convergence of the power of heaven and earth on a large scale, and now there are dark clouds pressing down. If this isn't the appearance of a divine weapon, what is it? In my opinion, it's not the emergence of a divine weapon, but the appearance of a monstrous demon beast, and those dark clouds are clearly the legendary thunder tribulation. Isn't Tianyan County the territory of the Breaking Dawn Guild? I heard that deity Wu Xiaoxiao invited deity Wang Nan to go to Tianyan County. You all say, is that strange phenomenon caused by them? As the strange phenomenon was astonishing, everyone had never seen such a situation before. Everyone was using their imagination and making various guesses. Sunan silently watched, unsurprised. It was normal for people to connect the events to him. Even if they knew that he had caused those phenomena, what impact would it have on him? Continuing to look through the posts, soon, a post about spirit-level players caught his attention. Affected by the Call Heaven scripture, according to incomplete statistics, the number of spirit-level players in the 12 states has soared. Today, it has increased by more than 2 million compared to yesterday, with a total of more than 7 million spirit-level players. An increase of 2 million in one day. Sunan was shocked. If this continues, won't the number of spirit-level players break through 10 million tomorrow or the day after tomorrow? If it really is as the players have guessed before, that once there are more than 10 million spirit-level players, the 4th public test will start, wouldn't there be an announcement in the game the day after tomorrow? This was not what he wanted to see, and Sunan's brows furrowed slightly. Unfortunately, with the trend being unstoppable, even if he wanted to stop it, he couldn't. Forget it, soldiers will block the water, and dirt will hide the flood. I just hope that if the 4th public test really happens, the strongest beings that the spatial channel can accommodate will not exceed the mid-stage king level. The biggest impact the public test would have on him was the opening of the spatial channel and the arrival of the game in reality. If the strongest demonic beasts arriving were only at mid-stage king level, he would not be afraid. But if they exceeded the mid-stage king level, he would have to give up reality. Continuing to browse the forum. A moment later, the desired post finally appeared. It's dispersed. The dark clouds have dispersed. It dispersed so quickly? Strange, why do I feel that it's much ado about nothing? After making such a big fuss, it seems that it ended before it even started. Has it dissipated? Sunan's eyes lit up and he waited for a moment before logging into the game again. Sure enough, the thunderclouds had dissipated. As if nothing had happened, the sky was clear. Not daring to take it lightly, Su Nan stared intently at the sky, paying attention to the changes around him. More than 10 minutes later, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes revealing surprise as the thunderclouds did not gather again. Did I pass it like this? He was quite surprised as everything seemed to have been too smooth, so smooth that he even began to doubt it. Looking into his body again, the apocalypse heavenly thunder was not affected. Anyway, as long as the thunder tribulation doesn't appear for the time being, it's okay. He withdrew his gaze and continued to check the rewards of the task just now. The ancient treasure given as the task reward was a stove-like object, resembling a round tripod with a lid, 3 legs and 2 handles, only the size of a palm. At first glance, Su Nan thought of an alchemy furnace from the previous eras. Indeed, as he had thought, this was indeed an alchemy furnace, but its use was not limited to alchemy. Xianhuang Refining Qi Furnace, Ancient Treasure, an alchemy furnace created by a powerful ancient alchemist by using the heavenly and earthly Xianhuang Qi and divine metal, possesses the ability to return to origin and refine back to the innate state. It can smelt all things in heaven and earth and extract the essence of origin. Return to origin? Refine back to innate. It sounds like it's quite powerful. Su Nan's gaze flickered slightly. He wasn't proficient in alchemy, but that didn't prevent him from using this treasure. With a thought, he took out the corpses of the 2 demon kings he had killed not long ago. Since the game's introduction said that this object could smelt everything, logically speaking, he could also use it to refine the corpses of demon beasts. I don't know how to use this thing. Looking back at the foresight, to prevent the previous situation from recurring, he had better be cautious and try using this alchemy furnace in the foresight. He didn't use Death's foresight, but instead used a normal foresight of the future. You've obtained an ancient treasure called Xianhuang Refining Qi Furnace. You plan to use this ancient treasure to smelt the corpses of 2 king-level demons and return them to their original forms. After some trial and error, you find that this ancient treasure can change in size and be controlled with the power of your divine soul. Under your control, the ancient treasure turns into a 2-meter-tall alchemy furnace. 1 minute later, you throw in the 2 demon king corpses, then use the bloodline power to urge the ancient treasure. Under your power, through the power of the divine soul, you vaguely see wisps of smoke rising from the furnace, with mysterious Dao patterns circulating. 2 minutes later, your strength is quickly depleting, and the wisps of smoke in the alchemy furnace grows thicker. 3 minutes later, more than half of your bloodline power is exhausted, but the 2 corpses in the alchemy furnace don't seem to have changed. End of the first prediction. Do you wish to continue? Continue. You keep urging the furnace, your power is being quickly consumed, and even though your bloodline power is far stronger than ordinary people, it's hard to keep up. 1 minute later, all your bloodline power is consumed. Helplessly you try to use the power of the Great Sun Golden Body Scripture. To your delight, the power of the Great Sun Golden Body Scripture can also urge the ancient treasure, and the effect is even better. 2 minutes later, there is still no change in the furnace, but you have a premonition that the 2 demon corpses must have been changed by now, but you just can't see any abnormalities for the time being. 3 minutes later, you suddenly find that the furnace is no longer consuming your power, and the smoke inside the furnace gradually fades away. You understand that the smelting process is over. You open the furnace and are shocked to see that the 2 demon king corpses turn to ashes in the moment the furnace is opened, and there are 8 drops of essence blood floating in the furnace. End of the second prediction. Do you wish to continue? Essence blood. This furnace can smelt the essence blood from the demon beasts' bodies. Su Nan felt both surprised and delighted. He thought that it would smelt a pill, but he didn't expect it to melt essence blood. Not bad. With this furnace, I can smelt the essence blood of demon beasts by myself in the future. Both demons were at the early king rank. If he were to exchange them through the Tiangong Pavilion or the Great Yu Dynasty, he could only get 2 drops of king-level essence blood. Now that he could smelt them himself, he could get 8 drops, 4 times more. This furnace came just in time. With this furnace, I shouldn't have to worry about essence blood in a short time. To break through from the second layer to the third of the Great Sun Golden Body Scripture, 500 drops of Xian-level demon beast essence blood are required. One can imagine that from the third layer to the fourth layer, it is very likely that 500 drops of king-level demon essence blood will be needed. If he didn't have this alchemy furnace, gathering so many king-level essence blood would be incredibly difficult. Now that he had the Xianhuang Refining Qi Furnace, the difficulty was undoubtedly much smaller. Moreover, this furnace was said to smelt everything. He had only discovered one usefulness so far, and it has already benefited him greatly. It can be confirmed that this furnace will give him more pleasant surprises in the future. Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder, Xian Huang Refining Qi Furnace, worthy of a 5-star task. The quality of the rewards this time is unprecedentedly high. Suppressing the joy in his heart, he didn't plan to smelt 2 Demon King corpses right now. He put away his belongings and looked at the 4 sites again. He intended to follow the previous plan and deal with the Destiny Society. Chapter 347, Road Sign. 6 hours later, under Su Ying's lead, you arrive in a village in Wanma County, Wanzhong State. Your arrival is immediately noticed by several powerful members of the Destiny Society. You engage in combat with several powerful members of the Destiny Society, who are no match for you and quickly lose their lives. The remaining powerful members, aware they cannot defeat you, decisively open the space where the Heavenly Clan expert is located and enter it. You have no intention of letting them escape and follow closely behind them into the space. The moment you enter the space, the revived Heavenly Clan expert inside is alarmed. Learning that you have obtained a heavenly sacred tool, the Heavenly Clan expert attacks you, intending to kill you. Giving it your all, you use your avatar and the offering god demons while directing Luo Yu and the Great Princess to wield the demon sword and soul-absorbing lamp to kill the Heavenly Clan expert. You know that the group alone is not enough to kill this Heavenly Clan expert. In a crucial moment, you use the Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder. While the Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder is terrifyingly powerful, sadly, your Xian level realm limits its power to being comparable to a single early stage of Emperor level attack. However, as the Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder falls, the Heavenly Clan expert's regenerated fate pattern is shattered by the life and death mirror, and you successfully kill the Heavenly Clan expert. Success. Su Nan's eyes reveal joy but no surprise. The Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder, an attack so horrifying that heaven and earth forbid its existence, would be strange if it couldn't kill the Heavenly Clan expert. But since the Heavenly Clan expert is dead, why did his foreknowledge still say that he only has 5 to 6 hours left to live? Looking at the mere consumption of 5 foreknowledge opportunities, Su Nan continues to read on. A minute later, you clean up the battlefield and leave the secret space. Only after leaving the secret space do you discover that, at some unknown point, dark clouds have formed in the sky, and horrifying bolts of lightning are jumping through the clouds. You instantly understand that these are the calamity of the Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder. The originally dissipated calamity reappeared after you used the Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder. As the lightning descends, you try to resist, but you discover that this round of lightning is even more terrifying than the last, impossible for you to withstand. 2 minutes later, you have no choice but to return to the secret space where the Heavenly Clan expert is located, hoping to use the space to block the lightning. Your idea is correct, and the secret space does indeed help block the lightning. However, the lightning does not dissipate and continues to bombard the space you are in. 3 minutes later, a terrifying lightning bolt penetrates the space you are in. As the lightning falls, you attempt to use the Across the Heavens shift to avoid it. Unfortunately, you are targeted by the lightning. Even if you flee 1,000 meters away, the lightning still accurately strikes you. You died. The calamity of the Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder has appeared again. The joy of killing the Heavenly Clan expert vanishes, and Su Nan's face becomes solemn. However, considering the calamity that had just dissipated, he later accepted it as reasonable. It was just a simple logout and relogin previously, and the calamity had disappeared. He always felt that things wouldn't be that simple. Now that the calamity had reappeared, he felt that it should be like this. However, what made him upset was that the calamity that appeared this time was even stronger than the previous one. Is it because I had evaded the calamity once before? If so, does it mean that if I keep evading, the calamity will appear each time I use Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder and become stronger and stronger every time? It seemed that he could not escape the calamity forever. Judging from the current situation, with the successive increases in calamity strength, he would eventually be killed. The foreknowledge didn't specify exactly how much the power of the second calamity increased, but if the increase is not that significant, there may not be any major problems. If the growth is exponential every time, that would be troublesome. With a solemn expression, Su Nan has no doubt that from now on, the Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder can only be used as a trump card and should not be used unless absolutely necessary. Regardless, at least for a short period, it should be all right. I'll deal with the Destiny Society first. Without fear of the price of using Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder, Su Nan thought that compared with the consequences that might arise from using the life and death mirror, this was an acceptable burden. 6 hours later, Su Nan arrives in Tianyang County. Compared to other counties occupied by demons, the number of demons in this county is relatively small, because the headquarters of the Destiny Society is here. With many king-level powerhouses in the Destiny Society, they recruited a large number of players during this period. They have dealt with many powerful demons, leaving only some mortal and spirit-level demons posing threats to players in Tianyang County. The Destiny Society's headquarters is located in a small town with many players. Every day, groups of players flock to the town to join the Destiny Society and obtain the Call Heaven scripture. Su Nan does not hide his identity and goes to the town as Wang Nan. However, as he approaches the town, he puts Su Ying into the cosmic ring, not wanting others to know that he has the ability to control others. Wang Nan. Deity Wang Nan is here. The Destiny Society has always been looking for Wang Nan, and now Deity Wang Nan has thrown himself into the net. Now there's a good show to watch. Although the Destiny Society has a mysterious origin and posses king-level powerhouses, they are still no match for Deity Wang Nan. Su Nan's arrival is immediately noticed by the players in the small town, who are all astonished. Soon, the Destiny Society is alerted, with several people dressed in black surrounding Su Nan. The leading old man and old woman look grave. They didn't expect that Su Nan would come looking for them so soon. If it were before, they would not worry about Su Nan coming to them, on the contrary, they would wish for it to happen. However, things are different now. Not long ago, they had carefully prepared but failed to kill Su Nan. Now, when Su Nan comes to them without any preparation on their part, they have even less confidence in keeping Su Nan behind. Su Nan swept his gaze around and looked at the surrounding players. On the surface, the Destiny Society did not have any control over the players who joined. After joining, they could choose to stay or leave without any restrictions, as it seemed there were no constraints. But now he understood that things were far more complicated than they appeared on the surface. On the way here, he had learned a lot from Su Ying about the Destiny Society, including the purpose of recruiting players into the society. The Destiny Society recruits you for two purposes. The first is to control you through contracts, and the second is to let you cultivate the Call Heaven scripture. The contract you signed with the Destiny Society seems to have no issues, but in reality, it is no different from a contract selling yourself to them. As long as the Destiny Society wishes, they can manipulate your life and death at will. Su Nan revealed the purpose of the Destiny Society recruiting players. The reason why the Destiny Society was able to control those players to sacrifice before was because of the signed contract. And the fate of those who were sacrificed was tragic, dying completely without even a chance to be revived. Upon hearing this, the surrounding players immediately erupted. What? The Destiny Society can control our life and death through that contract. Isn't the content of the contract only to restrict us from leaking the Call Heaven scripture, and not to betray the Destiny Society? How could it control our life and death? It's over. I had already guessed the contract might have problems, but I didn't expect it could control our lives and deaths. Su Nan's words were undoubtedly like thunder, exploding in the minds of all the players. No one can remain calm when their lives and deaths are controlled by others. They originally thought they were taking advantage of the Destiny Society, but they didn't expect that from the moment they signed the contract, they had already sold themselves to the Destiny Society. Su Nan continued, as for the Call Heaven scripture, it is branched from an ancient scripture called the Holy Heaven scripture. The Call Heaven scripture that you are cultivating is a sub-scripture of that ancient scripture. For those who have cultivated the Holy Heaven scripture, you players who have cultivated the Call Heaven scripture are nothing more than food. When your cultivation is successful, they can devour you and directly gain your strength. The contract was only for controlling the players, while the Call Heaven scripture was for harvesting the players like chives. One can imagine that once this news spreads, few people will dare to cultivate the Call Heaven scripture again. Of course, he also withheld some information. In fact, the Call Heaven scripture is not only food for the cultivators of the heavenly scripture but also a landmark. His previous suspicion was correct. According to Su Ying, the reason why the Call Heaven scripture is called Call Heaven is that it can actually summon the heavenly race. However, what is being summoned here is not an individual powerhouse of the heavenly race, but the whole world where the heavenly race resides. According to Su Ying, during the ancient battle, the heavenly race's world was eventually banished into chaos by the human powerhouses, exiled within the chaos. The chaos is nothingness. Once you enter it, it is basically impossible to come out, and that's where the function of the landmarks comes in. For the heavenly race's powerhouses, martial artists who have cultivated the call heaven scripture serve as the landmarks. However, individual landmarks could not make any difference, as even the heavenly race powerhouses cannot sense them across the chaos. Only when there are enough people cultivating and the landmarks become clearer, will the heavenly race powerhouses be able to follow the landmarks to the demon world. Sunan now strongly suspected that the heavenly race had already discovered the landmarks and were currently approaching the demon world. This also coincided with the information he had previously obtained from Du Qiwan in the Land of the Lost. The fourth catastrophe is coming. As for helping players enhance their strength and speeding up the public beta test of the game, it was just an additional effect of spreading the Call Heaven scripture and not the primary goal of the Destiny Society. Yellow-haired kid, you're talking nonsense. As Sunan's words were about to finish, the old woman and old man of the Destiny Society snapped in anger. Both of them had surprised and furious expressions in their eyes. They never expected that Sunan would know not only the secret of the contract but also the secret of the Call Heaven scripture. They didn't know how Sunan had found out, but they knew that Sunan must die today. If Sunan didn't die, their plans might be in jeopardy. Kill him. With the old man's order, the surrounding people in black attacked simultaneously, attempting to kill Sunan. Can't help yourselves, hey! Sunan sneered. The great sun golden body scripture circulated within his body, making it seem as if it had turned into gold, filled with a metallic texture. The power of heaven and earth converged in his fists, and he slammed them toward the several powerful members of the Destiny Society. Like destroying decayed woods. The Destiny Society people were only at the early stage of the king rank, and they were no match for Sunan. As soon as they clashed, 2 king-level powerhouses were killed. Seeing this scene, it was like they were splashed with a basin of cold water, and the old man and the old woman instantly calmed down. His strength is too strong, we are not his opponents. There's no other way, we can only lure him into the secret realm and let the Lord take action, or else we will all die. The old man and old woman looked at each other, quickly made a decision, and retreated. Sunan followed them leisurely, and soon saw the old man and the old woman come to a huge rock. Unknowingly, the rock's surface started to ripple like water, and both of them disappeared in front of the rock. A space portal. Sunan reacted quickly and arrived at the huge rock the moment the two disappeared. He took a step forward and entered the space. This space was not large, and it could be said that it was the smallest space Sunan had entered. The range was only a few thousand kilometers, and in the center of the space, there was a stone coffin. Naturally, Sunan's gaze fell on the stone coffin for the first time, and in an instant, he tensed up, feeling an unprecedented crisis. When the old man and old woman saw Sunan following them in, they were not alarmed but delighted. Boy, I don't know whether to say you are boldly skilled or ignorant and fearless, but today, you are destined to pay the price for your ignorance. As they spoke, the old man and old woman simultaneously knelt in front of the stone coffin, shouting, Lord, please take action, this kid has killed many of our clan's powerful individuals and even stole our clan's holy artifact. Boom! Before the old man's words had fallen, the stone coffin suddenly opened, and a figure emerged. It was a middle-aged man, and what caught Sunan's attention was that he actually had 4 pairs of wings on his back. 4 pairs of wings, he is actually an 8-winged celestial clan. He was just like the heavenly clan that was suppressed by Zhou Lingyan back then, both of them were the 8-winged celestial clan. Sunan was secretly relieved, glad that he had come early. Now he understood that a 6-winged heavenly race was equivalent to emperor level, while an 8-winged one was equivalent to saint level. As for the higher 10-winged ones, they were equivalent to the god level, and the 12-winged ones were undoubtedly above the god level. Right now, the heavenly clan expert who had been successfully resurrected had only recovered to the early stage of the emperor level. Luckily, Sunan had come early. Otherwise, once the heavenly clan expert was fully recovered without making a move, it would be a disaster for the human race. Without a word, he immediately released Great Princess Luoyu according to the plan. A great battle was about to break out, and both sides erupted with emperor-level strength. This scene left the old man and old woman from the Destiny Society dumbfounded, as they never expected Sunan to have so many powerful helpers. So what if he has helpers? The Lord is invincible. The old man was still full of confidence. However, in the next moment, a thunderous explosion resounded, and he was dumbfounded. Sunan made his move, using Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder, and a black electric light struck down on the head of the Heavenly Clan expert. The Heavenly Clan expert didn't even have a chance to react and fell straight to the ground. A strike equivalent to an Emperor-level powerhouse couldn't cause any harm to the body of a Heavenly Clan expert with the same Emperor-level strength, but it had a devastating effect on his condensed fate pattern. At the same time as Sunan used the Apocalypse Heavenly Thunder, outside the space, the sky changed, and rolling black clouds appeared out of thin air, covering the sky and the sun. In an instant, the world plunged into extreme darkness. A moment later, Sunan stepped out of the space, feeling the breath that seemed to destroy heaven and earth, his expression solemn. Fortunately, he had the experience before and wasn't panicked. On his personal information panel in front of him, information of foreknowledge kept flashing. He wanted to see how much more powerful the thunder was this time compared to the last. Soon, he got his answer and let out a sigh of relief. Without having the time to think further, he immediately quit the game. Chapter 348, 10,000 Demon Ridge. How terrifying! Deity Wang Nan single-handedly stormed the Destiny Society's headquarters. Many powerful people from the Destiny Society fell, with no strength to fight back. Proof is there, the horrifying thundercloud phenomenon appeared twice in Wanzhong State, both times Deity Wang Nan left a trace, especially the second time. It can be basically confirmed that the horrifying thundercloud phenomenon was created by Deity Wang Nan. The Call Heaven scripture is just a means used by the powerful characters of the Destiny Society to cultivate the Holy Heaven scripture. Damn! The Destiny Society, deserving 1,000,000 deaths, dares to use us players as cultivation materials. Everyone condemns them. One post after another scrolled by, as Sunan boredly surfed the forum. Undoubtedly, his previous actions were like a deep water bomb, sweeping like a storm in just half an hour. Whether the players of Dongchen State or other states, no one remained calm. The Destiny Society is undoubtedly the most dazzling power among the players, with many king-level powerhouses and rapid growth. No one expected that such a powerful force from the headquarters would be wiped out in Dongchen State. If it were only such news, it wouldn't matter, but the information revealed by Sunan when he stormed the Destiny Society's headquarters poured a bucket of cold water on all the players in the 12 states, especially those who have joined the Destiny Society and cultivated the Call Heaven scripture. It's over. Once you start the Call Heaven scripture, even if you don't cultivate actively, it will circulate within the body autonomously, completely uncontrollable. Fortunately, I haven't even started the Call Heaven scripture. Thank Deity Wang Nan for exposing the evil deeds of the Destiny Society in time. The Call Heaven scripture can operate autonomously, and this issue had been discovered by many people before. At that time, everyone didn't think it mattered, but rather thought it was a good thing. Who wouldn't like scriptures that could continue to improve without active cultivation? Now that the Call Heaven scripture has exploded, the original advantages have become nightmares. People are trying to stop cultivating the Call Heaven scripture, some even want to discard it, but the results are not ideal. The Destiny Society can control the life and death of players through contracts. This has been basically confirmed. According to official investigations, at least 50,000 players in Hua country have disappeared without a trace, and those people belong to the Destiny Society. Perhaps for most players, the problem with the Call Heaven scripture is not necessarily a big deal. After all, there are so many players that it wouldn't be unacceptable if some exploded, as long as it does not directly threaten their lives. After all, it is a fact that the Call Heaven scripture can enhance strength. But having life and death controlled is like having a fishbone stuck in the throat. Tens of thousands of players disappeared silently, and no one noticed until now. Everyone fears they will be the next one. The main reason for this situation is that the official control over players is almost gone. In the last process of the global monster invasion, although Hua country survived, it was also severely damaged, and the official power was greatly weakened in the fight against the demons. Moreover, after the fact that players could enter the game through the game bracelet body became publicized, many people stayed in the game for a long time, and the officials simply didn't know who had a problem. If it weren't for the recent explosion, this phenomenon would probably not be detected for a long time. Of course, even so, some people didn't believe it, thinking that the news spread by Sunan was false, and believed that Sunan was the one sent by the officials to deliberately suppress the Destiny Society. To these, Sunan paid no attention. As long as most people stopped cultivating the Call Heaven scripture, his goal was reached. The seeds have been planted, what direction the follow-up events will take is none of his business. He entered the game again. The thundercloud had scattered again, he confirmed his direction, transformed into a flying bird, and went straight west. That was the direction of the 10,000 Demon Ridge. There is a netherworld river in 10,000 Demon Ridge, and a spiritual grass called soul attraction grass grows on its banks. It has the effect of repairing the divine soul and increasing the divine soul. After it is ignited, it has the effect of collecting remnant souls. Ever since I got the Cave Immortal's inheritance task from GNU, I have not been able to proceed because I could not find the remnant soul of the Cave Immortal. If opportunity arises, I should complete this task. The task panel appears before his eyes with the mainline task displayed. Mainline task, Cave Immortal's inheritance. Task second phase, find a remnant soul fragment of Elder Cave Immortal. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Task reward, mortal level bloodline, mortal level demon sutra, 15 demon points. This task was obtained when GNU was at mortal level. After it was copied from GNU, the level remained at mortal level. From his current perspective, the reward for this type of task is almost nothing. He can't appreciate it, but to get the Cave Immortal's inheritance, he had to continue the task. He just hopes that the rewards for the third phase will be better, or that there will be good things in the inheritance of the Cave Immortal. Besides this, I now only have a few mainline tasks left, such as the Legacy of the Dragon Turtle, 9 ranks to ascend to godhood, Wrath of the Demon Monarch. With my current strength, I can try the 9 ranks to ascend to godhood task. The other 2 tasks can't be carried out, the number of mainline tasks is too small, I need to find a way to trigger more mainline tasks. Sunan evaluated himself and the tasks of his 3 characters alternately appeared before him. The rewards of the mainline tasks were generous, so obviously, he hoped to have as many as possible. Unfortunately, it was not easy to trigger a mainline task. Up to now, he still hasn't figured out the rules of triggering mainline tasks. One thing was certain, the triggering of the mainline quest was related to his strength. His strength made it impossible for him to trigger some simple tasks, and even if he managed to, they would be high difficulty tasks. However, this was exactly what he wanted. He didn't want to attempt low difficulty tasks even if they were triggered. I still have 2 main quest replication cards on me, but it's a shame that there are no tasks worth duplicating. Today is the last day of the 12 Zodiac Palace, and we won't know if the rewards for the top 3 places this time include main quest replication cards. The starlight sprinkled down, and the bright moon was beautifully illuminated in the night sky. Checking the time, it was already midnight in game. There were still 7 or 8 hours left until the opening of the 12 Zodiac Palace. In the rankings, Zhang Yang and Wang Nan led the way. Lang 13, because he didn't enter the 12 Zodiac Palace twice, scored 100,000 fewer points than Zhang Yang and Wang Nan's characters. Despite that, he still had tens of thousands more points than the 4th-ranked law-controlling Kaisel, who had a wide range of offensive abilities. Without a doubt, even if all the players from the 12 states participated this time, the top 3 would still be his. The 10,000 Demon Ridge was vast. If viewed from a map, the 10,000 Demon Ridge was shaped like a crescent. The outer curve of the crescent bordered the legendary Demon Sea, while the inner curve connected to 3 of the 9 districts that the humans once controlled. Wansheng State was not too far from 10,000 Demon Ridge. Just 3 hours later, Sunan had already arrived at the edge of 10,000 Demon Ridge. Standing on a mountain peak, he surveyed the endless mountain range from afar. Ancient trees towered to the sky, and continuous mountain ranges stretched out. In the distance, a tremendous peak piercing the sky could be seen. Great Princess, standing beside Sunan, looked at the towering peak and said, "That's giant pinnacle, ranking 10th among the top 10 peaks of 10,000 Demon Ridge. It's the territory of the Golden Bone Ape clan, which was once rumored to be one of the ancient 100 clans." Golden Bone Ape. Sunan nodded and searched his memory for information about the Golden Bone Ape clan. Golden Bone Ape, ranked 73rd among the ancient demon races, was even more advanced than Skywolf clan. Named for its golden crystal-like bones, the Golden Bone Ape possessed formidable strength and stamina, and it was a renowned master of attrition. This species had a talent that allowed them to store their excess strength in their bones during ordinary times. Once they encountered a powerful foe, they could continuously release the stored strength in their bones, multiplying their power. This process could last as short as 10+ minutes or as long as several hours. Battling against such an existence, if one could not kill it quickly, they would be exhausted to death. Sunan looked at the towering peak and said, "There are 10 such peaks, and each one should be occupied by a powerful demon clan, right?" Great Princess nodded, the 9 demon clans occupying the peaks ranked 10th to 2nd are the strongest demon clans today. 9 clans? No demon clan occupies the highest peak. The highest peak is called Picking Stars, it is the residence of Demon Monarch. Moreover, it is our holy land for the demon clan. The Heavenly Demon Hall is built at the foot of that peak, and the Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony is held there every time. Demon Monarch. Sunan suddenly understood why other demon clans wouldn't dare to occupy a peak occupied by Demon Monarch, but at the same time, his heart sank. The Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony was actually held under the watchful eye of Demon Monarch, which undoubtedly posed some risk to him. Fortunately, thanks to the life wheel scripture and the 1,000 changes and 10,000 transmutations techniques, even saint-level experts wouldn't be able to detect any abnormalities, so he wasn't too worried. What realm is Demon Monarch? Sunan asked curiously. Without a doubt, the 12 demon emperors who ruled the 12 states in this world had the highest realm. If it were in ancient times, these beings would have been at least god level. However, in this era when the heavenly and earthly vitality was cut off, he did not think there were any god level beings. In fact, Sunan even doubted that there were any saint level beings, otherwise, with their strength, they might have exterminated human clan long ago. However, Great Princess's words made him doubt that. Great Princess shook her head and said, Demon Monarch is incredibly mysterious. No one knows his specific strength, but it's certain that our Demon Monarch in Dongchen State has been alive for tens of thousands of years. There's a rumor that in the ancient times, Lord Demon Monarch was already a king-level powerhouse. A great monster that survived from 10,000 years ago? Could it be that the Demon Emperor was a god-level expert? Sunan's heart sank. Not to mention the fact that the Demon Emperor was already a king-level powerhouse in ancient times, even if he was born during the destruction of the ancient world, it would have been 10,000 years until now. Over 10,000 years, even a pig could cultivate to the saint level, and even god level is not impossible. The only one he had seen from ancient times to now was the fierce beast in the depths of the divine ruins. Fierce beasts have a long lifespan, but, like the auspicious beasts, they have nearly extinct in ancient times. Sunan even doubts that his dragon turtle and that fierce beast in the divine ruins are the only ones left. Demon emperors are different. There is a demon emperor in each of the 12 states. If every demon emperor is an ancient monster that has survived, it would be terrifying. Fortunately, the great princess's following words relieved him. Although the demon emperor has existed for tens of thousands of years, he has spent most of the time in deep sleep. Most of the time in deep sleep? Sunan suddenly realized. If this were the case, it could explain everything. As far as he knew, there were many secret techniques in the ancient world that could greatly prolong life by sleeping or self-sealing, but these methods had many drawbacks. During the sleep, many of them would not only not increase their realm but even need to sacrifice their realm and strength to maintain their sleep and self-sealing. How many demon clans in 10,000 Demon Ridge have a demon emperor? Sunan asked again. At least 200 or 300 demon clans have a king-level expert. And the demon clans with the emperor-level powerhouse, there are only more than 30, most of them are the ancient 100 clans. More than 30. Sunan was shocked. Even if there is only one emperor-level powerhouse among the demon clans, that's still more than 30 of them. And besides the demon emperors who belong to the various races, there are also some special characters, like his cheap big brother, Hu Xiaotian. I don't know where Hu Xiaotian is now. In order to qualify for the Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony, one must first obtain a quota. Although Hu Xiaotian agreed to give his quota to Sunan, he still doesn't know the specific procedure and needs to find Hu Xiaotian first. With a slight movement in his heart, he tried to sense the connection between him and the few demon beasts on which he imposed the bloodline servant imprint. When he left before, he asked Old Goat and several other demon beasts to follow Hu Xiaotian. As long as he found the few demon beasts, he could naturally find Hu Xiaotian. Unfortunately, perhaps the distance was too far, he couldn't feel the connection with those demon beasts. According to previous records, the Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony will last for 10 days, and for the first 3 days, the major demon clans will select geniuses under the age of 30 from within the clan. Of course, this is only for the big clans, and there is no need for the small clans. On the 4th day, the Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony officially begins, and most of the demon emperors will participate in the ceremony to worship the demon ancestor. In this process, participants often gain unexpected benefits. For example, getting blessings from the demon ancestor, awakening some bloodline talents, and even some demon beasts being able to progress further. This day, the demon emperor might also wake up. After that, starting from the 5th day, the geniuses from various clans who have obtained the qualifications to participate in the Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony will be selected again. Only those who rank in the top 100 will have the opportunity to enter the Heavenly Demon Hall and awaken some bloodline talents there. Those who rank in the top 20 will have the opportunity to enter the Ancestral Lands, where there are many treasures and inheritances left by the ancient demon emperors. Only those who achieve the top 10 will have the qualifications to enter the real land of inheritance, where the inheritances left behind by the demon saints or even the demon gods are located. The great princess explained the specific rules of the Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony and the benefits they could obtain. After listening, Sunan's eyes flickered with excitement. The inheritances left by the demon saints and demon gods could be imagined to contain many great treasures. Perhaps king-level ancient demon essence blood or emperor-level ancient demon essence blood might exist. And you can also awaken racial talents. Any one of these benefits would make this trip completely worthwhile. Sunan didn't know, but just as he and the great princess entered 10,000 Demon Ridge, Busan County, another place adjacent to 10,000 Demon Ridge, a dozen young men and women gazed at the endless mountain ranges without any hesitation and quickly entered. If Sunan were here, he would immediately recognize that these people were players, and not ordinary players. Chapter 349, Divine Artifacts finally assembled. This task is of vital importance, but also extremely dangerous. Are you sure you really want to participate? A middle-aged man with a serious expression looked at several people, seeking confirmation. In front of him were a total of 8 people, 5 men and 3 women. If any other players were there, they would definitely recognize that all 8 were among the top 20 players in Hua country, and some were even ranked in the top 10. The group exchanged glances, and none of them showed any intention of withdrawing. Seeing their determination, the middle-aged man was very satisfied. Good, as long as you can bring back a drop of Demon Saint Essence blood this time, you are all qualified to choose an ancient scripture from the Great Yu Dynasty's treasure vault for enlightenment, and you will be allowed to select a treasure. Additionally, the one who ultimately brings back the essence blood will be rewarded with an extra divine ability seed. Even if you fail to obtain the Demon Saint Essence blood and only manage to secure the Emperor-level Demon Beast Essence blood, you will still receive a technique seed as a reward. Even if you fail and don't obtain anything, the Great Yu Dynasty will still compensate you. Despite already knowing the rewards for the task, they couldn't help but breathe heavily upon hearing the middle-aged man's words. Given their current status, it wouldn't be difficult for them to obtain an ancient scripture, but those were ordinary ancient scriptures that would suffice for ordinary players but far from enough for these so-called great god players. The task at present was an opportunity for them, and the ancient scriptures the Great Yu Dynasty has in store must be extraordinary, even by ancient time standards. Also, besides the rewards given by the Great Yu Dynasty, the mission itself offered many benefits. As long as they successfully reached the destination, they would have the opportunity to obtain ancient demon essence blood. Even if they couldn't obtain saint-level or emperor-level ancient demon blood essence, securing king-level or xian-level ancient demon blood would make the trip worthwhile. You don't need to worry, our Great Yu Dynasty has spent a fortune on this mission. As long as you act according to the plan, you can enter the Demon Clan ancestral land. With the help of several items, your chances of success are very high. Upon hearing this, the group felt less worried, having thought of the same thing earlier. For this action, the Great Yu Dynasty not only used divine artifacts but also brought out many treasures that had been handed down from ancient times, including some that could change their appearance and breath, and others that could teleport thousands of miles instantly. Some treasures could even withstand an Emperor-level powerhouse's strike or launch an attack on the same level. They had treasures suited for hiding, escape, and battle, covering all possible aspects they might need. With the cooperation of those treasures, as long as the plan was well executed, they would even have the confidence to kill an Emperor-level powerhouse. After leaving, the group stealthily entered the continuous mountain range. Watching the direction they left, a hopeful glint appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes. Demon Saint Essence blood, I fear that's the only place in Dongchen State where it can be found. This is our only chance, and I hope these little guys can truly bring it back. Breaking into the Demon Clan ancestral land and stealing from there was an extremely daring and crazy move. If this plan had been made before the emergence of players, it would have been impossible to achieve. However, the appearance of players gave the Great Yu Dynasty hope. Players are immortal, possess personal space that isolates everything, and can quit the game to avoid danger. These abilities combined create the possibility of a miracle. Moreover, with various means prepared by the Great Yu dynasty, as long as they were careful, success was possible. Upon entering the 10,000 Demon Ridge, Su Nan naturally wouldn't proceed in human form. He activated the life wheel scripture, used the 1,000 changes and 10,000 transmutations, and transformed himself into a wolf man. To gain eligibility for the Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony, the Great Princess had to return to the Sky Wolf clan and participate in the clan's internal selection. Of course, it was merely a formality called a selection. According to the information Su Nan had received earlier, races with an Emperor-level Great Demon were entitled to 3 spots in the Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony, and the Sky Wolf clan, possessing an Emperor-level powerhouse, naturally had 3 spots as well. Moreover, as it happened, there were 3 talented geniuses in the Sky Wolf clan's current generation, and the spots had been reserved for them. Perhaps it's due to the restoration of the heavenly and earthly vitality that many gifted individuals have emerged among our demon clan in recent years. Some are even born with awakened bloodline talents, which makes breaking into the top 10 in this Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony difficult. Born with awakened bloodline talents? Doesn't that mean they possess bloodlines comparable to those of ancient fiends? Su Nan asked in surprise. Without heavenly and earthly vitality, humans couldn't cultivate their ancient scriptures, and the demon clan's bloodline would degenerate. Under such circumstances, the birth of someone with awakened bloodline talents since infancy demonstrated how terrifying their potential was. If they are all of this caliber, I might struggle to break into the top 20. A sense of urgency rose in his heart. With his current strength, Su Nan could handle a mid-stage king-level opponent, but he would have difficulties against late king-rank opponents, let alone peak king-level ones. Moreover, during the upcoming battle, many demon kings and demonic emperors would be watching, and Su Nan wouldn't be able to use his physique series and law-controlling class powers freely, further limiting his strength. It seems I need to reach the king level as soon as possible. The Great Princess harnessed the power of heaven and earth, carrying Su Nan through the air. Mountains passed beneath their feet as they soared, the king-level aura unrestrained. If a human king-level powerhouse were to enter the 10,000 Demon Ridge in such an ostentatious manner, they probably wouldn't even know how they died. However, as a Sky Wolf clan genius, the Great Princess encountered no obstructions from any demons along the way. In a blink of an eye, half an hour passed, and the Great Princess led Su Nan to a huge valley surrounded by mountains. The valley was enormous, resembling a basin, with a diameter spanning 20 to 30 li from east to west. Looking down from the sky, ancient trees reached high towards the heaven. They were a rare type, somewhat resembling banyan trees, with canopies capable of sheltering the sky, but their leaves were oddly blood-red. The vast majority of the valley basin was covered by these banyan trees, standing out strikingly amidst the endless green ancient woods of the forest. Through the gaps between the ancient trees, faintly visible were stone-paved paths leading in all directions, connecting to a series of stone halls. Besides, there were quite a number of random, irregularly distributed caves on the surrounding mountainsides, which somewhat resembled Sky Wolf Valley. The moment the two approached the valley, an old man emerged from it, quickly reaching their side. This was a peak king-level great monster. Seeing the Great Princess, the old man paused, uncertain, "Are you Xiao Qian?" "Xiao Qian? Is this the name of the Great Princess?" That was a surprise to Su Nan, who'd never asked about the Great Princess's name before. This was the first time he learned about it. "Greetings, Third Master." The Great Princess responded respectfully. Hearing this, the elderly man laughed, "So it really is you, young lady. It's been years since we've seen each other, and I never expected you to have grown into such a woman. I heard about your disappearance, but I knew you wouldn't easily run into trouble." He then glanced at Su Nan, who had initially intrigued him as the companion of the Great Princess, but on learning that Su Nan was only a mid-stage Xian level, he quickly lost interest. "I've made Third Master worry," the Great Princess responded. She had been kept by Su Nan in the Cosmic Ring up until they arrived at the Divine Ruins. All the demons who had seen her afterwards had been killed, and the Sky Wolf clan hadn't heard any news about her. The old man didn't ask what had happened to the Great Princess in the interim, and accepted her answer, "As long as you're back." Coincidentally, Qing Qing returned yesterday too. Together with Bai Yu, your performance in this Heavenly Demon Grand Ceremony will determine whether our Sky Wolf clan can make the top 10. Qing Qing? At this, a thought struck Su Nan. Could this be the younger sister of the Great Princess, the Green Wolf Demon King he had encountered in Tianyun County? The old man didn't make small talk with the great princess and quickly led her towards a stone hall in the valley. Throughout, Su Nan didn't utter a word, behaving as if he were invisible. Arriving at the stone hall, he finally understood that this was the residence of the Skywolf clan demonic emperor. Su Nan was going to follow the great princess inside until the old man stopped him. "Little guy, this is no place for you." The old man stopped Su Nan before turning to one of the Skywolf clan guards by a stone hall. "Stone, find him a temporary place to stay." The great princess halted, her elegant eyebrows slightly furrowing as if about to say something. Still, Su Nan was the first to nod, speaking to the guard, "I appreciate your help, Brother Stone." The 12 zodiac was about to open, and he was indeed looking for a safe place to enter it. A wolf demon named Stone grumbled in response. "Just follow me." Compared to human cities, the demon clans were more akin to relatively primitive tribes. While they had quite a number of human structures, and even groups of buildings larger than those of humans, most still lived in quite primitive places. Like caves, for example. "Brother Stone, how powerful is our Skywolf clan in the 10,000 Demon Ridge?" On their way, Su Nan tried to glean some information regarding the Skywolf clan. Stone was quite open, without much concealment, which allowed Su Nan to gather much information about the demon clans of 10,000 Demon Ridge. Over 10 minutes later, Stone, accompanied by Su Nan, arrived in front of a cave. "Here we are. You'll be staying here for now." "Thank you, Brother Stone." Su Nan politely thanked him before entering the cave. The cave was dry, equipped with stone tables, stone chairs, stone beds, and other living essentials. It seemed as if it hadn't been inhabited for a while, and a thin layer of dust covered the stone tables and chairs. With a wave of Su Nan's hand, the power of heaven and earth surged, causing the dust to gather into a balled-up clod of dirt. In the game, the sun was rising, starting a new day. But in reality, darkness was falling. 8 o'clock arrived, and the last opening of the 12 zodiacs began. After checking his foreknowledge information to ensure safety, Su Nan switched his role back to Zhongyang and activated his avatar. Both his original body and his avatar entered the 12 zodiacs at the same time again. Unlike yesterday, today a Star Palace War God appeared opposite Zhongyang in the game, but no Star Palace War God appeared opposite his avatar Wang Nan. Su Nan understood that the enemy confronting Wang Nan was Lang 13. As expected, 2 of the roles have been allocated to the same battlefield again. Although it was unavoidable, it was within his expectations. Checking the points of both roles, he thought for a moment before asking Wang Nan to leave the Star Palace battlefield. He planned to give the points from this round to Lang 13. Wang Nan currently had more than 160,000 available points, Zhongyang had over 100,000, and Lang 13 had more than 80,000. These points would naturally appear massive to other players and could be exchanged for many good items. However, for Su Nan, they were trivial, as everything he had his eye on was expensive. He now had only one goal, to exchange for 3 portions of Xian-level Ancient Demon Blood. One portion of Xian-level Ancient Demon Blood cost 120,000 points, and Wang Nan had more than enough, but Zhongyang and Lang 13 were a tad short. Therefore, it was the most suitable to give the final points to these 2 roles. Entering and then exiting the battlefield will definitely deduct points for failure. The only solution is to use up the points now. This is the last day, even if my points become negative, it shouldn't have any effect. The points store appeared before him, and he began to exchange. Among the ancient 100 clans, the one with the greatest physique, speed, and strength is the top-ranked Golden Dragon clan. The one with the strongest essence energy, primordial chi, and divine soul is the third-ranked Black Kirin clan. First, let's increase Lang 13's strength. The best value for money is the Black Scales Essence Blood. With a quick decision, Su Nan was determined. Since he wanted to exchange, he naturally wanted to exchange for the best. He was lacking 2 types of bloodlines for both the Physique series and Secret Power system. Exchanging for the best bloodline now, although it could not be fused, was the safest option. If he exchanged for a regular Demon Clan bloodline for fusion now, what if after the event ended in 4 hours, the ranking rewards settlement gives him another Secret Power bloodline? It would be a waste. By exchanging for Black Scales Essence Blood, this problem would not arise. Based on the last experience, after the event ended, the points would not be immediately cleared. Instead, there would be 1 hour exchange time left. By then, if the rewards for the 3 roles included Ancient Demon Essence Blood, it would be the best. If not, he could choose depending on the situation. 120,000 points were spent, and the Black Scales Essence Blood was obtained. With the essence and blood, he naturally needed the Demon Sutra. He spent a few thousand more points to exchange for a Demon Sutra. As a result, Wang Nan's points were left with over 40,000. After looking around, he eventually chose to exchange for Divine Power Fragments. Each Divine Power Fragment was worth 20,000 points, and he could just exchange for 2 fragments. Together with the 7 fragments he had left from the last time, he now had 9 fragments in total. 9 fragments are enough to upgrade across the heavens shift or 1,000 changes and 10,000 transmutations to the next level. Should I do it? With enough fragments, Su Nan had an idea. However, he eventually gave up. With each upgrade of the divine ability, the required fragments increased exponentially. However, the resulting effects would not show exponential growth. After the divine ability reached the 3rd level, further upgrades would not have much value. They would not bring much change. As such, it would be better to keep the fragments for new divine abilities. What if the reward for ranking in the top 3 included a divine ability seed? He could use the fragments then, right? Wang Nan exited the battlefield, and soon after, Lang 13 entered. His round of operation left the Polo country players, who had been following Wang Nan, dumbfounded. Following Wang Nan, they hadn't gained much points but they had won every battle without losing any points. Now that Su Nan exited, and Lang 13 appeared on the opposing side, they were destined to fail. Black box. This is a black box. I want to report, Lang 13 and Wang Nan have tricks under the table. The Polo country players cursed. At this point, they had figured out that Wang Nan and Lang 13 were related. However, they would have never guessed that the two were actually the same person. At the same time, on another battlefield, Su Nan's main body killed the last Star Palace War God without any surprises. With this, all 12 Star Palace War Gods had been killed by him. The last Star Palace Divine Artifact was obtained. What effect can be achieved by combining the 12 Star Palace artifacts? Looking forward to it, Su Nan couldn't publicly experiment under everyone's gaze. Thus, he quickly finished the battle and left the Star Palace battlefield. Chapter 350, Innate Demonic Chi. In the Skywolf clan cave. Su Nan was tightly armored from head to toe. There were 12 Star Palace artifacts, including masks, bracelets, arm guards, knee pads, battle armor, and boots. Apart from masks and battle armor, the others came in left and right pairs. Among them, 9 of them increased the different attribute strengths of his 3 roles by 30% each, while the remaining 3 increased the overall strength of the physique series, secret power system, and law controlling class by 10% each. In this way, the overall strength of his 3 roles was increased by 40%. A 40% increase was already equivalent to each of his roles integrating 1 ancient demon bloodline. Not bad, these divine artifacts were tailored just for me. Su Nan was very satisfied. Ordinary players only have 1 system of strength, so even if they get this set of Star Palace divine artifacts, they can only use 1/3 of their power. Only by having 3 roles would he be able to exploit the full power of this set of Star Palace divine artifacts. And that's not all, the set effect brought on by the 12 Star Palace divine artifacts is also powerful. Star Palace Dominator, you are the true master of the 12 Zodiac, in front of you, the power of other Star Palace divine artifacts will be halved. Everlasting Starlight, as long as heaven and earth aren't destroyed, the speed of your power recovery under Starlight will increase by 30%. There are 2 set effects from the 12 artifacts, but the first one doesn't matter too much. Even without the Star Palace divine artifacts, other players are no match for him, this effect is just the icing on the cake. As for the second effect, he is quite satisfied. The 30% increase in power recovery speed complements the 30% increase in power perfectly. In this way, with this set of Star Palace divine artifacts, Su Nan has the confidence to hunt down late-stage king rank demons. These artifacts were obtained by my 3 roles separately. If they all appear on one person at the same time, it would inevitably arouse the suspicion of other players. I have to think of a solution to this issue. Perhaps, I can create an illusion. After some consideration, Su Nan quickly had an idea. He planned to use Zhang Yang's identity to send trade messages about the Star Palace divine artifacts to Wang Nan and Lang 13 in World Chat, creating an artificial trading scenario. In this way, even if all 12 Star Palace divine artifacts appear on him in the future, others would only think that he spent a lot to purchase them from Wang Nan and Lang 13. Half an hour later, the final round of the 12 zodiac was over. Settlement of points. As expected, Wang Nan's points were reduced to a negative number. He was not sure if it was because he was the Star Palace Master, but this time his points were reduced by 27,000, making his total points 27,000. However, this doesn't matter. Even if his total points were reduced by 27,000 or even 100,000 points, it wouldn't affect his ranking. Meanwhile, Zhang Yang, after slaying the Star Palace Master, gained more than 50,000 points again, reaching 150,000 usable points. With Lang 13 not being able to slay the Star Palace Master and only killing a few Star Palace War Gods, he barely earned 40,000 points, reaching 120,000 usable points, which should be enough for him to exchange for Ancient Demon Essence Blood. Next, all I have to do is wait for the final ranking rewards. In his eyes, there was expectation. He had a feeling that after this event, his strength would soar. Time flew by. Soon, it was midnight. In between, nothing happened, and Su Nan was not disturbed in the cave. As expected, at the moment when the time came to midnight, the game prompt appeared punctually. The 12 Zodiac event is over. Congratulations, you finally ranked 3rd in this event. Would you like to claim rewards now? This was Lang 13's ranking. The time for a big harvest has come. Claim it now. Congratulations, you have received 30 demon points. Congratulations, you have received a Xian level Ancient Demon Bloodline. Congratulations, you have received 1 spirit item. Congratulations, you have received a talent spirit fruit. As with the previous 2 times, there were only 4 rewards for the 3rd place. The first reward was demon points, which was a bit disappointing. 30 demon points are neither too many nor too few, but compared to other rewards, they were a bit lacking. However, with the 30 demon points coupled with the previous 45 demon points from eliminating demonic thought, his demon points reached exactly 800. Breaking the record again. The next 3 rewards caught his eye. Ancient Demon Essence Blood. It really rewarded Ancient Demon Essence Blood, which is equivalent to 120,000 points. Shadow Insect Fairy Blood, Xian level Ancient Demon Blood of the Secret Power System. The Shadow Insect is one of the ancient 100 clans, feeding on the spirit, energy and mind strength of prey, possessing the ability to travel within shadows. Shadow Insect? That's just perfect. The first thing he did was take out the Ancient Demon Blood and checked the game's introduction. Su Nan breathed a sigh of relief. The Shadow Bug bloodline is one of the ancient 100 clans, but it ranks lower, below the 90th position, and even lower than the Skywolf clan's ranking. However, even so, it is much stronger than the previous secret power bloodline he integrated, and is much weaker than the Black Scale Demon, making it perfect for him to integrate now. With this bloodline, his secret power blood is complete. At the same time, he still has points for his 2 other roles that have not been exchanged. Even if there are no bloodlines in the next 2 role rewards, he can still exchange 2 bloodlines. Thus, Wang Nan's bloodlines would also be complete. As long as he integrates all the bloodlines, he can attempt to break through to the king rank. The king rank is just within reach. He continued to look at the 3rd reward, a purple fruit resembling a hairy peach. Longevity fruit, a spirit object that grows in a strange land. After consumption, it randomly increases the lifespan by 10 to 30 years. Increase lifespan. Su Nan's mind stirred, and he instantly thought of another spirit object in his possession, the River of Time. After consuming the River of Time, if you are lucky, time could reverse itself with a chance of becoming 20 years younger. But if you are unlucky, time will accelerate, aging you by 20 years. Su Nan originally planned to use the River of Time to solve the problem of not being able to fully merge his bloodline in a short time. As a result, he would inevitably have to reduce his lifespan by 20 years. Although exchanging 20 years of lifespan for bloodline integration is not a loss, if possible, he wouldn't want his lifespan to be shortened. Now that the longevity fruit appeared, it conveniently solved the problem of reduced lifespan. This thing is right on time. Su Nan held back the impulse to swallow it immediately and took the fruit away to continue reading. The 4th reward was another spirit fruit. Talent Spirit Fruit, a spirit fruit nurtured by an ancient great monster with the essence and blood of 100 demon creatures. After consumption, there is a high chance to awaken a racial talent. Awakening a talent, this thing is great. Sunan's eyes lit up once more. With a flick of his hand, another different fruit appeared in his hand. This was the bloodline spirit fruit that he had gained as a reward for the last contribution ranking. Since his breakthrough into the Xian level, he had been integrating ancient demon bloodlines and hadn't used the bloodline spirit fruit. Unexpectedly, he had now acquired a talent spirit fruit. The two fruits were somewhat similar. However, the probability of awakening talent with the bloodline spirit fruit is too small, whereas the probability of awakening with the talent spirit fruit is very high. This is not bad either, it's equivalent to an ancient demon bloodline. Roll switch. Now let's look at Wang Nan's rewards. Congratulations, you ranked second in this event. Do you want to claim your rewards immediately? Claim. Congratulations, you have gained 50,000 points. Congratulations, you have gained 2 perfect death resurrection cards. Congratulations, you have gained Moon Essence Gold. Congratulations, you have gained Innate Demon Chi. Congratulations, you have gained Destruction Demon Eye. At a glance, he was instantly attracted to the last 2 rewards. Innate Demon Chi. Destruction Demon Eye. Just by looking at the names, he knew that these 2 rewards were related to demon creatures. Obviously, the reason he got these 2 rewards was because this character, Wang Nan, had already turned into a member of the demon race. Innate Demon Chi, a wisp of demonic chi present at the birth of the demon abyss. After fusion, there is a chance to defy innate nature and transform from a post-born demon creature to a pre-born demon creature. Destruction Demon Eye. In ancient times, a powerful demon creature used a secret technique to turn its own talent from intangible to tangible, condensing it into an eye. After fusion, you will gain the talent Destruction Demon Eye. Warning, this object contains unknown dangers. Please use with caution. Good stuff. Both of these rewards are excellent. Just by reading the game's introduction, Sunan realized that these 2 rewards were not ordinary. If he had not possessed a demon creature's avatar before, even if he had gotten these 2 items, he would have discarded them. But now, he is very interested in these things. Unfortunately, the game's introduction was too minimal, and the functions of the 2 items were still vague. Fortunately, he still has a controlled demon creature. With a thought, the mountain and water gourd changed, and his avatar looked at Luo Yu, asking, "Do you know what an innate demon creature is?" Luo Yu nodded and said, "Of course I know, but they are just legends. Legend has it that when the demon abyss was first born, 9 innate demon gods were born with it. Each of them had god-level strength, while the demons born later were post-born demons, with only king-level strength at birth." Sunan asked, "Only 9? Don't these 9 innate demon gods have any other characteristics besides being higher in realm than post-born demons?" Luo Yu said, "Of course, it's not just the realm. It is rumored that each of the innate demon gods has a powerful talent that the post-born demons don't have." Talent? Only innate demon gods have talents. Sunan was stunned and couldn't help but look at the Destruction Demon Eye. The Destruction Demon Eye was the talent condensed by a demon creature. If talents only belong to innate demon gods, does that mean that this Destruction Demon Eye was condensed by an innate demon god? Thinking of this, he immediately asked, "Do you know which demon lord has a talent called Destruction Demon Eye?" Destruction Demon Eye. Luo Yu thought and said, "I have never heard of this, but to my knowledge, among the 9 innate demon gods, there is one called the Destruction Demon God. It is said that that demon god was completely killed by a human expert long ago." Destruction Demon God? There was no doubt that the Destruction Demon Eye must have been left behind by that Destruction Demon God. Merging it to gain a talent doesn't sound too bad. As for the unknown danger mentioned in the game, Sunan didn't care. Having the ability to foresee the future, danger would have nowhere to hide. Luo Yu continued, "Besides that, only the innate demon gods are rumored to have the possibility of breaking through the god level." Sunan was surprised, only innate demon gods can break through the god level? Why is that? Does that mean other postnatal monsters can't break through the god level? Luo Yu explained, "Master doesn't know that although our demon race was powerful in ancient times, with countless emperor-level beings and many saint-level experts, plus the ability to be immortal, we should not have been defeated by the humans. But the truth is, even though our demon race consumed a large number of human experts, we were still suppressed by the humans. The main reason is that our demon race was too powerful and was envied by heaven and earth, and thus never had an existence above the god level. Although the human race was weak when born, they were favored by heaven and earth. With their vast numbers, an existence above the god level would emerge every few thousand years. Su Nan suddenly understood why the demon race was suppressed back then. Without the presence of a god level, no matter how many emperor level or saint level experts there were, they could only be cannon fodder. It's fortunate that the demonic chi of the demon race is so mysterious and hard to completely kill, otherwise, they would have been annihilated at the beginning of the invasion of the human race. So, as long as I merge with the innate demon chi and become an innate demon god, will I gain a talent? Demons have talents, and the demon clan also has talents. Although both are talents, Su Nan had a feeling that the talents of innate demon gods were absolutely different from those of the demon clan. Or rather, the talents of innate demon gods must be much more powerful than those of the demon clan. After all, only the innate demon gods of the demon race can have talents, while the talents of the demon clan have become oversupplied. Resisting the urge to merge immediately, he continued to look at the other rewards. Compared to innate demon chi and destruction demon eye, Wang Nan's other three rewards seemed quite ordinary. 50,000 points may be astronomical for ordinary players, but for him, it's nothing. With these points, Wang Nan's available points were only around 200,000, which was barely enough to exchange for a spirit object. The perfect resurrection card is nothing special, the more, the better. Finally, the Moon Essence Gold looked good but was not useful to him. Moon Essence Gold, a divine metal born in the Taiyan Moon Star, containing the power of Taiyan. Divine metal, an excellent material for forging ancient treasures, and divine weapons. However, Su Nan had no intention of forging divine weapons and could only save it for later to see if it would be useful. Far Soul Wheel turns, the character switches again. Zhang Yang's rewards appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, you have ranked first in this event. Would you like to claim your reward now? Claim. Congratulations, you have received 2 fixed-point transmission cards. Congratulations, you have received 4 divine ability shards. Congratulations, you have received an ancient scripture. Congratulations, you have received a Jianmu seed. Congratulations, you have received a spirit object. Congratulations, you have received a divine ability seed. The rewards for ranking first were as generous as ever. Game props, ancient scriptures, divine ability shards, divine ability seeds, and spirit objects were all present, except for technique seeds. However, there was a Jianmu seed instead of a technique seed. Jianmu? Could it be that thing from the legends? Su Nan instinctively thought of the legendary thing in reality. Suppressing the urge in his heart, he took out several items from his personal space and placed them in front of his eyes to check them out one by one. He first looked at the ancient scripture. The ancient scripture awarded for ranking first should be extraordinary. Law,